73. Chapter 73 Outpost. Newly built naval headquarters, the former naval G5 fortress. They are located right at the entrance to the new world of the Grand Line. In recent times, King Ghidorah's forces have been clearing the sea. This makes the number of pirates able to enter the new world become very small. This also led to the Navy becoming increasingly idle. Especially the half-baked Navy Admiral Yellow Monkey. He has never been so idle. If possible, he hoped that this leisure time could last forever. But this kind of thing is destined to be a luxury. Report, Marshal Kizaru. A large number of unknown forces have been discovered entering the entrance to the New World. As a messenger rushed into the office, Kizaru's leisurely life came to an end. Within the mouth. It's been 2 relaxing days. Do you know which organization it is? Kizaru put down his coffee and asked with a worried look on his face. It's unclear at the moment. Judging from the intelligence, it's a mixture of multiple forces. Report, Yuan Marshal, something bad has happened. A large number of pirates have appeared at the entrance to the New World. Report, news just came in that many kingdoms' troops appeared at the entrance to the New World. Report. Messengers rushed into the Marshal's office one after another in panic, reporting shocking news. After hearing the news, Kizaru could no longer sit still. Ignoring the surprised look of the messenger in the office, he took out a portable din-din mushi and immediately made a call. The moment the din-din mushi was connected, Kizaru started roaring with anger on his face. Give me an explanation. Aren't you going to refrain from any action for the time being? Seeing Kizaru losing his composure a little, everyone in the office was surprised. There are many veterans among them, and this is the first time I have seen Kizaru in this state. However, what surprised them was yet to come. As everyone looked on in shock, a gloomy voice rang out from the din-din mushi. Haha, sorry, I don't know either. After all, this is just a temporary decision made by Mr. Ghidorah. Ghidorah? Upon hearing this person, all the Navy members who participated in the Battle of Marineford at that time trembled instantly. It's not their fault. It's because that horrible creature left too deep an impression on everyone. It is so profound that no one dares to resist. Marshal Kizaru. If I'm not mistaken, the person you're talking to should be Revolutionary Monkey D.Dragon, right? Just then, a slightly arrogant and gloomy laugh came from the office door. What? The Admiral of the Navy spoke to the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Upon hearing this, the Marines' eyes widened and they felt as if their worldview was collapsing. General Green Bull? Afterwards, the group of Marines felt that someone was slandering the Marshal. They turned around and saw a figure leaning against the door, and they were immediately frightened again. You guys go out first, and let Xiao come over. Kizaru saw this and felt that there was something wrong, so he directly kicked the low-ranking Marine out of the office. I really discovered an incredible secret. Seeing the Marines leave, Green Bull slowly walked into the office and sat on the sofa, with his feet on the coffee table, looking at Kizaru with some amusement. What is your purpose? Since he had been discovered, Kizaru was too lazy to explain further and asked din-din mushi. Don't be nervous. We are just setting up an outpost temporarily. After all, there are still a few remnants in this sea that have not been cleared. The ancestors don't want someone to be behind the scenes when the war breaks out. Dragon's voice was heard in the din-din mushi, slowly stating the purpose of this expedition to the New World. Is it Charlotte Lin and Whitebeard? Without waiting for Kizaru to speak, Green Bull on the side spoke first. Oh, anyone else? Hearing another voice, Dragon's voice sounded unexpectedly. It's the new Admiral of the Navy, Green Bull. Kizaru replied with a little emotion. What? Does Kizaru know what he is doing? Dragon said angrily. It doesn't matter anymore. Kizaru said with a melancholy face. I can't see any future for the Navy at all. Even the Marshal said something so irresponsible. This is really hard to deal with. At this time, a steady voice sounded at the door, and along with the voice, the new Navy Admiral Fujitora walked in. Now you're here. I discovered an incredible secret. The Admiral of the Navy actually has a close relationship with the leader of the Revolutionary Army. When Green Bull saw Fujitora, he laughed out loud. Yeah, this is really shocking news. Upon hearing this, Fujitora simply frowned and walked to the sofa and sat down. Hey, Kizaru, what are you doing? Dragon asked in din-din mushi. Nothing, there are just some things I don't want to. Kizaru glanced at the two people in the office and continued. I just hide something from those who hold justice in their hearts. Immediately, he said with a sincere face, Draga, if possible, please give me some more time. Suddenly, there was no sound from the other end of the din-din mushi. After a long while, Dragon's voice was heard. I see. Baji. As the din-din mushi was hung up, Kizaru looked up at the two people on the sofa, thought for a moment, organized his words, and asked, What do you think about the future of the Navy? Huh. Hearing this, Green Bull suddenly burst into laughter. Then he stopped smiling and said seriously, Do you think the Navy still has a future with an admiral like you? The future of the Navy depends on what you do. Fujitora also said, There are some things that you too may have guessed without me telling you. To be honest, I never thought that I would be in this position one day. Huang Yuan looked at the two of them and said with a slightly annoyed look, According to my ideal, I just want to get a salary that can support me in my old age. But sometimes, God just goes against you. Since I became the marshal, I have experienced the pain of the warring states period. If possible, I really want to give up this marshal position. Don't count on me. I'm good at being an admiral, Green Bull said immediately when he saw Kizaru's gaze. After hearing this, Fujitora also said, I'm a blind man. I am an undercover agent, but I can be a marshal. Why can't you, a blind man, do it? Kizaru really wanted to tell the other party that he could do it, but he didn't say it out loud. The Revolutionary Army intends to establish an outpost. The Navy is badly damaged now, so it is impossible for them to confront them head-on. And what you two have to do is to restrain the Navy from touching that group of people and lead the new recruits to the first half of the Grand Line to clear out the pirates. As for the Revolutionary Army, try to avoid fighting. Hey, Marshal, you are doing this so blatantly. Is it really okay? Green Bull said when he heard it. It doesn't matter what's right or wrong. Whether you're a Navy or a pirate, you're just doing your job for a salary. I don't ask you two to hate evil. That's not my ideal. I just ask you two to do things according to your heart. Just do whatever you want to do. What kind of nonsense is this? Green Bull stood up, looked at Kizaru strangely, and swaggered out of the office. As for the identity of Kizaru, no detailed investigation was conducted. And Fujitora, after hearing what Kizaru said and feeling what he was thinking, stood up and said only, I want to go see that creature, and slowly left. 74. Chapter 74. Sabo, Director of Logistics Department. The Revolutionary Army was officially renamed the Happy Kingdom Army Department. As the new logistics director of the Army Department, Sabo became the busiest one. With the continuous overload of the fruit ability every day, and with the special care of King Ghidorah, his strength soared like a rocket. With a combination of the two fruits, his combat power successfully stood out from the crowd. Even Drago, who was the strongest before, is probably not as terrifying as Sabo now. Because of the special nature of his fruit ability, after entering the new world, he left the team and went to an uninhabited island to look for materials. It's more like devouring than searching. After the combination of the dark fruit and the swallow fruit, the horror of the two fruits after awakening is completely beyond imagination. With a few logistics personnel and two huge ships, they arrived at an uninhabited island. After observing the terrain and confirming again and again that there were no signs of human beings, Sabo directly activated the ability of the dark fruit. The darkness, as dark as a whirlpool, spread out in a fan shape from him and soon swallowed up everything on half of the island. Rocks, trees were all swallowed up by the darkness. Then, under Sabo's control, the various materials swallowed up by the darkness were converted into building materials under the effect of the swallow fruit and fell directly onto the transport ship. For a long time, everything on half of the island was turned into building materials, leaving behind a small boat and a few crew members, while the large ship returned to the island where the outpost was located. Devouring half of the island was already Sabo's limit. After the big ship left, he lay down on the beach to rest. Director Sabo, something bad has happened. Just when Sabo was sleeping soundly, one of his men woke him up in a panic. Sabo stretched lazily before slowly sitting up. What happened? Yes, someone is coming. Anyone? Sabo was startled when he heard this. If his men reported that a ship was coming, he would not be surprised. Instead, his subordinates reported that someone was coming? Is there still someone on this island? It shouldn't be like this. Sabo, who was very confident in his observation haki, directly activated his observation haki to radiate and feel the life on the island. As soon as his observation haki spread, he was stunned. There are indeed people, but they are not from the island, but from the sea. A guy exuding a cold aura is gradually approaching the beach. Former Admiral Kuzan, feeling the chill that froze his heart, Sabo stood up and walked towards the beach. Sabo, the general staff of the Revolutionary Army? May I ask what's going on with this island? On the beach, Kazan, wearing black sunglasses, looked at the bare half of the island, his heart full of doubts. When he saw Sabo coming over, he was slightly startled and asked, "Well, it's just an uninhabited island, and the Revolutionary Army has officially changed its name to the Happy Kingdom Army Department. I'm just a logistics guy." Sabo shrugged and spread his hands, then stopped about 10 meters in front of Aokiji and asked curiously, "I heard that after you left the Navy, you have been wandering around the New World, and I seem to have heard some bad things about you recently. It doesn't matter. Now I only represent myself." Aokiji parked his bicycle on the beach and found a flat piece of sand to sit down. When Sabo saw this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately walked over to Aokiji and sat down, even lying down lazily with his hands under his head. Looking at the clouds in the sky, he slowly asked, "I wonder if you are interested in joining the army department." "Oh." Aokiji looked at Sabo in surprise, then laid down his guard and said, "You've already said that I have a bad reputation recently. Aren't you afraid that I might have an impact on you, or that I'm a spy for the Navy?" "Spy? Huh." Upon hearing this, Sabo burst into laughter as if he had thought of something happy. Hearing the voice, Aokiji turned his head in confusion and looked at the person in front. After a while, Sabo asked inexplicably, "If you were a spy, I wonder if you could become the army chief? How is that possible?" Aokiji immediately rejected the idea upon hearing it. "Is it impossible? But my second uncle did it." Sabo did not point it out, but just said something with a hint of meaning, and then said, "It doesn't matter, even if I'm a spy, so what? Once you join, you will find that this is the best place for you." "It sounds good, but I'm afraid I wouldn't be willing to join so easily," Aokiji said, looking at the blue sky. "Let's have a fight. Whether we win or lose, at least there will be an explanation." "Okay, then you have to wait until I get some sleep." Sabo replied immediately and closed his eyes as if he was really going to sleep. Aokiji was startled when he saw this. He seemed to remember something, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then he lay down on the beach to rest. As the sun sets, the sky turns a fiery red. That I'm so hungry." Sabo stretched comfortably and saw Aokiji sitting on the beach not far away grilling something. He scratched his golden hair embarrassedly and said, "Oh, sorry, I accidentally slept for so long. I'm just too tired lately." Although it was unclear what the young man was busy with, his fatigue could still be felt from his previous deep sleep. Therefore, Aokiji didn't care and asked lazily, "Would you like to eat something?" Regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he threw a roasted animal leg over and said, "This island is really strange. It's hard to find an animal." Sabo caught the barbecue and started to bite it without any hesitation. After a while, he finished the barbecue, then stood up and brushed off the sand on his body. "Come on, let's fight. We might be busy tonight." "All right." Aokiji took 2 bites and then stood up reluctantly. "Then I will came first. Be careful." After Sabo gave this reminder, he instantly disappeared from Aokiji's sight. Oh. Aokiji's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Although the other party was just a rising star, he did not underestimate him. After all, he was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. However, now he realized that he had underestimated the opponent, but his speed had already surpassed him. Just as he was stunned, he felt something coming towards him from the left side with his observation hockey. He wanted to dodge it, but found that his speed could not match that of the attack. Had no choice but to use elementalization subconsciously. Bang! A pitch-black, hard, claw-like hand appeared in an instant and crushed half of his shoulder. Blue ice crystals flew apart, and cold air rose up like white waves. What an amazing speed! Aokiji, whose half-arm was shattered, did not retreat. Instead, he quickly condensed an ice blade in his hand and slashed towards Sabo. Bang! The ice blade wrapped in the cold current was grabbed by a dark palm, the next moment, and crushed into pieces with a crack. If you don't show your true strength, you will lose immediately. Sabo crushed the ice blade and did not pursue the victory. Instead, he took a step back and activated the ability of the dark fruit, looking at Aokiji opposite him with a chuckle. 75. Chapter 75. Ancient Weapon Pluto Remains. The ability of the dark fruit. Aokiji was a little surprised by Sabo's dark ability, but then he thought about it. The other party is now a cadre under King Ghidorah, so it makes sense that he possesses the dark fruit. However, he was still a little wary of the ability of the dark fruit, which only appeared briefly in the Battle of Marineford. It's not that he understands the ability of the fruit, but he feels that if Blackbeard didn't have the ability of the fruit, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Even if the fruit ability is awesome, you chose the wrong opponent. But the Sabo in front of him is different. The physical skills of the two are evenly matched. If he adds the ability of the dark fruit, it might be difficult to deal with him. Aokiji rarely looked down on Sabo, stared at him and said, "Then it seems that there is no need for us to test it anymore." As he spoke, Aokiji jumped up and shouted coldly, "Puck!" As the words fell, 5 huge icicles shot out from in front of him and headed straight for Sabo. Whoa, it's enlarged right away. Sabo was obviously shocked when he saw this. He had never expected the other party to be so cruel. It was too late for him to react. The overwhelming cold air rushed in front of him, and he was frozen by the ice while trying to avoid it. Damn it! Sabo's face darkened and he instantly activated the ability of the dark fruit, but he didn't expect that the ice was extremely fast and froze him in an instant. Is that all? Aokiji, who had been somewhat expectant, was suddenly stunned. Click, click. Aokiji was about to go down to thaw the ice, but suddenly he heard the sound of ice breaking, and he stopped moving with an idea in his mind. Snap. Buzz. Thick darkness broke through the ice crystals and instantly engulfed everything around it. I never realized you were such a cold-hearted guy. Sabo broke free from his restraints and exhaled a breath of cold air, and darkness spread around him like a thick fog. Is there? Aokiji remained unmoved by the words and simply raised his hand again, releasing 3 ice spears. Ice cube, 2 thorn spears. Humph, you're still saying no. Sabo reacted immediately upon hearing the sound, erecting a huge wall of darkness behind his back with his hands. Release. Suddenly, a huge amount of ice crystals spurted out from the dense black wall and smashed towards the flying ice spear. Can you actually absorb my ice? Looking at the ice crystals gushing out, Aokiji exclaimed. However, Sabo would not give him any extra chances. He opened his palm and shouted at Aokiji in midair. Dark gravity. As he spoke, his palm instantly opened up into a vortex of darkness, and tremendous gravitational force erupted from the vortex and headed straight for Aokiji in midair. Aokiji, who was temporarily in midair with the help of the 6 styles of the Navy, suddenly felt a strong suction force, and his body flew towards Sabo involuntarily. Akiji's eyes widened when he saw this, and he said in disbelief, "There is actually such a power?" Although the gravity surprised him a little, he didn't take it seriously. He raised his fist, wrapped it with dark domineering aura, and tried to hit the opponent with physical skills. Seeing this, Sabo smiled secretly. Those who have never fought against someone with the ability of the dark fruit have no idea how terrifying it is. So Sabo didn't plan to hold back, as the opponent's freezing attack just now had caused him to suffer a loss. Dragon Claw. Bang! The pitch-black dragon claws instantly blocked the opponent's fist. Sabo sneered and grinned. I got you. Absorb. The dark vortex reappeared, instantly sucking Aokiji in front of it. Then Sabo, without even saying hello, used his domineering power to punch the opponent in the abdomen. Seeing this, Aokiji subconsciously wanted to activate the elemental power of the fruit. But how is that possible? He stared at Sabo with wide eyes in disbelief. The fruit ability is actually ineffective. Do you feel it? I am very vindictive. Seeing this, Sabo laughed and laughed happily. Bang. With a fistful of domineering power, he hit the opponent's abdomen hard. Sabo was very happy with the feeling of punching into the flesh. Bang, bang, bang. Aokiji flew out, fell on the beach and rolled 3 times, then stopped, covered his abdomen in pain, and looked at Sabo in the distance. Hold back. Although that domineering fist looked terrifying, Sabo just wanted to scare the other party. At the last moment, he still took back 4 points of his strength. Otherwise, with that punch from him, even if the opponent wasn't seriously injured, he would at least be hurt internally. But now it's just flesh wounds. Obviously, Aokiji also realized this. After calming down for a while, he stood up and patted the sand off himself. Not fighting anymore? Sabo asked upon seeing this. No way to fight. Aokiji said this and walked towards the bonfire he had built not far away. Hey, are you scared now? Sabo would not miss such a good opportunity to tease and hurried to catch up. If you're going to play like this, I don't want to join you. Aokiji's self-esteem was a little hurt by what he said, and he had to say something that left the other party speechless. After leaving the Navy, he was still the same lazy guy, but with a touch of humanity. The two sat on the beach and talked about their prospects for the future and the ideals that King Ghidorah wanted. When Aokiji heard that King Ghidorah wanted to create an ideal country where everyone is equal, he rejected it without even thinking about it. It's out of the question. What's impossible? The huge kingdom that the teacher, Nika, and Joy Boy created was such a country, but was later used by certain people and was destroyed in the long river of history. And what we have to do now is to revive that kingdom again. Sabo immediately retorted. As a former admiral of the Navy, he more or less knew some information about the D-clan, but I didn't expect to hear more from Sabo. Add more excitement. So, what are you guys doing? Ready for war? Aokiji seemed to have thought of something, and after checking the various supplies that had disappeared from the island, he said in surprise, "No, prepare, the war has already come. We are just the logistics force, and the real war has already begun," Sabo said slowly. "So I invited you to join, not because I want you to go to the battlefield, but because logistics requires your abilities, especially the ability to freeze the sea." Toolman? After hearing the other party's words, Aokiji instantly positioned himself. He looked at each other with a strange look in his eyes. Just as he was thinking, suddenly there were bursts of loud noises coming from the sea, and both of them looked at the same time. "So, what is that?" Aokiji, who had been calm all this time, was finally moved and looked at the sea in the distance in shock. Do these guys really want to tire me to death? Looking at the huge warship that was gradually expanding on the sea and could accommodate an island, Sabo's face completely fell. He immediately replied, "That is the remains of Pluto, just a part of Pluto. IT is in the hands of Ivan's family." "What Pluto?" "Also, the wreckage." Aokiji was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never thought that he would be lucky enough to see two ancient weapons in his lifetime. 76. Chapter 76, Who are you looking down on? Seeing the remains of the so-called Pluto in front of him, Aokiji was so shocked that he was speechless, and his worldview was completely overturned. Although the warships I had taken before had metal parts, I had never thought that an all-metal ship could sail on the sea. What's even scarier is, that thing doesn't have a sail yet. In other words, it is not powered by wind. Pluto was so large that no one knew how many hundreds of meters it was. Under the sun, it shone with a cold metallic glow, and its deck was like an island with dark gun muzzles on its back. The thickness of its muzzle is far beyond that of any other muzzle on any warship. If I have to use something to describe it, only the huge cannons of the original Marineford Naval Headquarters can be compared to it. This is Pluto?" Aokiji asked in shock. "What do you think?" Sabo glanced at Aokiji with a look of ignorance. In fact, when he first saw Pluto, he was even more surprised than Aokiji was now. "Afterwards, I slept on it for 3 days and 3 nights. However, after learning that this was only a part of Pluto, he came up with the idea of making one. However, King Ghidorah told him that Pluto was the creation of the first generation of dark fruit and swallow fruit power users. When he heard the news, he went crazy. But then he was told that with his current fruit ability, he would probably die of exhaustion before he could create Pluto. In order to let this young boy have a great dream, King Ghidorah did not tell him that the creator of Pluto was not a human, but a robot. The war that year started because Pluto's technology was plagiarized, and a group of people who thought they were very capable had evil ideas. However, King Ghidorah doesn't care too much about this technique, because when he left Bika's technology was far ahead. For example, all the products of the world government's scientific research force are their leftovers. The topic has gone a bit off track, so let's get back to the point. Is this really the legendary Pluto, who can destroy an island with a single shot? Aokiji said with some disbelief. "I wonder why you are so slow. How about it, join us now and I can show you around up there." Sabo thought that the other party had not agreed to his request yet, and he raised his eyebrows and said. Aokiji heard this, glanced at Sabo and thought, "Am I the kind of person who has never seen the world? Okay, I'll join you." Aokiji continued, "I'm not interested in your Pluto, but I think you may change the world, and I want to witness everything. It doesn't matter, as long as you join." Sabo didn't care at all when he heard that. He patted the other person on the shoulder and said, "Then get ready to work." Aokiji was a little confused about the work the other party was talking about, but he didn't feel confused for long, as he saw darkness spreading like a tide under Sabo's feet. The darkness surged like a tide towards the distant half of the island. Soon, Half of the island seemed to be enveloped by a black torrent. Hiss. Aokiji couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. Even though his own ice fruit could do this, seeing the shocking darkness still felt more shocking than freezing himself. Swallow. At this moment, a light shout was heard, and along with the shout, the surging darkness instantly became like the sea surface before a storm, with waves surging and rolling. Click, click, click. Rocks collapsed, trees fell. A scene like a natural disaster befell the entire island. Aokiji couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this, totally unable to believe that this was the dark energy that had just fought with him. Half of the island was about to be swallowed up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is this still a devil fruit ability? He was not a good student, but he knew a little about black holes. However, he never expected them to be so terrifying. However, before he could continue to be afraid, he saw a dark energy that covered the sun and clouds rising up again from behind Sabo, until the energy rose and stopped above the huge warship in the shallows. At this moment, Sabo was sweating profusely, and his face was as pale as paper, but even so, he still gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Synthesize release. When it comes to dual fruit combat, Sabo may not be his strong point, but when it comes to dual fruit assistance, he's definitely Namboman. As the words fell, all kinds of things were seen falling out of the darkness like rain. There are metals, there are stone bricks, there are floors, in short, there is everything, some useful and some useless. But for the outposts now established, it may be useless. This. Aokiji swore that he had never seen such a magical scene since he was born. It was obvious that what it swallowed were various rocks, trees, or creatures, but what it spit out were various materials and tools. What's even more terrifying is that there are actually handicrafts made of animal bones. Who the hell is this guy? Aokiji suddenly realized that the young man next to him looked less and less like a human, but rather like a universal machine. When this thought came to his mind, he couldn't help but feel a chill. And I subconsciously thought, could this guy be able to swallow even the fruit ability user? Although this idea seemed impossible, he himself couldn't say for sure now. But Sabo didn't know what the other party was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely answer. I can swallow fruit ability users. The dark fruit itself can restrain the user of the fruit ability. It also has the ability to devour, but once swallowed, the food will be stored in the black hole. However, Sabo is different. If the user of the fruit ability is swallowed by him, he will be doomed. Moreover, after being transformed by the swallow fruit, it will become something strange and bizarre, while still retaining the ability of the fruit. It can be said that Sabo at this time is a humanoid monster. Phew, I'm so tired. After a while, Sabo had transported all the materials. He looked like a drowned dog, with a frighteningly weak and pale face. Director Sabo. At this moment, a birdman flew over from Pluto, landed in front of Sabo, and said with burning eyes, Saab's capabilities and what it produces are no longer a secret in the logistics department, and most people are even proud of Saab. It's Bell. Sabo saw who was coming, and it was the former deputy captain of the Sarabastan Kingdom Guard. He glanced at the bare island and said, There are no supplies here anymore. Let's go to the next island. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Kazan, the deputy director of the logistics department. He originally wanted to call him Aokiji, but he felt that this naval code name was inappropriate, so he simply called the other person by his name. As a former member of the world government and a member of the National Guard, he was no stranger to this former admiral. But he never expected that the other party would actually join his side. I was happy and respectful at the same time. Deputy Director Kazan, I am Bell, the captain of the 3rd team of the logistics department and the user of the bird fruit. After wandering around for a few months, Kazan had gradually gotten used to being alone, so he was a little uncomfortable being called that out of the blue. Oh, you're welcome. With a simple response, Sabo led the two towards Pluto. 77. Chapter 77, Iron Ship. A huge ship made of steel sails on the rough sea. Aokiji never thought that there would be a day when he would stand on Pluto. I couldn't help but feel curious about how many unknown secrets this ancient Ghidorah holds. As the giant steel ship sailed through the waves, an island gradually expanded in his eyes. The island is not prosperous, and is even a bit desolate, but everywhere you look you can see busy figures. Although everyone was sweating profusely, their faces showed full of enthusiasm. This was completely different from the oppressed slaves Aokiji had seen before. He saw the flames of struggle and desire in these people's eyes. Everything I see is moving towards a better future. Sabo, you're finally back. Just as the two men were getting off the boat, a man came quickly, looked at Sabo anxiously, and said, "Oh no, ships number 4 and 5 have lost contact. What's going on?" Sabo frowned when he heard this. Who is in charge of the two ships? It's Commander Lindbergh. He lost contact 2 hours ago, and we haven't been able to get in touch with him since. Lindbergh? Do you know the exact location? Sabo asked after thinking for a moment. New World Lamerick Island. 2 supply ships are going there to purchase supplies. Okay, I understand. You guys go get busy first. Sabo responded, then turned to look at Aokiji. I'm sorry, it looks like I can't introduce you to the outpost for the time being. You can stay here by yourself for a while, but I'll come back to entertain you after I finish my business. No need, I'll go with you. Aokiji glanced at the island under construction and said, although he has joined the Ghidorah force, he is not familiar with anyone. If Sabo, the only person he is familiar with, is gone, he will feel uncomfortable staying here alone. Thinking of this, it would be better to follow the other party to the island of Lamerick. If I remember correctly, that island should be ruled by Kaido's forces. Now that Kaido has fallen, it should be in a powerless state. Thinking of this, he told Sabo all the information he knew. When Sabo heard that the island had previously belonged to Kaido's forces, he seemed to remember something. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it, and there was no need to trouble that gentleman for the time being. After making the decision, he took Aokiji and left the outpost on a small boat. With the revival of the Happy Kingdom, the D family resurfaced, and almost everyone in the entire ocean knew about this terrifying family. That is Monkey D. Whether it is the former Navy hero Garp, the Revolutionary Dragon, or even the supernova pirate Luffy. All the information of everyone was revealed. No one dares to provoke the first two due to their strength, but the last one is a stubborn person who stirs up trouble all the time. After the end of the war at the top, Luffy lived a miserable and dark life. Garp, who had left on the Whitebeard pirate ship, left the Whitebeard pirates after resting for a few days, and received news of his grandson Luffy from an unknown channel. Immediately afterwards, they found Luffy, who was receiving special training from Rayleigh. With Marineford gone, this guy with a rubberized brain was unable to ring the bell, and finally he begged his grandfather to help deliver a message. However, he didn't expect that in order to pass on messages to his friends, he would accept training from his grandfather, which would leave a lifelong shadow in his heart. However, this world is fair, and what you put in and what you get out will definitely be proportional. Luffy's strength at this moment completely surpasses his strength 2 years after the Battle of Marineford in the original work. He returned with great strength, reunited with his companions from the Sabaody archipelago, and started sailing again. When passing by Fishman Island, nothing unpleasant happened because of the prior intervention of Ghidorah, and he was even sent to the New World by Neptune as a guest of honor. The smooth sailing made several people on the boat wonder if they were influenced by the Rubberbrain family. However, on this ocean, there is always a group of people who like challenges and excitement. Some people even have poor brains and just act recklessly. Jack, who was once one of the 3 calamities under Kaido, left Cake Island and began to gather Kaido's former forces after joining Charlotte Lean's pirate group. When passing by Lamerick Island that day, he happened to encounter a supply ship of the Revolutionary Army. He immediately used his innate skills to transform into the King of Ships. The leader was captured in one encounter, and a large amount of supplies were seized. Compared with the real strong ones, Jack may not be good enough, but if his opponent is Lindbergh, it will be easy for him. Jack, who had won a great victory, did not leave immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and started a banquet on the island with the pirates who had just gathered. As a result, we have the scene before us. Asshole. Luffy bared his teeth and covered his chest, looking at Jack, who had transformed into an ancient mammoth in front of him, and said angrily, "Why are you attacking me for no reason?" As soon as Luffy and his companions landed on Lamerick Island, they ran into Jack and his companions who were holding a banquet. However, they didn't expect that after seeing them, the big man with fierce eyes attacked directly without saying a word. This battle is fought for no apparent reason. Why? Because your last name is Monkey? Your family is a bastard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up in this position, following a fat woman around every day. Thinking of Charlotte Ling, Jack's eyes glowed red. No one knows what this child has gone through, but he attributes all his resentment to Ghidorah. However, he already had a psychological trauma and did not dare to look for that ancestor, so he transferred everything to the Straw Hat Boy in front of him. Following Jack's attack, the 2 pirate groups came into complete confrontation. However, unexpectedly, in the eyes of a group of vicious thugs, the Straw Hat Pirates were like lambs to be slaughtered. But the result is it was really shocking that facing hundreds of pirates, only Zoro stood up from the Straw Hat Pirates. Facing hundreds of people, he was not afraid at all. His one eye flashed with purple lightning. He didn't even bother to use his three swords. A terrifying purple blade light flashed. Phew. The knife flashed, and people fell like wheat. Hateful. Seeing this, Jack roared, dug the ground with his forehoofs, raised his huge trunk wrapped in darkness and smashed it towards the Straw Hat Boy in front of him. He wanted to vent all his anger on the other party. Luffy has a rubber brain, but he can tell who is good and who is bad. Since the other party attacked them without any explanation, he concluded that the other party was a bad person. The way to deal with a bad guy is to kill him. Seeing the huge elephant trunk coming towards him, Luffy did what he said and did a deep squat and jumped up high. Goemo no tomahawk. Following a loud shout, a giant foot as big as a city wall fell from the sky and smashed directly towards Jack. 78, Chapter 78, I am your father's employee. Boom. A huge crash was heard, and immediately a cloud of dust rose up. Asshole, are you looking down on me by attacking me like this? A low roar was heard in the smoke, and soon after, a prehistoric giant elephant rushed out of the smoke. Who do you think I am? I am Drought Jack. As he spoke, the ground beneath his feet began to crack, with huge cracks extending into the distance, like an earthquake disaster. Luffy, who had just landed, was shaken and staggered a few steps. His smiling face disappeared, and he looked at Jack with a serious face. Zyko, I want to knock you away. Goemo, Eagle Rocket Launcher. As he shouted, Luffy's two arms that were swung backwards at a rapid speed were suddenly covered with a layer of dark domineering aura, which was gradually getting bigger. As the rubber arms stretched to a certain extent, the huge black fist blasted forward. Humph! My name is not Zyku. Seeing this, Jack glared, and with a layer of domineering aura wrapped around his nose and head, he rushed back at the huge black fist. Jack disdains to play tricks and prefers to be straightforward in battle. No matter how strong or weak your opponent is, just remember one thing. It's over when you're tough. However, he never expected that this time he was fighting against the right person, and the rubber boy opposite was also a tough guy. As the two sides collided, there was a loud bang. The violent impact created a gust of air, and a strong wind carrying sand and dust swept up, making the clothes of people in the distance rustle. Asshole, he's so strong. Jack held up his huge black fist. His eyes widened like two big lanterns. His forehoofs dug deep into the mud, and his huge body slowly retreated. Luffy felt a huge resistance on his fist. His face turned red, and white heat waves rose up around his body. He tried to blow the monster in front of him away with one blow. As he shouted, Jack's body retreated faster and faster, until with a loud bang, he could no longer hold on. His whole body flew out and collapsed a building in the distance. Cough. Damn it, he's just a newcomer. Why is he so strong? After falling to the ground, Jack spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his bones were broken, he did not faint. He looked up at the Straw Hat Boy not far away. As the saying goes, those who speak the harshest words will receive the harshest beatings. This might be the kind of person he was talking about. With a fire of unwillingness to admit defeat burning in his eyes, he slowly got up. You're dead, Straw Hat Boy. As he said this, Jack, who had automatically changed his mammoth form, transformed into a human beast form again, and rushed forward with two scimitars in hand. Seeing this, Luffy knew that he could not defeat the opponent in his normal form, so he simply activated the third gear mode. The whole body is filled with burning white waves, and all aspects of the body's functions are enhanced exponentially. Facing the huge Jack, he was not afraid at all, and just started to charge forward with his head held high. The battle with Jack was considered his first battle as an apprentice under Garp. After Garp's careful training, his armament domineering has already surpassed that of the original. Even without those fancy skills, with just a pair of iron fists, he can have the same three-point posture as Garp back then. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The sound of two people colliding continued to be heard in the air. In just a few breaths, the two sides had fought several times, and relying on the abilities of their respective fruits, they were barely evenly matched. However, in terms of fruit abilities, Jack still has the advantage. After all, animal-type fruits are all superior in physical fitness. As for Luffy, as the battle went on, he realized that he might not be able to maintain the third gear for long. After dodging Jack's attack, he made up his mind in midair, gathered all his strength into his legs, and the next moment he swung his right leg high into the air, shouting, Goemo no, giant Tomax. Buzz boom boom. It instantly turned into a pitch-black giant foot, fell down recklessly, instantly breaking through the sound barrier and triggering a series of sonic booms. Jack below had also consumed too much energy. When he saw the huge black foot, he had no time to dodge. He just fixed his eyes and decided to fight back. Boom bang. The huge crashing sound instantly shook the sky. A violent gust of wind swept up, and Jack's face changed color the moment he touched the giant foot below. He had already realized that he could not block the attack, so it was too late for him to run. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and fight back. Boom. However, after a violent shake that shook the earth and mountains, his eyes rolled over, and he sunk into the ground, fainting. Jack's defeat terrified the newly recruited pirates, who even dared not show their faces and fled secretly. As for Jack on the ground, no one cares about his life or death. Bang! I'm so hungry. Luffy, who had just ended his fruit state, immediately became listless and started yelling. The town was in ruins after the battle. Fortunately, when Jack and his friends held the banquet, the residents had already fled. Seeing this, the Straw Hat Pirates began to divide the work among themselves. Some people started a fire to cook, someone to look for supplies nearby, and there was even a sneaky figure who came up to Jack to check on him and then tied him up with an unknown plant. Just as the sunset was approaching and the Straw Hat Pirates were having a dinner together on the beach, a sudden and surprising sound was heard. Luffy, who was holding the huge leg meat and gnawing on it madly, turned his head subconsciously when he heard the sound. Looking at the face in front of him that seemed familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar, he hesitated for a long time, and then as if he remembered something, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Sabo! He shouted, dropped the food in his hand, jumped up and landed in front of Sabo, hugged the latter, and said in disbelief, Woo, is it really you, Sabo? I thought you were dead. It was like a family reunion, catching everyone off guard. But in a flash, everyone's face was lit up with joy. Hey, long time no see, Nico Robin. Just when everyone was rejoicing about Luffy's reunion with his family, another calm voice rang out. Following the sound, a tall man in a gray windbreaker appeared at the dining table, picked up a piece of barbecue without any hesitation, and threw it into his mouth, talking to himself. We didn't even discuss the salary, and we couldn't even get a meal. Yeah, not bad. After chewing it twice, Aokiji felt that it tasted good, so he took the plate of barbecue in front of him without hesitation and looked at Sanji. Chef, can you give me the tableware? Hi, Admiral. Aokiji. Everyone at the table stuttered and trembled. I haven't been a general for a long time. Aokiji smiled at everyone. Tisk. Seeing this, Sanji stood up, took a set of tableware, put it in front of the other party, then took out a lighter, lit the cigarette in his mouth and said, If you're not an admiral, then what are you doing here? Well, Aokiji looked up, quickly picked up the half bottle of red wine on the table and drank it, then pointed at Luffy and said, Strictly speaking, from now on, his father is my boss. Huh. Hearing this, everyone looked at Aokiji with wide eyes in disbelief, then looked at Luffy, trembling in their hearts. Do you still need to be the Pirate King with this background? What a play. 79, Chapter 79, Feeding on Flames. The news of the attack on the Army Department's logistics unit soon reached Ghidorah's ears. Shortly after learning that it was Kaido's evil intention to destroy Jack, and that the other party had joined Charlotte Linling's army, two huge shadows rose from the Red Earth continent and flew towards the New World. Maybe outsiders don't know what this means, but the top leaders of Happy Kingdom know it in their hearts. The guy finally couldn't help but take action. However, this time there are not one but two, and I'm afraid another storm is about to sweep across the entire ocean. In the New World, Cake Island, as the only remaining one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin is not having an easy time either. Not only does he have to deal with the ever-increasing encroachment of his territory, but he also has to face Whitebeard, who has returned to his prime. But what they never expected was that when they were attacked from all sides, they would receive a piece of extremely despairing news. His subordinate Jack actually had the nerve to provoke the monster's power. Mom, damn Jack, he's causing trouble everywhere. I shouldn't have let him leave in the first place. Sitting on the huge chair, Charlotte Lingling listened to the reports from her children and said with a particularly unpleasant expression, Mom, now is not the time to pursue Jack. We should be thinking about how we will deal with him if he comes. Below, someone among the cadres made a suggestion. Mom, kids, we don't need to worry. Although they are enemies, the other party may not be angry over such a small matter. Charlotte Lingling spoke up. No. At this time, Quinn jumped out, twisting his body and shaking his fat twice. Mom, we can't use common sense to deduce that guy. Back then on Ghost Island, he was. Quinn recounted the incident of the other party's reckless raid on Onigashima, and then said with some fear, even Lord Kaido, who has transformed into a blue dragon, is no match for that guy, I think. After the other party arrives, we should choose to submit to them. This is the best way. Before Quinn could finish, Charlotte Lingling interrupted with a serious expression. Quinn, what nonsense are you talking about? No matter how powerful he is, I, Charlotte Lingling, am not yet at the point where I can't lift a knife. You want me to surrender? That's impossible. After all, Charlotte Lingling is the queen of the sea, and there is no way she would submit to anyone. He is different from Whitebeard. Whitebeard has let go of things that I in Whitebeard's eyes now. Family is the only important thing. Oh, no. Mom, there's news from the open sea that a fire monster has appeared in the sky above the sea. Just then, a minion stumbled into the meeting hall, screaming in fear. Flame monster. Upon hearing this, several people in the room were stunned. Charlotte Lingling, who was sitting at the main seat, looked serious and asked, Isn't it a golden monster? No, it's a horrible monster that will set everything on fire. Fire monster? And Mom, there are no fire monsters in my country yet. Having said that, Charlotte Lingling stood up from her chair and walked out with heavy steps. Hey, can you please behave yourself and stop causing trouble? This island will be ours in the future. You broke it, and that brat Sabo will start nagging again. Ghidorah in midair looked at Rodden, who was flying low and wreaking havoc below, and said with some dissatisfaction. With long-term contact, Ghidorah, who seems terrifying and majestic to outsiders, is actually very approachable in Sabo's eyes. In fact, Sabo only treated him as a relative and nothing else. Because of this, he completely lost his dignity in front of Sabo, so much so that the kid would harass him whenever he had any problem. Upon hearing this, Rodden below felt disdain in his heart and subconsciously wanted to flap his wings and fly high. But he didn't expect that in an instant. He sensed an extremely strong soul breath. His knowledge of this world was limited to what King Ghidorah repeated, and he instantly guessed that the aura might be that of the female four emperors. This is finally interesting. Sensing Charlotte Lingling's presence, Leighton suddenly pulled up and flew towards the huge Cake Island. As soon as she walked out of the conference hall, Charlotte Lingling saw a black shadow flying from a distance. As it flew at supersonic speed, the black shadow gradually became larger. The black shadow was constantly expanding, and a cloud of dust and smoke was rising behind it. Wherever it passed by would be ignited and melted in an instant. Looking at the large area of melted Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling's eyes gradually became sharp and gloomy. Damn it, Zeus! Charlotte Lingling, who looked like a giant fat lady, roared and summoned a white cloud with her hand. As she became more angry, the cloud turned dark and expanded. Dark clouds rise into the sky and thunder falls. Boom, boom. The violent thunder, without any pause, burst out from the dark clouds and instantly struck the flying Rodden. Oh my! Feeling the power of thunder falling on him, Rodden screamed twice. Compared to the boss's thunder, this thing is just like tickling. Boom. He flew in front of everyone in the thunder and landed without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the ground of Cake Island melted like wax as soon as it touched him. Helplessly, he flapped his wings and flew up again, staring at Charlotte Lingling and others in midair. Are you Charlotte Lingling? How ugly he is. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people below changed. For a woman, even if she is a pirate, the thing she fears most is probably her appearance being ridiculed. After hearing what Leighton said, Charlotte Lingling went berserk. Her eyes were covered with bloodshot, and she raised her other arm. Prometheus! Burn him to death, Zeus! Strike him to death! Charlotte Lingling, who had lost her mind, was like a mad woman, vicious and cruel. He said angrily. As he spoke, violent lightning and raging flames raged, rolling towards the monster in the air like a wave. It seems that not only are women with big breasts stupid, but even older women have poor brains. Leighton was in midair, and seeing the huge eye, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his eyes were full of greed, especially when he saw Charlotte Lingling take out Prometheus, The look in his eyes was like a villain seeing a bowl of braised pork. At the top of the clouds, Ghidorah, who was seeing everything, shook his head when he saw this. I thought to myself, you two funny little clouds. I'm afraid you're going to become someone else's dinner. Just as King Ghidorah said, the moment the raging flames swept across the sky, the giant beast hanging in the air opened its huge beak, and then a huge suction force was generated. The suction force was like that of a black hole, sucking the flame in an instant. The red flame turned into a fire dragon with the sound of wind. Immediately, he was sucked into the mouth of the giant beast. Soon the flames that covered half the sky disappeared. The Prometheus in Charlotte Lingling's hands was even more sluggish. How did it possible? When the people below saw this, their brains suddenly froze. In this day and age, there are still monsters that feed on fire? 80. Chapter 80, Desperate Pirates. Not only were everyone stunned, but even Charlotte Lindling widened her eyes and stared at the giant beast in the sky in disbelief. However, he immediately realized that if he allowed the other party to absorb it like this, his Prometheus would probably be completely absorbed in a short while. Thinking of this, Charlotte Lindling immediately yelled angrily, "Wagyu!" As he roared, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly turned into a thunderstorm, madly releasing lightning attacks towards Rodden. "Hey, old woman, this kind of thing has no effect on me at all." Enjoying the thunder, Rodden let out a huge, hideous laugh in the air. "The lightning on my body is far less powerful than the boss's. This thing will hit me. It's scraping." Hearing the loud noise in the air, Charlotte Lingling's eyes turned red with anger. "Bastard, then try this." Thunder. With a loud shout, huge thunderballs gathered in the air, and in an instant formed a huge thunderball with a diameter of at least 50 meters, which then fell down violently. The violent thunder and lightning seemed like a doomsday disaster, and the overcast sky seemed like daytime. A huge pillar of lightning fell like a hot knife through butter, hitting Rodden's back with a bang. The huge figure suddenly sank and smashed towards the Cake Island. Wagwa. The furious Charlotte Linlin immediately seized the opportunity, grabbed the hat on her head and turned it into a giant sword, and swung it with a huge blow without hesitation. The invisible slashing energy immediately pierced through the air, carrying with it an invisible air wave as it pierced through the falling figure. Boom. The attack was so powerful that it could penetrate even supergiant sea kings. A T landed on the fire monster, making a deafening noise. The figure that was falling down was directly pushed away again. "Oh, damn old woman!" Rodden, who was hit by the huge bombardment, roared in vain, feeling the tearing pain in his abdomen, and opened his mouth to spit out a flame mixed with volcanic ash. Red flames fell from the sky, catching everyone below off guard. "Ah, help. Mom, help." There were tens of thousands of souls on the entire Cake Island, and this scorching heat wave burned countless of them to death instantly. However, the spewing flames did not stop there, but instead swept across the gaps between the buildings on Cake Island like a storm. The buildings, which were originally made of food, melted or burned instantly under the heat wave. The flames were raging, and there were screams. When Charlotte Lingling saw this, she became furious and screamed. He had never been so angry since he became a pirate. Seeing that the nations he had built with his own hands were destroyed by 1/3 of their number under that breath, the cold aura of hell emerged from his entire body. As that aura emerged, all the pirates around, including her children, began to tremble. However, no matter how powerful his soul aura was, it had no effect on Rodden in the sky. This is also a characteristic of the Titan form. After all, something like Rodden cannot possibly have a soul, and therefore is not affected by the soul. As Charlotte Lingling below continued to release soul power, the souls of those creatures that died in the Sea of Fire were all gathered together bit by bit. "I want you dead." As the souls were collected, the sword in Charlotte Lingling's hand suddenly changed and became an even bigger sword. Immediately, she jumped up with her feet, and her huge, fat body rose from the ground, and she swung a huge blow towards Rodden in midair. The purple slash was wrapped in black electric substance and instantly turned into a huge crescent-shaped slash. The slash, filled with domineering and angry power, instantly reached below Rodden. Boom. A huge explosion was heard, and gray-white smoke swept across, with huge dust clouds covering the sun. Boom. Charlotte Lindling fell to the ground with a little sweat on her face. It was obvious that the previous blow had consumed a lot of her energy. Should he be dead? The people below, looking at the sky filled with smoke and dust, couldn't help but speculate. That is, Just when everyone was looking forward to the monster's death, someone suddenly shouted. As the minion cried out in surprise, everyone saw a sudden bulge in the smoke and dust, followed by a ferocious beast breaking out of the smoke. Afterwards, it swooped down, trailing a long trail of flames and smoke. Damn it! Seeing this, Charlotte Lingling ignored her tired body, shouted angrily, and swung the giant sword again to strike. However, this strike was far inferior to the previous one. The seemingly terrifying and unmatched huge blow was as fragile as a breeze in front of the monster. The giant beast stretched out its thick short legs from its belly and directly grabbed the blow, which disappeared in the wind with a loud bang. Watching the slash disappear into the wind, the people below were completely shocked and horrified. Seeing that the giant beast was about to fall, everyone was scared and ran away. This is my territory. You are not allowed to mess around. Seeing this situation, Charlotte Lin went completely crazy. She held the giant sword in her hand and swung out huge attacks regardless of whether it was useful or not. It was a terrifying slash. Even if Kaido were resurrected at this moment, he probably wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, she didn't know that she was not facing Kaido, but a horrifying creature from 800 years ago. And there is an unknown identity. The ferocious beast ignored all attacks. Boom, boom, boom. There were dull crashes one after another, and huge puffs of dust one after another, blown by the strong wind like waves. And in such waves, the ferocious beast suddenly flapped its wings and flew low over the island. Wherever it passed, it was instantly ignited by the scorching waves and melt. "I've had enough fun, old woman," Rodden screamed, opened his huge mouth and aimed at Charlotte Lin and the buildings behind him. He took a deep breath, and with a boom, a hot wave wrapped in black ash gushed out. The wave rushed forward, burning down all the buildings along the way. Facing the oncoming wave, Charlotte Lin used the armed color domineering to defend her body, and then gathered all her strength and energy. His 10 thick fingers tightly grasped the huge sword. He raised his arm and shouted angrily. Wagwa! Buzz! Boom, boom, boom. The huge energy formed an invisible attack, scraping the ground in front of her and flying towards the approaching wave. This was the only attack she could make at this moment. It was also the attack in which she could muster all her strength. In the blink of an eye, the impact collided with a heat wave, and as expected, it broke through the heat wave with a loud bang and rushed towards the huge creature without slowing down. Kill him! The moment the flaming wave was broken, the pirates cheered, as if the giant beast would fall under the powerful attack of its mother in the next moment. However, as the attack hit the beast again, everyone. The eyes are stretched to the limit. He looked incredulous and said in despair, "How is this possible?" 81, Chapter 81, The War is Coming. Boom. There was a loud crack of energy and violent airwaves spread out in all directions. The flowers, plants, and trees that were made up of food were instantly melted into liquid and were blown away by the hurricane. However, the giant beast, which should have been injured in everyone's eyes, was not damaged at all. It rushed out of the world in flames, and wherever it passed was like a sea of fire and purgatory. How is that possible? Everyone looked at the ferocious beast and was terrified. Everyone shrank behind Charlotte Lin, trying to avoid the attack. However, they didn't expect that the next moment, Charlotte Lin was faster than them. She left everyone behind without hesitation and dodged to the side, completely exposing everyone. The desperate crowd forgot to shout, and when they finally reacted, a flame rushed towards them and ignited them instantly. Ah! Help! The people who were set on fire did not die immediately. Instead, they rolled over and cried for help with their bodies burning, beating themselves desperately with their hands. But the flames seemed to be impossible to extinguish, and along with screams, they turned into charred corpses. The death of her pirate group did not make Charlotte Lin feel much. But he also knew that even if he wanted to run, he would never be able to outrun the man with arms. Helplessly, he had to pick up the giant sword again and prepare to continue fighting. However, it was obvious that Rodden had had enough fun. Seeing the opponent's posture, a hint of disdain flashed in his huge eyes. He flapped his wings and stretched out his feet to grab Charlotte Lin in front of him. "Asshole, I won't let you off easily even if I die." Along with the angry roar, Charlotte Lin raised the giant sword in her hand and displayed the domineering color entanglement in the critical moment. "I said I've had enough, old woman." Faced with such a terrifying attack, Rodden was not afraid. He grabbed the giant sword with his feet with a bang. Click, click, click. The great sword, which had grown huge under the influence of the soul fruit, was as fragile as a candy bar under Rodden's claws and was immediately crushed into pieces. How is that possible? Charlotte Linling looked at the shattered soul sword in surprise. Nothing is impossible because you and I are not on the same level. Leighton couldn't bear to hit the other party, so he told the truth. Indeed, as Leighton said, everyone thinks that the Four Emperors level is the pinnacle, but they don't know that there is a higher level above it. After saying the comforting words, Rodden opened his huge mouth, and flames spewed out with a loud bang. The raging flames enveloped Charlotte Linling from head to toe. Charlotte Linlin, who had the powerful physique of a giant and her own super defense, did not die immediately, but turned into a huge fireman in the flames. I'm so unwilling, my .my world. King Ghidorah, who was high in the sky, witnessed everything and felt that Charlotte Linlin was really pitiful. He clearly has great strength, but he is only one step away from the final step. Having superior conditions, they did not make progress, but instead played the World Games game in the New World. From the idea of the establishment of all nations, it is not difficult to see a microcosm of the great kingdom of the past. From this point, he knew that the other party must know about the great kingdom of the past. Although there is a miniature of a huge kingdom, there is no ideal of a huge kingdom. In the end, it's just a fantasy. Looking at the destroyed island below, Ghidorah remembered that there seemed to be several historical texts here. Thinking of this, he fell from the sky and came to the burning island. Looking at the huge building in the distance, he flapped his wings without hesitation to create a storm. The violent storm carried the sharp blade, and the huge building shattered and collapsed with a loud bang. He leaped again and flew to the top of the ruins, and soon found 2 black and 1 red historical texts. Oh, why is this thing here? Leighton, who came from a distance, was surprised when he saw those historical texts. Who knows, maybe he collected it from somewhere. Ghidorah said as he looked at the words on the historical texts. Who wrote this thing in the first place? Is it all bullshit? I've already said it before. History is rewritten by the victors. There's no point in you keeping it. After reading the content above, King Ghidorah said with an unhappy look on his face. According to your suggestion, I didn't plan to keep this thing back then. Later, I found a place to recuperate due to my injury, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But I guess the only person who could do such a thing is that woman named Kazuki. Leighton also glanced at the text above, thought about it, and replied. She is indeed a self-righteous woman. I shouldn't have told you this kind of text in the first place. Ghidorah, looking at those words, couldn't help but think of his second hometown. Of course, his first hometown is still the blue planet hidden in his heart. Due to his powerful brain, he has retained all his memories so far and cannot help but fall into reminiscence. As his deep memories emerged, nearly 2,000 years of memories flashed by like slides. During these long years, he had witnessed the rise and fall of countless kingdoms. Up until this point, he had no idea what he wanted to do. Perhaps ending everything in this world and establishing an ideal country is his only pursuit. Hey, if we don't leave, this place is going to burn down. Suddenly, Leighton's voice woke him up from his deep memories. Turning around and looking at the entire island, I realized that the entire Cake Island had been engulfed in flames before I knew it. 10,000 nations, another ideal country, is destroyed, but it is not the last. Do we need to destroy them all? Rodden's voice sounded again. Ghidorah heard the sound and noticed several pirate ships fleeing on the sea in the distance. He said without thinking, No need. How much trouble can they cause? As he said, in front of the huge kingdom he revived, these fleeing pirates had no chance at all. Any threats? He stood on the Cake Island for a while, until he felt the island beneath him begin to shake. Then he slowly flew up. Bulu bulu. At this moment, the sound of a telephone rang in the left side of my head. Ghidorah was immediately curious. Although there were only 3 people who could dial this den mushi, when the den mushi rang, it meant that something important must have happened. As the thought progressed, the tongue of the left head rolled out and opened, revealing a wet den mushi. Master, something bad has happened. The outpost has been attacked. The moment the den mushi was connected, Sabo's anxious voice came from the other end. Attacked? By whom? Ghidorah was stunned when he heard this. The outpost was under attack, and with the strength of Sabo and others, they shouldn't have called him. I don't know, it's a giant, a very big, very huge giant. Everything is ruined, Sabo said anxiously. Giant? Suddenly, Ghidorah seemed to have thought of something. The three heads all looked grim at the same time and said gloomily, "Giant God Army. Assholes, I didn't look for you, but you came first." Giant God Army? Leighton, who was standing by, was immediately surprised when he heard this. Those guys are still alive? Alive, and I killed a few. He flapped his wings and said, "Come on, follow me to the outpost. Today, you can't go anywhere." At this moment, accompanied by a roar, a huge steel warship hundreds of meters long sprang up from the bottom of the sea, breaking through the water with a loud bang, and two huge giants wearing horned steel helmets appeared in their eyes. 82, Chapter 82, The Former Hero. Saul. Greta. And Pluto's right wing, that's it. Did I really want to know who gave you the courage? You actually want to provoke me with this? Ghidorah Larson's cold voice sounded in mid-air, as if the two world-class fighters in front of him were worthless. No, in fact, it's worthless. Be it Pluto or the giant god soldier, in his eyes, as long as these people don't conflict with each other, they can be ignored. Our mission is not to fight you to death, just to hold you back. The giant standing on the left side of the giant ship drew out a giant sword and shield from his back and spoke loudly. Following the giant's move, another giant also took out a weapon from his back, but it was not a giant sword, but a huge, thick black mace. The spikes on it are very shiny and black. The two were the captain and deputy captain of the giant god corps, and they were standing on the right wing of the Pluto component. A Pluto is composed of three parts: the main body, left and right wings. The main body is Pluto's core cannon, and its left and right wings are two huge battleships. There is no such technology in the world today to build giant ships with steel. And these Hades all came from thousands of years ago, which was the most glorious era of this world. In today's declining world, everyone can imagine that the ships that once soared on the sea were all giant steel ships. However, as time passed, technology was lost and the remaining steel ships could not escape the fate of decay. The reason why Pluto has been preserved to this day is because its creator forged it using the materials produced by the combination of the dark fruit and the swallow fruit. With today's technological level, it is impossible to decipher Pluto's materials, and Sabo is probably the only one who could try to make it. Thinking of Sabo, Ghidorah seemed to have thought of something and stared with his huge eyes and said in astonishment, "Did those old guys notice something?" The path he pointed out for Sabo seemed unintentional, but in fact he had his own calculations. However, he didn't expect that although he didn't show that he cared too much and even let it be discovered freely, it still attracted the attention of some people. Who knows? Our mission is to hold you back. Saul raised the giant sword in his hand and said, "Although we cannot match you, with the help of the right wing, we can still hold you back." When King Ghidorah heard this, he agreed with this statement in his heart, but it seemed that the other party was indeed well prepared. Since the other party doesn't want me to go back, then I might as well not go back. Thinking of this, the corners of his ferocious mouth gradually opened up, revealing a ferocious smile. That doesn't matter. Seeing his performance, Saul couldn't help but frown, with a bad suspicion in his heart. Could it be? The uneasiness in his heart became stronger, and Saul did not dare to say out loud the unrealistic speculation. In the Grand Line, in the first half of the New World, there is an island called Germaja, which is the outpost island where Sabo and others are located. But now it encountered a devastating blow. Aokiji and Sabo, with bloody heads, looked at the 100-meter-tall coastal giant in shock. Especially the former, his eyes widened with disbelief. Ever since he became the Admiral of the Navy, he has always believed that even if he is not the strongest in the world, he is still among the strong ones. But he never expected that with his limited strength, he was as weak as a child in front of the giant. Even Sabo beside him could surpass him when he exerted his full strength. "I'm so sorry that I just invited you to join me, and now I'm in trouble. I've already informed the master. I believe he will be here soon." Sabo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the 100-meter-tall giant, and looked at Aokiji with an apologetic look. "Are you sorry? I am really troubled by you." Aokiji looked at Sabo helplessly and continued, "I should also thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen such a horrible monster." Aokiji, whose worldview was refreshed once again, wiped the blood off his face and continued, "No need to apologize. Let's just think about how to deal with this guy." "Yes." Sabo smiled bitterly and then said, "There's no other way. We can only use that. I hope I can hold the other party back." As he spoke, thick black fog suddenly burst out from under his feet, like a pool of thick ink that could not be dissolved. The black fog, composed of countless dark energies, rolled around like a thick fog and swallowed up everything around it the next moment. Hey, I'm still here. Aokiji was shocked when he saw this, but then he felt relieved when he realized that he was not affected by the other party's fruit. Thick black fog spread over half of the beach and instantly reached the feet of the giant. What a nuisance! He's so big. Feeling the giant in the dark, Sabo said with an unpleasant expression, "The ability of the dark fruit, absorbing living things and dead things, is completely different. Dead things can be absorbed at will, but living things will struggle. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but the giant in front of him was obviously much stronger than him. Ah, little devil, you actually want to trap me with this? What a ridiculous idea." The giant felt the dark energy under his feet. His ferocious face sneered, and he took a step forward to break free from the darkness. Puff. Sabo, with veins bulging on his forehead, spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the towering body in disbelief. Even though his strength was improved, the time was too short, and he was completely unable to contend with the terrifying giant in front of him. If he were given more time, he believed that he would definitely be stronger than the other party. However, there is no point in thinking so much now. Little devil. Just when Sabo was at a loss and helpless, a sonorous and old voice sounded behind him. Vice Admiral Garp. Hearing this, Aokiji, who turned around first, saw the person coming, and his eyes widened immediately. I can't believe it. Old man. Sabo also looked at the newcomer in disbelief. Neither of them had expected that the retired Vice Admiral Garp would appear here, and judging from the look of it, he didn't just pass by chance. Looking at the two familiar people, a smile appeared on Garp's serious face. Then he said with some distress, "Really? I'm already a retired man, and you still want me to go to the battlefield." After retiring, Cap returned to Donghai Windmill Village, intending to live a leisurely retirement life. However, he did not expect that his son Dorag would find him and take him to see an old man. After learning that the other party was the ancestor of the monk family, he guessed that his peaceful retirement life was over. The ancestor of the tribe, and brought with him a devil fruit given to him by King Ghidorah. He was originally very resistant to the devil fruit, but he did not dare to disobey his family's orders, so he had no choice but to eat the devil fruit. After gaining the power of the fruit, Garp was taken to an uninhabited island somewhere in the East China Sea to practice, and he only finished his training some time ago. However, he didn't expect that after returning to the Red Earth continent, he would be assigned as the son of his superior. Hence the scene before us. 83. Chapter 83, Garp's Devil Fruit. Oh man, don't joke. This kind of battle is no longer something you can participate in. You are no longer a naval hero. You are not. Although Old Man Cap brought him a lot of childhood trauma during his youth, his love was also full of love. Although there is no blood relationship between the two, they are like family members. For whatever reason, Sabo would not allow this old guy to die here. What an unlovable little devil. Do you want to taste my loving fist? When Garp heard this, he felt relieved and touched, but he would not show it. He raised his fist, walked to the two of them, and whispered, "Really? I was underestimated. Aokiji, take this brat to the ship." As he said this, he looked at the 100-meter-tall giant, his eyes fixed. "Next, leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished speaking, veins on Garp's body suddenly bulged, and his clothes burst with a swish, followed by his skin quickly turning black. The black skin, blue veins, and muscles were bulging wildly, growing bigger and stronger like expanding cells. "What?" Sabo and Aokiji exclaimed in unison. "Go." Aokiji didn't know what was going on with Vice Admiral Garp's change, but out of admiration for the latter, he still followed the order and pulled Sabo directly towards the center of the island. "No, I won't leave. I can't leave Old Man Garp here alone." Sabo struggled. "Don't be unreasonable. Although I don't know why Vice Admiral Garp has changed like this, I can guess what fruit he ate. If Vice Admiral Garp could choose this fruit, it must not be an ordinary fruit, so if we stay here, I'm afraid it will affect his performance." While running away, Aokiji quickly told his analysis. As he said, how could a man who has seen countless fruits in his life easily choose an ordinary devil fruit? As the black flesh stirred, Garp gradually lost his human appearance. His hands and feet were on the ground, and his body expanded violently, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. After a while, it turned into a black monster over 100 meters tall with a triangular head and jaw and red eyes. "Really? If possible, I really don't want to show myself in front of people I know in this posture. It's really too ugly. Garp transformed into a giant beast and let out a loud roar. What? It's that fruit. Seeing this, Sabo couldn't help but think of a fruit that King Ghidorah once told him about. But he didn't expect that this fruit was actually given to Old Man Garp. Do you know him? Aokiji was also shocked by the change in Vice Admiral Garp. After hearing Sabo's words, he turned around and asked, Yes, animal-type mythical beast fruit, Titan-type, Muto form. What? How is it possible to have such a fruit? Hearing the name of this fruit, Aokiji couldn't help but be even more shocked. In his memory, he had never heard of this fruit being called this. Even in the fruit illustrations I saw back then, there was no record of this kind of fruit. I'm not sure about that. I just remember that Master said that there were a total of 6 of these fruits, including the one yours belonged to. Sabo thought of what King Ghidorah had said to him not long ago, and subconsciously told Aokiji everything. However, an unintentional remark made Aokiji stunned again. Create. The other party actually used the word creation in his words just now. Could it be that these devil fruits don't grow naturally? Was it created by humans? Who on earth could create these horrible devil fruits? Could it be? Aokiji had a vague answer in his heart, but he felt that the answer was a bit too far-fetched, so he didn't dare to think about it too deeply. Boom. As the two reached the center of the island, a loud crash was heard on the coast. From a distance, you can see that the two huge monsters have collided with each other. Although the giant's height is shorter than Vice Admiral Garp in his fruit state, the weapon in his hand makes up for it. The two huge monsters seem to be engaged in the most brutal battle. There were no fancy moves. They were just competing in strength. The giant god soldier is a man-made monster that has no sense of pain and therefore does not know what fear is. A monster with thoughts but no fear is destined to be a crazy combination. Looking at Garp again, although he transformed into the Muto form, he is not as familiar as Ghidorah and Rodden. With clumsy movements and fighting against a giant who had no sense of pain, it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. The stalemate in the battle between the two sides ravaged the island like a natural disaster. Every collision will produce a huge shock wave and a violent storm, and this impact has no effect on Sabo and Aokiji, but it is doomsday for ordinary people. Boom. Puff. The huge, hook-like forelimbs instantly pierced through the giant's shoulders, and with a loud bang, the huge black flesh wings opened. Damn it, what a tough guy! Garp yelled, flapping his wings wildly and pulling down the giant he had hooked. From the beginning of the battle, he thought that the opponent might be a difficult guy. But he never expected that the opponent was actually a monster that felt no pain at all. After several fights, he was cut by the giant's sword and suffered 2 wounds. As a former Navy warrior, he had never suffered such humiliation before, and he suddenly became furious. Facts have proved that rapid growth can only be achieved in actual combat. After continuous attempts, Garp finally became familiar with his Muto form. Then they began to attack the opponent in different ways. This was enough to prove how terrifying the Monchi-D family was. After knocking down the giant, Garp did not show any mercy. Showing mercy, he raised his other huge front paw and smashed it towards the giant's head. The huge hooked front paw is pitch black and extremely hard. If it hits the giant hard, I'm afraid the giant's brain will burst on the spot. The giant lying on the ground with his shoulder blade and flesh torn apart was not afraid at all. He raised his giant feet and kicked Garp in the stomach with a bang. The violent force directly kicked Garp into the air. With a ripping sound, another piece of flesh and blood was torn off the giant's body. Asshole! The giant stood up without hesitation. His entire left arm had lost all feeling and was even useless. The giant was furious. He picked up the giant's sword on the ground, assumed a chopping posture, and suddenly mobilized all the energy in his body. Waigua, a common move used by the giants, instantly burst out from the giant's sword in the hand of the 100-meter-tall giant. The violent and huge energy instantly penetrated the air and formed an air vortex with a diameter of more than 100 meters, with ripples radiating around it. Seeing this in mid-air, Garp was also horrified and subconsciously spread his wings to avoid it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The violent slashing energy broke through layer after layer of sound barriers, leaving behind circular vortices. The giant's power has surpassed all other giants. If he was hit, even Garp in Muto form might not be able to get any benefit. 84, Chapter 84, Joining Forces to Kill. Bang. Puff, puff, puff. The huge slash and the huge body made it impossible to dodge, even if one tried one's best. Garp was still hit in the flank by the opponent's terrifying Waigwa, a blow 100 times more terrifying than Roger's divine avoidance back then, which instantly tore apart his strong body. Blood fell on the sea like rain, instantly dyeing the sea red. Old Man Garp, Vice Admiral Garp. On the island, Sabo and Aokiji saw this and screamed loudly. The two men ran towards the coast like crazy, and they arrived in an instant and attacked without any communication. The powerful Sabo was the main attacker, mobilizing the dark energy to restrain the giant, and then he used an extremely strong and extreme dragon claw hand to reach for the opponent's chest. The pitch-black arm emitted purple-black lightning with a sizzle. It turned out to be the domineering color that he had never understood before, but it burst out naturally in this urgent situation. Aokiji was shocked when he saw this, and then he didn't hesitate at all, put his hands on the beach and shouted in a low voice. Ice Age. Click, click, click. The icy air spreading from the arms and palms froze instantly. The white frost froze the beach and spread rapidly towards the giant. After using a super Waigwa move, the giant with one arm broken was unable to react in time to the attacks of the two people. The seawater on the beach beneath his feet froze instantly. He did not feel any cold or pain, but his steps were restricted. Looking at Sabo, who was approaching, he subconsciously raised the giant sword and stood in front of him, and with a bang he blocked the violent attack that was entangled with the domineering color. The two sides collided, and Sabo, who was surrounded by domineering color due to anger, was not bounced away. Instead, it was the pitch-black dragon claws that pressed tightly against the giant's sword. Asshole, you actually did that to Old Man Garp. Sabo stared at the huge figure in front of him with slightly bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth and said, Absolutely, absolutely unforgivable. Along with his roar, his hard dragon claws flashed purple lightning again. Sizzle. Amidst the sharp and piercing sound, there was a faint cracking sound of shattering. It turned out that the giant sword that had withstood the attack had secret cracks appearing on it, and it was obvious that it could no longer bear the weight. Little devil, as long as you die obediently, I promise to let everyone go. The giant, who felt that the giant sword could no longer support him, grinned and said, although he was not afraid of death, this meaningless death would not bring any contribution to the organization. He is a painless war machine, but not a thoughtless fool. Don't believe what he says. Please reply below and immediately give a loud reminder if you see Sabo hesitate. If something went wrong with Sabo at this time, I'm afraid the entire island would be slaughtered. Asshole, how could I possibly believe that? Do you think I, Sabo's chief of staff, got the position through back doors? Sabo, who was awakened by Aokiji's words, couldn't help but make a cold joke. However, apparently no one could understand his joke. After he finished speaking, Sabo relied on his senses, and the domineering color wrapped around his hands not only did not decrease, but instead burst out again. Under the violent energy, the giant sword was as fragile as glass. Snap. With a crisp sound, the giant sword shattered, and the raging violent energy rushed towards the heart of the giant's chest with a devastating force. Faintly, as if it was an illusion, the giant and Aokiji below both saw an illusory black dragon claw. The sharp claws wrapped in purple lightning pierced into the giant's pectoral muscles with a puff sound. Crash. Bright red blood plasma suddenly spurted out. Soul Egg. The absence of pain does not mean the absence of anger. When the giant saw the huge hole in his chest and blood spurting out, he instantly became angry. He, the deputy commander of the ancient Titan Legion, actually had his chest ripped open by a bug. This is undoubtedly a mockery, and undoubtedly a stain on his career. Enduring the discomfort, the giant swung his fist with a buzz sound and blasted towards the tiny insect in front of him with violent energy. Die, reptile. The giant's eyes flashed blood. The giant, spraying blood, went crazy, while Sabo in midair moved slowly for a moment because he had overused his abilities. In his current state, it would be difficult for him to avoid the attack. But he didn't dare to just wait for death, so he had to relax his body and let it fall freely under the pull of gravity. Freeze. Aokiji below saw this and became anxious. In a flash, he saw the blood plasma flowing from the giant's chest, and an unrealistic idea flashed through his mind. Although it is impractical, it is still used. On the frosty ice, the spilled blood was instantly frozen into red ice crystals. As the plasma froze, the cold air rose rapidly, freezing the spilled plasma along the way with unstoppable force. Under deliberate control, the ice crystals in the air formed a flat ice surface. The spilled plasma flowed along the ice surface and, controlled by the ice air, continued to move towards the giant's arm. Layer upon layer of bright red ice continued to form, like a rapidly growing bright red ice spear. Aokiji had suddenly come up with this move, but he never expected that it would be so mentally and physically demanding. Controlling and calculating at the same time is simply not a job for humans. Or rather, it was not a move that belonged to him, but because he was eager to save people, he could only endure it. It seemed like a long time, but in fact all the above moves were formed in just an instant. The madly swallowing and spitting blood-red ice crystals hit the giant's arm with a bang. Puff. Ice, when it comes to sharpness, is sharper than any knife. The ice spike that hit the giant's arm instantly pierced through it. With a loud crack, the ice crystal shattered and the tendons in his hands were cut. However, what is more terrifying is that the freezing at the other end of the abdomen, it also shattered with a vibration. The shattered ice crystals were covered with sharp spikes, which pierced into the giant's abdomen again with a puff sound. The giant, who was hit twice by the arms and abdomen, finally lost his firmness and fell to his knees with a loud bang. The seemingly complicated attack took only half a minute from beginning to end. The two men knocked down the giant with their anger, and Aokiji caught the falling Sabo. Damn ants. The giant was kneeling on the ground, with blood flowing from his mouth, chest, and abdomen, but he still looked strong. The huge, bright red eyes revealed a look that was ready to devour anyone, and slowly he stood up. Bang. Call. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, a strong wind blew up. Garp, whose wings were torn into numerous cracks on one side, suddenly appeared, and his two hooked hind claws directly hooked onto the giant's back, and with a swish sound, two huge wounds were torn open. He fell onto the ice with a loud bang, shattering the bright red ice crystals frozen on his chest. The huge wound on the black bone with a metallic luster was exposed, and blood was spilling down like a river bursting its banks. The moment it touched the ice, it turned into bright red icicles. Old man. Sabo saw that Garp was still alive, and there was a sparkle in the corner of his eyes. Then he noticed that Juran was not dead. Tesuke, what a trouble. How can he not die like this? It seems that the only thing we can do is destroy the head. Aokiji's eyes flashed with joy, and then he thought. 85. Chapter 85, The Secret of the Undead Giant God Soldier. After Aokiji finished speaking, he released two huge ice spears and shot them at the giant's head. But who would have thought that the hard and sharp ice spear would instantly shatter into ice chips when it hit the head, only cutting the skin? Garp, Sabo, and Aokiji, who had regained their human forms, had never expected such a situation to occur. Dealing with a giant that has no chance of fighting back is like a dog trying to catch a hedgehog, not knowing where to start. Compared to the three people who took a breath, the giant who had lost his fighting ability grinned with his huge mouth and laughed, hee. Now you know how powerful we are, right? A lowly insect trying to kill the giant god soldier is simply wishful thinking. Yeah. Yendi, the god of fire, has come to the world. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned fiery red, and accompanied by a young and cold voice, a huge fireman several dozen meters tall fell from the sky. The red giant, like a falling meteorite, exploded with a loud bang. The raging flames engulfed the giant, and the raging fire burned with a crackling sound accompanied by black smoke. Asshole! The giant engulfed in flames did not utter any howls of pain, but instead roared in fear. Even the giant god soldier, developed by the scientific genius back then, couldn't help but feel frightened under the flames. It didn't matter if their skin, flesh, or internal organs were damaged. As long as their bodies were there, they would be resurrected one day. But facing the raging flames, their cores would probably be burned, and by then, let alone resurrection, even their bodies would probably perish. Amidst the raging flames, a figure slowly walked out and came in front of Garp and the others. Old man. Sabo. Ace looked at the three people opposite him with a sunny smile and greeted them one by one. But when it came to Aokiji, he didn't know how to address him. Finally, I could only say with a little embarrassment, "Sorry, I'm late." Looking at Ace, Garp thought about the Battle of Marineford. Perhaps saving Ace was the proudest thing in his life. At this moment, everything was left unsaid between the grandfather and grandson. Ace thought, "Why are you here?" Sabo looked at Ace in surprise. Aokiji didn't care. After all, the two sides were still in a hostile state before. Seeing that the problem was resolved, he felt relieved. He was too lazy to find a place and just lay down on the beach to rest. It's not just me who's here, everyone is here. Ace couldn't help but blink when he saw his brother and looked towards the distant sea. where he saw several pirate ships standing in the distance on the frozen sea. White, all the Whitebeard members are here? Sabo asked in surprise. Ace glanced at the tragic situation on the island and said with regret on his face, "Yes, we came here as soon as we received the intelligence. It seems that we are a little late." "No, you're not late." Sabo shook his head and was about to speak again, but a loud explosion was heard in the burning flames. How could the giant god soldiers be defeated by you? Like a piece of iron scratching glass, a sharp and piercing sound came from the flames. Along with the sound, a black shadow in the flames slowly stood up and made a series of sour sounds, like mechanical friction. The few people who had just relaxed were suddenly shocked when they saw this. Boom, boom, plop. The giant barely moved 2 steps, then fell to his knees again with a loud bang. A strong wind blew up, blowing away the flames and revealing the giant's face. Under the skin and flesh that had long been burned by the flames was a huge, black skeleton with a metallic luster. Inside its skull was a charred brain that looked like a dehydrated walnut kernel. The cold and huge steel body instantly made several people shudder. What is this? Ace looked at the giant's corpse that he had cremated in horror, his eyes as big as copper bells. When Aokiji was in the Navy, he had the honor of witnessing the process of the world government creating pacifists, but even so, he couldn't help but be surprised and thought to himself, could it be that the technology thousands of years ago was more advanced than it is today? As was consistent with Garp's character, he just laughed out loud, and after being slightly surprised, he said nothing else. On the contrary, it was Sabo who reacted most strongly among the few people. Especially when he looked at the black bones, he seemed to have thought of something, and stood up with undisguised excitement in his eyes. Special metal, what a luxury! Sabo, with an excited look on his face, came near the huge metal skeleton and wanted to mobilize energy to devour it, but he felt weak and powerless. It turned out that he had just released all his energy, so it was obviously impossible to devour this skeleton. In the end, I can only give up temporarily. Everyone rested for a while, Aokiji unfrozen the sea, and soon the entire Whitebeard pirates arrived. When they saw the huge metal skeleton, everyone was shocked again. What's this? The world government's newly developed pacifist? Compared to the pirates who were talking about this, Whitebeard just had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then he came to the beach and looked at Garp and teased him. "Kula, old Garp, you didn't get beaten to death. You're really lucky." Laughing loudly, Whitebeard came in front of the few people, looked at Aokiji with a little surprise, and then ignored him, looking at the wish he sighed. "I'm afraid the war has already come. Asshole, stop pretending to be profound with me." Garp, who had recovered his strength, stood up and kicked directly at Whitebeard. Bang! Whitebeard turned around and raised his leg to block the attack. He glanced at the wound under the opponent's ribs that was gradually healing and thought in shock. Did you eat an animal-type fruit? In this world, the only thing that can improve or even change one's physical condition is undoubtedly the animal-type devil fruit. But the fruit that Garp can eat voluntarily, I'm afraid it won't be a simple fruit. Although he was shocked in his heart, he did not show it on his face and even smiled. Look at your injuries. Did someone take your kidneys off? You're the one who had your kidneys taken off. Garp said angrily upon hearing this, and then he attacked again, colliding with Whitebeard again. With the two of them relying solely on their physical strength, Garp had the upper hand over the other, which undoubtedly made Whitebeard more certain. This old ghost in front of me must have eaten some extraordinary fruit. Garp didn't know what Whitebeard was thinking. If he knew, he would probably go berserk immediately. If possible, he would not have the face to reveal his fruit ability in front of acquaintances, because that thing was totally inconsistent with his aesthetic taste. Fortunately, Ghidorah had assured him that this fruit was only temporary, and the fruit that suited him best was in someone else's hands. As long as that fruit is taken back, this Mudo-form fruit will be immediately replaced for him. Although this fruit is powerful, its outrageous appearance is the reason why it has been preserved from ancient times to this day. As for the fruit that King Ghidorah mentioned is suitable for Garp, it does exist, but if nothing unexpected happens, it is probably still in the possession of the 20 kings. 86. Chapter 086 Return. Saul, your giant god core, has not made any progress in 800 years. Eternal life, but it also limits your development. If only this. But as King Ghidorah spoke, the dark clouded sea burst into golden light. An array of golden electric currents spewed out from his mouth. Seeing this, the giant with curly beard and horned helmet raised the round shield made of special metal in his hand without hesitation, and rose from the battleship with a loud bang. As the huge battleship sank more than 20 meters below the waterline, the huge buoyancy lifted the giant ship up again. Saul also jumped up with a buoyancy, placed the shield in front of him, and flew towards Ghidorah. As Saul jumped up, another giant also jumped up, holding his weapons tightly with both hands, and slashed towards Rodden on the other side like a giant who created the world. Two giants, two huge beasts, stirred up the ocean currents like a natural disaster in this sea where strong winds raged and lightning flashed. The violent collision sound resounded throughout the world. Weak, too weak. After dodging Gret's slash, Rodden turned around and circled in the air again, looking at the giant who had already fallen and couldn't help but sneer. Thousands of years ago, these guys were no match for him, and even now they still haven't made any progress. This made him lose interest. His body suddenly flipped over and dived towards the giant ship below like a ray of flame. Damn firebugs. Gret, who landed on the warship, suddenly swung the huge black thorny stick in his hand behind him. Then his arm veins tensed, and with a whoosh sound, he swung towards the swooping Rodden. Boom. It was like the posture of batting a baseball. It hit the target instantly, and a huge muffled sound was heard. The invisible impact rolled up again, pushing the air and forming a hurricane. However, hey, it really hurts. Rodden, who swooped down, did not suffer any damage from the violent attack. The skin was pitch black with red flame patterns and as dry as magma, but it was just splashing with liquid flames. That's magma. Rodden, who was hit into a pulp by a stick, showed a hideous smile on his face, spun his body, and spread his wings with a boom. A dry, hot air wave swept up and hit the giant head-on. Faced with a gust of wind that distorted even the air, Greta had to withdraw his giant mace and subconsciously raised his arms to block it. However, when he instinctively resisted, his skin instantly turned red, and blisters appeared as if it was roasted by a burning flame, and then the epidermis split open to reveal bright red flesh. The bright red blood was affected by the airwave and instantly turned into white mist. The giant warrior Greta felt no pain at all and punched Rodden, who was in front of him, without realizing it. However, the tonnage gap between the two sides is bound to be there, and even if they attack with all their strength, they probably won't be able to shake the opponent. Boom. With a loud bang, the giants and warships were pressed into the sea level by Rodden. Huge waves tens of meters high were splashed, rolling and spreading radiation. Thousands of years ago, you were no match for me in a one-on-one fight. I didn't expect you to still not learn your lesson. You guys being alive, is just a waste of air. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the words fell, hot, red flames spewed out of Rodden's mouth. The huge wave of flames instantly swept across the entire deck of the giant ship, and the high temperature of thousands of degrees instantly evaporated the giant under him. The flames died down, leaving behind a smoky scorch mark and the unmeltable black skeleton of a giant on the deck. Boom. Wow, wow. Suddenly, another loud noise was heard, and along with it, a huge figure crashed into the sea, and the rolling waves pushed the giant ship to sway. Boom. It seems you are faster than me. Ghidorah landed on the deck with a bang, looked at the giant that had been burned to only a skeleton, and made a teasing remark. It's just that I've had enough fun. These guys are still so fragile. Rodden glanced at the huge black skeleton and said with disdain, Don't speak so badly of them. The entire army comes together, even if it may not be beneficial. Ghidorah heard what Rodden said and spoke. Then he slammed the deck of Pluto's right wing with his huge foot. It made an evil sound like a dragon. I know there are people down here. If you want to disappear into oblivion, I can satisfy you. Based on his understanding of Pluto, he knew that someone in Pluto's right wing was controlling it. Otherwise, it would not appear here on its own. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement, he seemed to lose his patience and started to tear the deck with his feet. Under the sharp giant feet, even the Pluto parts were gradually torn open a gap. No, we'll come out right away. Just as he tore open the deck, a middle-aged man's voice was heard over the radio. 1 minute, and I want everyone to stand in front of me in 1 minute. Otherwise, you can go downstairs and feed the Sea Kings. Ghidorah looked towards the door leading to the cabin and said gloomily. Perhaps he was really scared, for within a minute the iron door leading to the cabin opened after he finished speaking. As the iron gate opened, more than 100 people walked out one after another. It was not surprising that all personnel were wearing the uniform of the world government military. A middle-aged man wearing a righteous officer's cloak stood at the front of the team, looking at Ghidorah with fear in his eyes. Very good. Congratulations on making the right choice. Now, I don't care if you contact the world government. I only have one request. That is to drive this battleship to the entrance of the new world for me. I wonder if you can do this? Ghidorah stared at the tiny humans below with his 3 pairs of huge golden eyes and said in a cold voice. Reality, in fact, even if he killed these people, he could still bring the giant ship back to the entrance to the new world. But then he would have to use a tow truck. But with his status, could he do something so tasteless as pulling a dog sled? Of course not. Even if it was rotten, I'm afraid the latter would not do such a thing, and it is even possible that he would melt the battleship with fire. Although I really want to refuse, I know that if I refuse, the group of soldiers behind me will be buried with me. But if I accept your request, death will still be waiting for me. The middle-aged man looked at King Ghidorah in fear and continued. So I have only one condition. Condition? Condition? Do you know who you're talking to? Ghidorah looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with some amusement. He saw deep fear in the other's eyes. Since he is so afraid, yet he is not afraid to offend me and make conditions, he's an interesting guy. Speed. We will sail the warship to the new world. You will accept these soldiers, and I will commit seppuku to apologize. Okay, I promise you, let's go. Ghidorah, upon hearing this, looked at the other party with some amusement and spoke slowly. Very interesting guy. After saying that, he simply crawled down, slowly lowered his head, and took a rest. Since the other party chose to attack the outpost, I think they have already known the use of Sabo. In this case, I am afraid that the other party will not allow me to organize IT, and in this case, I will strike first. This time when I go back, I must start everything in advance. Especially for that brat Luffy. It seems that he can only send someone to catch him back, otherwise he will be restricted by the fruit, which will not be of any benefit to him. 87. Chapter 87. The Meeting of Fate. With the outpost under attack, the sea is set to go into turmoil. On the sea, no matter how rampant a pirate is, he will smell the smell of gunpowder. An island in the New World, Dressrosa, an island controlled by Tinyasha and Doflamingo. More than 10 years ago, Doflamingo took back his family's territory from King Riku and used all means to develop his own power. After first connecting with Kaido, he benefited from the War of Marineford and connected with Ghidorah. He even escaped from his bad luck after Ghidorah killed Kaido and finally ushered in his own spring. After submitting to King Ghidorah, not only was there no restriction, but his power expanded again. He secretly accepted 1/3 of Kaido's power, became a powerful man on the sea, and also obtained even more powerful support in the last meeting. After that baptism of momentum, he gained new insights into the ability of his fruit. As that scary guy said, awakening is just the beginning of the fruit. Since joining King Ghidorah, he has never received any orders, but today he finally has his first mission. But, capture the Straw Hats? What kind of order is this? Doflamingo held the order in his hand, his expression particularly thoughtful. As a warlord, and a powerful one at that, his mission is to deal with a supernova pirate. But soon, all the information about Straw Hat Boy was passed to him. When he saw the other person's last name, he was stunned. Surprisingly, he is from the same family as that guy. Are they relatives? Now that's a problem. It's really troublesome. After learning Luffy's true identity, Doflamingo became embarrassed. Compared to capturing, killing is easier to do. What a trouble. After a while, Doflamingo smiled sinisterly and said to the executives in the office, "You all know the order. Now go find the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Boy for me. A young master, there's no need to look for him. That guy and Law are already in Dressrosa." What? Doflamingo was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and said, "This saves a lot of trouble." Then he seemed to think of something and asked doubtfully, "Is Luo with them too? What are they trying to do?" The purpose is unclear for now, and not long ago, the new Admiral Fujitora also landed on the island. Admiral? Doflamingo was stunned again and felt that things were becoming more and more interesting, but he still couldn't figure out the connection between them, so he said, "Forget it, let's go and have a look." After all, that brat Luo has always been thinking about killing me. Fate is always so similar, even if there is no Caesar, even if Luffy deviates from the original route, even if there wasn't that flame fruit feast. Fate once again brought them together in Dressrosa. It's so magical. The Straw Hat Pirates looked at the Heart Pirates and were in a stalemate for a moment. "Straw Hat Master, Law looked at Luffy and greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Terra male. Luffy thought for a long time with an innocent look on his face, and then uttered a strange name. After hearing this, the Heart Pirates went berserk. Insulting the captain is insulting the pirate group he belongs to. How can we tolerate someone insulting the pirate group? Stop. Luo hurriedly stopped his members and said, I wonder if the Straw Hat Master is interested in doing something with me? If possible, I hope to form an alliance with your pirate group. Luo did not hide anything and expressed his thoughts in public. Just like in the original story, he is still Law, who is determined to kill Doflamingo. But he didn't know that Doflamingo was no longer the Doflamingo in the original work. Moreover, Luffy is not the same Luffy in the original work. It can be said that Luffy, who did not die, met his family, and learned about his own life experience, is different from the original. Although his goal is still to become the Pirate King, Dressrosa has no attraction to him at all. I came here just to supply the pirate group, and I haven't thought about anything else. So his answer was, no, I want to become the Pirate King with my own strength. The rejection without hesitation did not exceed the expectations of Zoro and others, but it made Law on the opposite side frown. Have you been rejected? Although the answer was unpleasant, Law did not take it too seriously. He turned around and led the Heart Pirates towards the town of Dressrosa. Luffy and his crew also entered the town for supplies. When everyone arrived in the town, they found a very strange problem. There were actually living toy people here. This feature immediately shocked the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone took the meager funds given by Nami and started to do their own things. Luffy had nowhere to go for a while, so he went to a nearby bar with Zoro. Hey, Luffy, do you know where the bar is? Zoro, with green hair, looked at the busy streets and said angrily to Luffy standing beside him. Hearing this, Luffy looked around the streets awkwardly. In his eyes, everything looked the same. Finally, I had to choose one direction to talk about. That one should be over here, right? After saying that, without giving Zoro any chance to refute, he started walking towards that direction. Zoro felt that the other party was deceiving him, but he was afraid that his captain would get lost, so he had to follow the other party. Unexpectedly, as the two walked further, the number of people around them decreased, and gradually, the two walked into a small, empty room. Lane. Are you sure there's a place to drink here? Zoro asked with a skeptical look as he took in his surroundings. Luffy stopped, and the alley where he met the bar in Rogue Town flashed back to his mind. He nodded heavily and said, yes, there was. The bar in Rogue Town was located in this alley. Although Zoro is a person with poor sense of direction, he's not as heartless as Luffy. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura. His hand unconsciously grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist. His muscles tensed as he looked forward. Click, click, click. A rhythmic knocking sound was heard in the quiet alley. Along with the knocking sound, a burly man in purple clothes and with his eyes closed appeared in their sight. The knocking sound came from the other party's king. Blind man? Zoro looked solemnly at the man who appeared. The other party appeared to be a blind man, but he gave him the illusion that he was powerful and invincible. No, this guy is very strong. Hey, Luffy. Just as he was thinking, Zoro saw Luffy approaching the man. His face changed, and he tightened the hilt of the sword nervously. Hey, uncle, do you know where there is a bar? Luffy was unaware of anything, and when he saw someone, he quickly stepped forward and asked with a smile. 88. Chapter 88, Broken Bar. Zoro really wanted to say, don't talk to strangers, especially a man who obviously made him feel the pressure. The sturdy man gave him the feeling of a hidden sword. If it wasn't unsheathed, it would be fine, but once it was unsheathed, it would be a tough battle. Maybe it was because of the single cell, or maybe it was because of the fruit. Luffy didn't feel any danger from the man at all. He looked at the sturdy man with an innocent face, waiting for his answer. A bar. Actually, I was looking for a bar, but because of my eyesight, I couldn't see the bar sign. So I'm sorry. The sturdy man opened his eyelids, revealing a pair of ferocious white eyeballs. Well, seeing this, Zoro, who was on high alert not far away, couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Is it an illusion? No, it's not an illusion. He instantly overturned his guess and wanted to go forward and pull Luffy away from this strange alley. Unexpectedly, the latter was even faster than him. After being surprised, he grinned and said, in that case, uncle, come with us. We should be able to find a bar if we continue walking. The strong man probably didn't expect the other party to invite him. After being stunned for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he smiled. It's rare that someone thinks highly of a blind man like me, so I'd better obey your orders. This unpretentious behavior made Zoro even more alert. He walked forward, pulled Luffy, and said, "Come on, let's go find a bar. Don't waste time here." "Oh, uncle, that you have to keep up." Luffy, who was being dragged, responded and turned around to shout to the big man in purple. The big man smiled even more when he heard this. Although he was blind, his mind was as clear as a mirror. Just based on the initial contact, he found that the other party was not like the rumors. He moved to catch up with the two of them and whispered, "Straw Hat Boy, what an interesting boy." Yes, the sturdy man was Admiral Fujitora, who came out of the Marine headquarters and was planning to go to the Red Earth continent. However, I accidentally got on the wrong boat and ended up in the wrong place. He had originally planned to wait here for the warship that would pick him up, but he didn't expect that he would meet someone unexpected by chance. He thought that since he had nothing to do, he might as well go and see the grandson of this former naval hero. There was no unpleasantness in the first contact. On the contrary, it made him feel different. Although the other side was called the Evil Era, the feeling it gave him was like that of a young boy who went out to sea just for freedom. Although it is not good for a Navy admiral to mix with pirates, but as the saying goes, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Didn't you see that Marshal Kizaru has a harmonious relationship with his father? So what can he do as a Navy admiral? The three of them were wandering around the alley with their own thoughts. After a while, Luffy in front of them shouted happily, I thought we could always find it. Most bars are in places like this where there's no one." The two people behind him, listening to his words, always felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. A tattered signboard, a facade eroded by wind and rain and full of holes from insect bites, and a door hanging on it that looks like it could fall off at any time. "Zoro, this doesn't look like a bar at all." But the words written on the sign proved that this was indeed a bar. He didn't want to go on, so he had to follow Luffy into the shabby bar. Fujitora, who followed behind him, felt everything inside and outside the bar, smiled knowingly, and followed in silence. Clank, clank. The bar door, which could break down at any time, was pushed open, and something like a copper bell hanging above it rang. The dark environment suddenly made several people feel uncomfortable. Pushing the door open, I found the space wasn't very big, with only 3 tables and a long bar. Behind the bar, an old man was holding his chin, looking drowsy. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the old man suddenly woke up, then put on a professional smile on his face and looked towards the door. Seeing 2 young men and a blind man coming in, the wrinkles on his face that had been torn apart by joy suddenly returned to their original state, and he said weakly, "What would you 3 like to drink? Juice, liquor, tea?" "Asshole, this is a bar. There is no juice or tea," the old man roared when he heard this. Then he looked at the young man who ordered the drinks with satisfaction. Seeing that the latter had green hair, he muttered, "Damn, there is not a single normal person." As the old man spoke, he pulled out a bottle of unknown liquor from the wine rack behind him, took out a glass from under the bar, opened it, and filled it up. Zoro, who had no hope for this shabby bar, picked up the glass of wine and took a sip, only to find that it was surprisingly good, not only strong but also mellow. Good wine. He drank it all in one gulp, then put the glass on the bar and said, "Give me 2 barrels of this wine. I'll take it away later." There was no juice or tea, so Luffy and Fujitora had to order a glass of wine. The former doesn't like drinking and is not used to drinking. The latter is not so particular, but he loves tea. The two did not drink it all in one gulp like Zoro did. Luffy took a small sip, then grinned and stuck out his tongue and said, "What? It tastes so bad. Haha, if a pirate can't drink, he can't be considered a pirate." Fujitora took a sip, put down the glass, and said slowly, "Luffy may be a bit stupid, but he is definitely not a fool." He was surprised when he heard what Fujitora said. "Hey, that uncle knows me. Although I can't see him, the name of the grandson of Navy hero Garp is still well known," Fujitora said with a smile. "What? So you know the old man?" Luffy lost interest immediately after hearing this, but still said generously, "Since you know my grandfather, you are one of us. I will treat you today." "One of our own? I don't think so. And it looks like you're in trouble." Fujitora, who was still smiling, suddenly looked Ning. The smile on his face disappeared, and he became serious. Zoro, who was sitting at the bar drinking glass after glass, was moved when he heard this, and his hand unconsciously fell on the hilt of the sword at his waist. But the next moment, nothing happened, which made him confused. However, this doubt did not last long, as the already dilapidated door of the bar was kicked open with a bang. As the door of the bar was kicked open, a blond man wearing a pink fur coat walked into the bar at a quick pace. Do, Doflamingo. When the old man behind the bar saw the person coming, his whole face suddenly wrinkled into folds, and fear and worry appeared in his cloudy eyes. The rundown bar was his retirement fund. If it was destroyed, he would probably have no money for the rest of his life. There probably is no second half of life. Admiral Straw Hat Boy, I wonder what your plans are for meeting in this remote place? Doflamingo sat directly on the seat at the door and said with a wicked smile. What? Navy Admiral. Luffy and Zoro looked at the blind man in disbelief and were puzzled at the same time. Is the Navy really like what is rumored now? Is it true that no one is available, that even the blind are not spared? Tenyasha Doflamingo, commander of the newborn army under Ghidorah, what are you going to do here? Fujitora's aura changed from a kind uncle into an angry man who could get angry at any time. He stared at the door with his white eyes and spoke slowly. What? Under King Ghidorah? 89. Chapter 89, Doflamingo. New army. In fact, it is not part of the regular army of the Great Kingdom. Just as the name suggests, it is an army composed of a group of newcomers. It's not that the members are very young, but most of them are desperate criminals hired by Doflamingo for money. To describe it in the most common word, it is mercenary. Just a bunch of slaves who work only for money. Despite this, it is a force that cannot be ignored in the New World. As the leader of this force, Doflamingo also rose in status, growing from a former sea villain to a local lord, second only to the four emperors. However, the four emperors of the New World are now in name only, and the only remaining Whitebeard pirates have an unclear relationship with King Ghidorah's forces. All this information was imprinted in Fujitora's mind, so his expression turned gloomy the moment the other party appeared. Oh, my purpose for coming here is simple. I just want to catch that little devil. Doflamingo looked at Luffy with a strange smile and said slowly, After all, I'm just following orders. I hope you can pay attention to your force field. Although these words are meant to explain, they contain more threat than explanation. As he said, this is a matter between pirates that I hope that he, the Admiral of the Navy, can clearly understand his own force field. Is the target the Straw Hat Boy? Upon hearing this, Fujitora looked towards Luffy with his white eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. He admired Luffy, but as the other party said, he represented the Navy at this time, not an individual. If you take action, there will be no excuses. What? It turned out to be directed at me. Luffy, who was like a fool, understood the situation, stood up and said to Fujitora, Uncle, it may not be safe here. You should leave first. Even though he knew that the other person was a Navy admiral, he still looked stupid. I'm afraid that only a guy like Luffy, who is out of his mind, can do such a thing. Zoro looked at his captain and wanted to cover his face and pretend he didn't know him, but there were only a few people in the bar, so there was no point in pretending. He stood up and walked behind Luffy, his hand already on the hilt of the sword. As long as the situation was not right, he would instantly draw his sword and lock onto the target. His eagle-like sharp eyes swept over the people at the door. Although he was also sent flying to Hawkeye Mihawk's island, just like in the original story. But I was not able to exercise like the original. After being defeated in the war at the top, Hawkeye Mihawk returned to his island and met Zoro, but he did not make things difficult for him as in the original book. Instead, it is abnormal and tries every possible way to tap the opponent's potential. After going through some torture, Zoro's strength has already surpassed that of the original work, even reaching the level of the Battle of Onigashima in the original work. The eagle-like gaze immediately put Doflamingo's party under great pressure. Even Doflamingo himself was slightly surprised and couldn't help but take a few more glances. What a monster family. Even the crew members have such strength. Surprise was just surprise after all, and Doflamingo, who was infinitely more powerful than him, didn't take it to heart. Let's find a place to fight. I want to beat you up. In the solemn and depressing atmosphere, Luffy suddenly spoke to Doflamingo. What an arrogant boy. Because of the relationship between colleagues and even superiors, Doflamingo did not show as vicious as in the original book, but he still laughed strangely and nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go to King's Heights. After saying that, he left the bar with the Don Quixote family cadres. Fujitora was stunned when he heard this. From what he knew from the information, the other party was not an easy person to talk to. It is not difficult to guess that the people who want to capture the Straw Hat Boy are probably the high-ranking officials of the kingdom, and among those high-ranking officials, there are only a few who can give orders to Doflamingo. And all these people have a huge relationship with the Straw Hat Boy. Although he figured things out, a more confusing question popped up. Why did these people want to capture the Straw Hat Boy? Is there some secret that cannot be told? Or did I ask there's some secret about this kid? Fujitora is not a person who works with his brain, so if he can't figure out some problems, he will just stop thinking about them. He stood up, threw down a stack of Baileys, and left without saying a word. "Hey, uncle, thank you," Luffy said happily when he saw this, and then looked at Zoro behind him and said, "Let's go to that high ground." With that, the two of them left the bar after Fujitora. The two men walked out of the bar, and no matter where the King's Highland was, they found a direction and ran as fast as they could. However, in the distance behind the two of them was the palace that symbolized Dressrosa. The two of them were so confident that they both agreed that the path they took would lead them to the King's high ground. "Captain, what are they going to do?" In the alley that had returned to peace, in the corner, a white bear stood looking at the two people, leaving with a puzzled look on his face. Law, who came to seek revenge following Doflamingo's trail, frowned deeply. The Straw Hat Master may have his own plans. With a sigh, Luo walked out of the shadows and looked at the King's Highlands in the opposite direction. "Come on, let's go over there." "Doflamingo, I want your head." The wheel of history turns, and time passes by bit by bit. On the King's Hill, all the idle members of the Don Quixote family gathered here to tea first. Doflamingo was standing in the sun to bask in the sun. But as time went on, he couldn't stand it anymore and ordered people to bring in lounge chairs and parasols. He lay leisurely on a recliner waiting, but as 1 hour passed, then 2 hours passed, veins gradually bulged on his calm face. "Young master, it looks like we've been stood up." Toribol, who was playing with his nose for fun, looked at the distance without any gouty, where the figure appeared, turned around and complained to Doflamingo. "There is a kind of thing, see it but don't speak it out. It would be meaningless if it were revealed." Doflamingo was in this state at the moment, and it was obvious that he also realized that he had been stood up. And the one who piggybacked him was the son of a leader. Is it really okay to take personal revenge? Room. Just as Doflamingo was thinking about how to punish Luffy, a cold voice suddenly sounded. A transparent hemispherical light shield suddenly opened up with everyone as the center. Puff, puff, puff. With the flash of knives, several Don Quixote family cadres were dismembered one after another, looking at their dismembered limbs in horror. Luo. Seeing this, Doflamingo's already unhappy face instantly turned gloomy, and then he suddenly jumped up. The moment of jumping up, the chair under him was dismembered by a white light. Scalpel. As he flew up, Law's voice sounded again, and soon after Law appeared in front of him, with a faint energy ejected from his hand heading straight for Doflamingo's heart. 90, Chapter 90, you are just a plaything in my hands. Hey, this is a case of there being a road to heaven, but you don't take it, there being no door to the earth, but you break in. Doflamingo, who was full of anger, smiled like a flower when he saw Law suddenly appear in front of him. Without hesitation, a black thread popped out and directly blocked Luo's attack. "Oh, I have to admire you. Your idea is very bold." Doflamingo looked at Law with a smile, glanced at the dismembered family members, and said with a gloomy face, "Instead of wasting that fruit on you, it is better to let it reappear in this world." After saying this, without giving Luo any chance to react, he appeared beside Luo with a swish and threw out 5 transparent silk threads with his 5 fingers slightly opened. The tough silk thread cut through the air and arrived in an instant. Luo's pupils contracted slightly. He raised his arm, flicked his finger, and instantly switched positions with a member of the Don Quixote family. Puff. A young master. The already mutilated members of the Don Quixote family looked at Doflamingo, who was cutting them into pieces in astonishment. The latter ignored his companion's gaze and turned to look at Luo, who appeared at the edge of the slaughterhouse and said with a gloomy face, "Is this what you are capable of? It's a good ability indeed, but it's a bit wasted on you." After he finished speaking, Doflamingo's eyes flashed. His fingers moved slightly, and several secret threads popped out. Law, sensing the danger, tried to avoid it, but as soon as he exchanged positions with a member of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo instantly appeared in front of him and grabbed Law's shoulder. Boom. There was a loud bang. and a Don Quixote family cadre was pressed into the cracked ground. Law escaped again and suddenly appeared behind Doflamingo, with a long blade in his hand slashing toward the opponent's head without any hesitation. Doflamingo saw the blade out of the corner of his eye and was slightly surprised, but was instantly torn apart by the transparent thread. Puff. The unfortunate member of Don Quixote's family was once again dismembered into two. In this special space, there will be no blood spurting out, but it can still make people feel pain. As the screams rang out, Luo's hair stood on end and a strong sense of crisis loomed over his heart. He wanted to avoid it without thinking, but he didn't expect that someone would be faster than him. Just as he tried to change position again, he felt a huge force in his abdomen. The powerful impact distorted Luo's face. Escape, you must escape. After suffering a blow, Luo thought of escaping from the slaughterhouse, but it was too late. His body was flying backwards and was hit hard again. Powerful force kicked him from the sky to the ground. It crashed into the ground with a loud bang. The violent impact caused his lungs to vibrate, and he coughed up blood. The room space he controlled collapsed instantly. What's wrong? Is that all? To put it bluntly, you are just a small character that I am playing with. Doflamingo did not take advantage of the victory, but slowly walked towards Law and slowly raised his finger to point at him. Chirp, chirp. As the words fell, transparent threads like bullets shot out. Ding, ding, ding. Luo, who was seriously injured, did not dare to hesitate and grabbed the long sword in the ground to deflect the attack. Then he made an attacking gesture with the long sword in his hand and said angrily, "Killing you is my life's will. If I can't even kill you, what dream can I talk about? Will. Your awareness is really ridiculous." Doflamingo couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Asshole, I came here to put an end to what happened 13 years ago. Looking at that face filled with deep mockery, Luo couldn't help but think of what happened 13 years ago, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. He moved his feet again and slashed with the long sword in his hand again. Looking at Law rushing towards him, Doflamingo was not nervous at all. Instead, he said with a grim smile, "I've already told you, you're just a toy for me." Bye. Doflamingo blocked Law's attack again, opened his 5 fingers, and instantly drew out a 5-colored light. Puff. 5-colored light flashed across. Luo's clothes were torn, and 5 deep scars that could be seen to the bone appeared instantly. The tyrannical force instantly sent him flying, throwing him far away. How is that possible? Law, who had fallen to the ground, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Doflamingo in disbelief. The other party's strength is completely inconsistent with the investigation data. Compared with the information, the opponent is much stronger. The strength between the two sides is not at the same level at all. Luo immediately recognized the situation on the field, used the power of his fruit to suppress his injuries, flipped over, and jumped up room. The transparent force field appeared again, directly enveloping the two of them again. Then Law accelerated and rushed in front of Doflamingo, swung his long sword, but his clumsy attack was seen through by the latter at a glance, and the 5-colored thread in the latter's hand directly cut Law in front of him into several pieces. At this critical moment, Luo was cut by the 5-colored thread and turned into a small stone. Doflamingo immediately realized that something was wrong, but before he could react, Law's voice rang out behind him. Scalpel. Puff. There was a sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh, and Luo's mouth curled up slightly. However, before he could react, he saw Doflamingo, who had his back to him, slowly turn around, his left hand wrapped in domineering power, grasping his blade. Little brat, I told you that you are just a plaything under my control. As he spoke, 5-colored light appeared on his other hand, and he threw it towards Luo without hesitation. Bang! Squeak! Squeak! Luo used his other arm wrapped in domineering aura to block the colorful light and held on with gritted teeth. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill the other party. Not only that, he was afraid that he would die here as well. Considering the rumors, he decided to take another gamble. Doflamingo, what do you think of the Straw Hat Boy? How do you know about the D-Clan? What do you want to say? Unlike Doflamingo in the original work, he smiled sinisterly, because he is now a person who has obtained the title of D-Clan, so his understanding of the D-Clan is no longer limited to legends. Do you want me to let you go based on this little information? But unfortunately, I know more about the D-Clan than you do. As he spoke, the attack in his hand increased in strength again. The force was beyond Luo's ability to withstand. In a few more breaths, the latter would be cut down by the 5-colored light. Not only the Straw Hat Boy, but I'm also a member of the D-Clan. At the critical moment, Law still chose to tell the secret hidden in his heart. What? Doflamingo was obviously surprised by this news and stopped attacking immediately. He stared at the embarrassed Law in front of him and suddenly laughed. It's getting more and more interesting. Having said that, he gave up the attack, turned around and walked towards the King's Hill, having lost interest in Luo. Corazon, sir, is it really impossible for me to do this? Luo, who had saved his life, did not continue to pester the other party because he knew that doing so would only bring humiliation upon himself. Unexpectedly, what saved his life in the end was the surname that he had been hiding all along. Looking at Doflamingo, who was leaving, he didn't say, "I will kill you later in a daze," because he knew that was a sign of weakness. At the same time, he also realized that it would probably be a long time before he could kill the other person. If you can't kill the other person, then what are you pursuing? Luo lost his fighting spirit and lost his life goal in an instant. Tetraman, have you seen Doflamingo? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside him. 91. Chapter 91, A Newborn Calf. Straw Hat Master. Law, who was in a state of dismay, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Luffy and Zoro appearing beside him. At the same time, a white bear and a group of pirates came running towards us from a distance, shouting, "Captain!" Hearing the voice, Luo turned around and saw his lovely crew members. Luo, who had experienced life and death, couldn't help but have tears in his eyes when he saw his crew members. Everyone. It was not until this moment that he realized that besides killing Doflamingo, he cared more about other things. That is, this group of solid and reliable partners. Although they are not very strong, they are the most reliable family members. Mr. Corazon, what should I do? Looking at his companion who was running towards him, Luo couldn't help but think of that smiling face that seemed evil, but brought him warmth and always guided him. Gradually, his mind became clear. Perhaps Mr. Corazon did not want him to remember the hatred, but to find his life goal. The man who was like a guiding light in his life had always been illuminating his life path. It's just that I was too prejudiced and went astray. Law, who figured everything out in an instant, did not give up the idea of killing Doflamingo, but his life goal had changed. Straw Hat Leader, we can unite to deal with Doflamingo. I have reasons to kill him. Law slowly stood up, took care of his own injuries, and invited Luffy again. Hearing this, Luffy stared at the wounded Law for a long time and suddenly said, "No, that dwarfu brother, let me beat him away." Hearing Luffy's resolute refusal, Law was not angry at all. He dusted himself off, shouldered his long sword, and looked toward the King's Highland in the distance. "Well, let's go our separate ways." After saying that, Luo turned and walked towards the crew. Luffy was silent for a while, then turned around and walked towards where Doflamingo and his men were stationed. Zoro followed him silently. Is it finally here? In the open space in the distance, Doflamingo finally saw his target appear, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. As the words fell, soon Luffy and Zoro came in front of him. Diamante next to Doflamingo suddenly moved. His body floated in front of Luffy and the other man like a flag fluttering in the wind. He stabbed Zoro with the sword in his hand at an incredible speed. Faced with the sudden attack, Zoro did not panic at all. He drew his sword out of its sheath with a swish and blocked the long sword with a clang. "Ah, that's quite powerful." The sword was blocked, and Diamante laughed coldly. "My strength is not just a little bit." A hint of devil-may-cry flashed across Zoro's one eye, and he pushed the other away with a little force from his arm and spoke in a deep voice. "Really, there's a price to pay for bragging." Diamante took a few steps back, his cloak fluttering. He then sped up and pressed toward Zoro. The sword in his hand also fluttered like a fluttering flag. Luffy, who was standing by, saw this and had no intention of intervening. Instead, he turned to look at Doflamingo and said, "Brother Dover, here I come. I want to knock you away." Doflamingo, who was standing opposite him, was stunned by these straightforward words, and then he laughed softly. "Well, although the order is to arrest you, it doesn't say that I can't teach you a lesson. Although I don't know what the higher-ups want this kid to do, there will inevitably be bumps and bruises in the arrest process. As long as I don't hurt my life, I won't be sanctioned." Thinking of this, Doflamingo, who was stood up, suddenly changed his expression and became gloomy. With a slight hook of his fingers, two transparent silk threads suddenly pulled him up, and with a bang he pounced towards Luffy. His speed was comparable to that of Razor, one of the 6 styles. Luffy was also startled when he saw Doflamingo suddenly appear in front of him. Before he could react, a domineering black leg was already approaching him. Seeing this, Luffy subconsciously raised his arms and crossed them to defend himself. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Although his ability to withstand blows was very strong thanks to the power of the fruit, he was still hit hard by the fierce attack covered with armed color domineering. Asshole! Luffy retreated and cursed Doflamingo for his unethical attack method. Then he suddenly swung his arms behind him, and his arms suddenly stretched like rubber bands. Rubber da bazooka. Along with the sound of nonsense, the two arms that were stretched to the extreme were covered with a layer of armed color domineering with a wave sound, and then bounced back with a whoosh sound and blasted forward. However, that seemingly terrifying attack is like child's play in the eyes of a truly strong person. Doflamingo was too lazy to even use his observation haki. His sunglasses flashed, and with a flick of his finger, several transparent threads pulled him out of the attack range. Doflamingo dodged the attack, sneered, and used the silk thread to whoosh and flung himself towards Luffy again. Little devil, if this is your strength, then you'd better surrender obediently. As the words fell, 5 secret silk threads popped out from his hand and crossed towards Luffy. The kid in front of him was, after all, Dorag's SON, and no matter what the relationship was, he didn't dare to use his killing moves. After all, that man's status is second only to the first person. Even though he was known as a sea gangster, he had to restrain himself. However, compared to his timidity, Luffy didn't have so many thoughts. He noticed that something was approaching him through his perception, so without thinking, he switched to second gear and quickly dodged. He flashed and appeared beside Doflamingo, with a fist as big as a casserole covered with armament haki, and blasted directly behind him. The speed of the mutation was so fast that Doflamingo couldn't react for a while. Bang! The powerful fist, like a cannonball, unexpectedly hit Doflamingo. The gust of air created by the impact created a circle of ripples, and the latter fell directly to the ground with a loud bang. Asshole! What an ungrateful brat! Lying in a cracked half-meter-deep pit, Doflamingo cursed angrily. He was tied up, but the other party showed no appreciation and attacked him so cruelly. You have succeeded in provoking my anger, little brat. I will let you feel what pain is. As he spoke, Doflamingo, who looked a little embarrassed, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside Luffy, and his feet were covered with a layer of dark domineering. On the soles of the shoes, there are densely packed silk threads like broken lotus roots, which increase the powerful force by more than twice. It hit Luffy with a loud bang, kicking him into a cannonball and sending him flying far away towards the high ground. Hey, little brat, I will teach you a lesson on how to behave. 92, Chapter 92, Real Fire. Doflamingo, who was punched, became angry. What does it matter if you, the Straw Hat Boy, have a noble identity? Who doesn't have a good background? I used to be a celestial dragon noble, but now I'm just like a gangster. Thinking of his own fallen status, coupled with the superior family of the kid in front of him, he became even more furious. Therefore, both the moves and the strength gradually became more brutal. But even so, the naughty kid on the opposite side remained tenacious. No matter how fierce his attacks were, the opponent was like a small boat swaying in the wind and waves without capsizing. Bang! The terrifying air wave spread out, and Luffy was blown away by the wave like white line. He fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his body. His eyes turned white and trembling. However, after a while, Luffy, who was supposed to be unconscious, regained consciousness. He climbed up with difficulty. He could still hold on. His never-give-up spirit kept him from retreating. Even though he knew the man in front of him was very strong, and he couldn't defeat him, he just didn't want to retreat. Because by retreating, what you fail is not only the battle, but also the pursuit of your own and your partner's dreams. Very good. Seeing this, Doflamingo laughed sinisterly in anger. With his arms spread out and his fingers hooked, the ability of the string fruit was activated again. Dense silk threads rose up again, pressing down on Luffy below like a raging wave. Boom. The white wave hit Luffy's chest accurately, tearing everything apart with such force that the tiny figure grimaced. I told you I'm going to knock you away. Luffy, who was under the wave-like attack, suddenly roared to the sky, and as he spoke, a terrifying momentum burst out from his body, like an ancient beast awakening. What? Looking at the sweeping domineering aura, Doflamingo became uneasy again. The terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire venue. Even Zoro and the other man who were fighting nearby were affected. Under this terrifying momentum, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweats. Bang! The surging waves were instantly crushed by the enlarged fist, and thick smoke and dust spread. Dong. Amid the thick clamor, there was a powerful sound, like a heartbeat. Along with the sound, the dust dissipated, and a brand new form of Luffy appeared in front of everyone, surrounded by white ribbon-like mist, and his sturdy black body had strange patterns like a devil fruit. What is that? Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh at the strange posture of the creature bouncing up and down. I'm going to beat you up. A persistent person never says unnecessary words. As the words fell, Luffy, who was bouncing on the ground, disappeared instantly. What? Doflamingo, who was unable to sense the opponent through his observation haki, was completely shocked. Before he could react, he felt a gust of violent wind coming from his side. When he turned around, he saw a huge black fist flying towards him. Bang! Puff! Under the strong impact, Doflamingo only felt as if his head was hit by something, and the explosive pain made him spit out blood. Boom! Doflamingo was hit and crashed into a hill below like a cannonball. The impact caused by the collision instantly lifted the surrounding soil, and the flying grass was instantly shattered by the shockwave. I told you I'd beat you up, and I can do it. In midair, Luffy, still in his new form, kept rising and falling, looking at the dusty hills below, and spoke seriously. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he will not back down, even when facing his grandfather, who is as strong as a monster. Ahem. Oh. Suddenly, Doflamingo's unique laughter was heard in the thick dust. As the sea breeze blew, the dust dissipated. Doflamingo knelt on the ground, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and began to laugh strangely. The anger in his heart and the hot blood in his body rushed into his body like boiling water, and his anger and fighting spirit burned instantly. Straw Hat Boy, I'm going to kill you. Doflamingo, who had never suffered such humiliation before, became completely furious. Even if the other party is of noble status, it cannot calm one's anger. His 10 fingers dug deeply into the ground, and with a loud bang, he bounced up. In an instant, the armed color domineering was activated, and sharp white lines rose from the ground, and there was darkness on the sharp crest of the wave. This is an attack that he has never used since his fruit awakened. Rubber machine gun. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Luffy did not retreat. He stretched his arms again and quickly rebounded and blasted out. Fist shadows blasted towards the white waves like raindrops. The pitch-black fists and the pitch-black wave crests collided again and again, making earth-shaking noises. Bang, 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 bang. Powerful impact airwaves were generated in the gaps of the collision, one wave after another forming a fierce hurricane that swept across. The battle between Zoro and the other man was forced to stop. The two of them faced the storm and looked at the center of the battle with shock in their eyes that could not be concealed. The aftermath of the battle has exceeded everyone's comprehension. Perhaps only a battle between the 4 emperors could be like this. As everyone was filled with doubts, a more violent collision sounded. Boom. Luffy in midair was pushed high into the sky by the powerful energy explosion, while Doflamingo below was pushed to the ground again. After a brief collision, both sides were evenly matched. This is really unexpected, but this is far from enough. Doflamingo fell to the ground and opened his arms. As his arms opened, the surrounding land, buildings, and all other objects turned white. In a flash, the world of hundreds of meters around him turned into a thread-like world. Standing on a wave like silk thread, Zoro's face changed drastically, and he ran out of the white waves without hesitation. In midair, Luffy saw this, and even his stubborn mind couldn't help but be surprised. Immediately, I felt he couldn't maintain his state for long, so he stopped hesitating and retracted his arms and trembled. As the fist trembled, it shrank into a shape like an airplane propeller, and 2 objects of the same shape evolved on the side. There were 3 arms like thrusters on each side, and a squeezing sound of compression limit was heard, which was the sound of air being squeezed out. What a ridiculous posture you have. Go to hell. Doflamingo on the ground saw Luffy's strange shape in the air, open his mouth to sneer, and then hooked his fingers. Then the white waves under his feet rose up, and the dense silk threads formed 2 huge palms. In the sunlight, the huge palm reflected brilliant light, and when people saw it, they would not have any doubt about how sharp it was. Boom, 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 boom. At the moment the huge palm rose up, loud noises were heard from the thrusters on both sides of Luffy in midair. Along with a loud bang, pitch-black fist shot out. The fist was fast and fierce, and flashed with purple-black lightning. It broke the sound barrier in an instant, causing a deafening sonic boom. On its extended arms, there are circles of ripples visible to the naked eye, which are the ripples caused by the blasting of the air. If a 4 Emperors-level strongman was present, he would definitely recognize that Luffy's fist at this moment was the prototype of the domineering color covering it. This guy has been training with Garp for 2 years. What on earth has he been through? 93. Chapter 93, I'm the one who got hurt. Damn little bug. Seeing that terrifying attack, even Doflamingo, who was usually brave, couldn't help but be surprised. But it was just a surprise. The crest of the wave, wrapped in armed color domineering, rose up from the ground as sharp as a knife and rushed towards the fist in an overwhelming manner. Boom. The ground deformed and the grass fluttered. Bang, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided, violent energy spread out, and the domineering shockwave overturned the ground with a devastating force, and a fierce hurricane swept in. All around, whether it was Zoro, members of the Don Quixote family, or the Heart Pirates who arrived later. Under this violent hurricane and energy impact, everyone retreated repeatedly while shielding themselves from the strong wind with their hands. It seems to have exceeded my expectations. In the strong wind, a blind man in purple clothes walked slowly towards them. It was Fujitora who had separated from Luffy and the others in the bar earlier. According to the original plan, he was going to leave here. But he always felt that it was a pity that the Straw Hat Boy died here, and he wanted to see his future. So he turned around and came back, but now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. Boom! Bang! Just as everyone was surprised, a loud noise sounded again. It turned out that Luffy's fist flashing with electric light broke through the white waves and hit Doflamingo fiercely. The powerful energy instantly shattered his iconic pink fur coat. Even the brown glasses shattered, and the broken lenses cut the corner of the eye, leaving a red line. The next moment, bright red blood flowed out of the red line and flowed down the cheek. The blood on his face and his ragged clothes made him look nothing like a sea hooligan, but rather like a refugee in distress. Lying in the cracked pit, Doflamingo did not faint. It was just that his bones and flesh were shaken so hard that they felt like they were falling apart. He endured the pain and crawled up again, his face looking as hideous as a demon. No matter who you are today, I will kill you. With a roar, he dragged his badly injured body and fired black bullets from his 10 fingers madly at Luffy, who was falling in midair. At this moment, Luffy's condition had reached its limit, and suddenly he flew all over the sky like a deflated balloon. He dodged all the attacks erratically and looked at Doflamingo below with lingering fear and said subconsciously, "It was so dangerous, I almost got shot." As the body shrank and gradually lost its thrust, the person fell from midair. Although that form gave him great combat power, the side effects after the form also caused him to temporarily lose his combat power. Seeing this, Zoro, who was far away, seemed to realize it as well. He tapped his feet and ran towards a crash site in an instant. However, he was not the only one who saw the situation. Doflamingo, who was closest to him, also seemed to have noticed something, and a hideous smile appeared on his ferocious face. "Straw Hat Boy, now that you don't have that ability, I wonder if you can survive." As he spoke, he hooked his 10 fingers, and the transparent silk thread in the air was stretched. The next moment, a cold light flashed and cut toward the falling Luffy. Luffy, seeing this, Zoro, who was running wildly, was filled with fear, but at his speed, it was too late. Even Fujitora, who was far away, felt the situation and couldn't keep calm. He grasped the hilt of the sword and wanted to help the other party. However, at that moment, he seemed to sense something, and a smile appeared in the corner of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "What an interesting boy." As he spoke, the hand that was tightly gripping the knife handle slowly loosened, as if he had given up on the rescue. Just when everyone was extremely nervous and saw that the thread was about to cut Luffy into pieces, the sonic boom sounded in the air, followed by a black shadow dragging a long flame across the sky, instantly grabbing the falling Luffy and flying away. Doflamingo! The black figure threw Luffy to Zoro, then turned back to the sky, staring coldly at Doflamingo below, and said gloomily, "Do you want to kill him?" Harold Jean. Seeing the pterosaur-shaped Jin in the sky, Doflamingo's ferocious face flashed a trace of surprise. Then he remembered his impulsive behavior just now, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't know how useful the Straw Hat Boy would be to King Ghidorah, but if he really angered that guy, he might not even be able to fill his teeth with Dressrosa. "I was just fulfilling my responsibilities. Who would have thought that kid would be so difficult to deal with?" Dusting himself off, Doflamingo argued. Although he had intended to kill the other person just now, he could only think about it in his heart but did not dare to show it at all. I don't consider this kind of fighting as an arrest, and Jean glanced at Luffy in Zoro's arms not far away and said, and he's already injured. What? It's me who's hurt, okay? After hearing what Jean said, Doflamingo wanted to refute, but he knew that his strength was far inferior to that of the guy in front of him. Therefore, he could only swallow his anger again and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Yeah, I'm so sorry. I guess I was too harsh." They were clearly evenly matched, but Doflamingo was very upset that he said such insincere words. Since Jin was already here, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. He turned around and summoned his subordinates to walk towards the palace. "My lord has ordered you to gather all your fighting forces at the Onigashima ruins." Seeing Doflamingo leave, Jin gave an order, then ignored him and fell in front of Zoro. His eyes glanced at Fujitora and the members of the Heart Pirates intentionally or unintentionally, and then looked at Zoro and Luffy. "Originally, the order was to capture you and bring you back to the Great Kingdom, but the Lord said that it is no longer necessary. This is for you. If you do not want to end your journey, follow him." As he spoke, Jean threw out the compass with a route to the New World set was thrown to Zoro. Then he spread his wings and flew high into the sky, saying, "Don't try their routes, because they don't work anymore, but you can try if you want." After he finished speaking, the man came to Fujitora and said, "My lord, you are always welcome, but I'm afraid you don't have time. It won't be long before Kizaru will summon all the Navy forces." As the words came out, the giant pterosaur dragging flames disappeared from everyone's sight. Zoro looked at the unconscious Luffy in his arms, then looked at the compass. It would be better to wait until Luffy wakes up before making a decision. With this in mind, he carried Luffy on his back and headed towards the port. Luo, as a member of the D clan, actually only had a vague understanding of the meaning of D. After this shocking change, he wanted to pursue the meaning of D. Therefore, he decided to follow the Straw Hat Pirates. I felt that as long as he followed them, he would understand everything. His white eyeballs stared at the blue sky, but his vision was dark without any light. In the darkness, as if he had fallen into an abyss, Fujitora felt a glimmer of light, but he didn't know where it came from. The words of Jin's departure were circling in his mind, and before he could frown, the din-din mushi in his arms rang. He answered the call subconsciously and heard a shocking piece of news. All navies, New World Navy headquarters, assemble. 94, Chapter 94, The Unlucky Newcomer. Destiny is something that is hard to explain. After the final experience of Dressrosa, the Heart Pirates formed an alliance with the Straw Hat Pirates. The alliance between the two pirate groups that kept their promises meant that they would live and die together in the future. The Straw Hat Pirates did not react much to this result, and the Heart Pirates have always followed Roma's lead and would not have any complaints. After 2 banquets, the two sides had become close friends. After Luffy woke up, Zoro handed him the compass and told him the words that King left before he left. With Luffy's personality, he certainly won't follow other people's orders. Just when he was about to throw away the compass, Robin, who had rarely objected, spoke out to stop him. "Luffy, I can't allow you to be willful this time. Although we have not yet analyzed why they did this, it is not difficult to judge from this that other waterways have problems. As for what the problem is," at this point, Robin's eyes showed a layer of fear, and then he continued, "It should be a war. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid fighting has already started on other routes. And whether it's the kingdom, the world government, or the navy, that kind of war is not something a pirate group like us can participate in. This kind of war is no longer something that can be determined by individual combat power. If you continue to act recklessly, the entire pirate group may be dragged into the abyss by you. This is not an exaggeration. Robin's intelligence is definitely top-notch in the entire Straw Hat Pirates, and her analysis is pretty accurate. Because the route after Dressrosa is the logistic supply line of Ghidorah, there is a strong protective force around it. But then again, even if the Straw Hat Pirates deviate from their course, they probably won't be able to break through the blockade. However, they did not guess that all this was just arranged by Muzend, the ancestor of the monkey family, and had little to do with Ghidorah. Recently, King Ghidorah, who has been busy running around, met a group of interesting little ghosts. Red Flag X Drake, Pirate Kid, Gangster Beach. Perhaps because of his appearance in the Marineford War, this group of world-famous supernovas in the original work did not attract public attention again. However, what interested him was the other person that the 3 men were besieging, the former 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile and his subordinate Dasbonis. Boom. Damn it, it's going to rain. As the user of the Sansan fruit, who is extremely sensitive to water, Crocodile's face turned gloomy the moment dark clouds gathered in the sky. It seems like God is helping us. You're a has-been. Kid with red hair raised his huge weapon arm and smashed it towards Crocodile resolutely. Faced with the terrifying arm made of iron that absorbed magnetic force, Crocodile was not at all panicked, and the scar on his face was slightly hideous. Little boy, don't be so arrogant in front of me. No matter what, how could he, who had fought against Whitebeard in the past, be bullied by a group of new pirates? A strong wind blew up, and the yellow sand rolled up like the anger in his heart, instantly forming a huge sand blade, which smashed the metal arm with a loud bang. Although he has a bad reputation, his strength is indeed unambiguous. As the opponent's metal arm disintegrated, Crocodile turned into a streak of yellow sand and floated to Kid's side with the wind, and the golden scorpion tailhook hooked towards the opponent's abdomen. Click, click. At this moment, a golden lightning fell and hit Crocodile's golden hook by chance. A tingling sensation arose in his heart, causing his entire body to stand still, his eyes filled with astonishment. Kid also had the same expression. As a user of the magnetism fruit, he certainly understood the properties of electricity. But even if I were a magnet, it would be impossible for me to attract lightning from such a long distance. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. However, just as he was stunned, dense electric snakes began to move in the dark clouds in the sky. As supernovas, they have seen several naturally anomalous islands and superstorms in the New World. But how could those things appear on this island? Unlike everyone else, Crocodile, who had just recovered from his paralysis, looked at the dark clouds with electric snakes moving around, as if he remembered something terrible. The arrogant look in his eyes suddenly changed, and he shouted to Bonus, who was not far away. Bonus, run. As he spoke, he did not hesitate at all and prepared to leave the island as quickly as possible. However, as if the sky was not going according to his will, several bolts of lightning suddenly fell. The golden lightning, which was not thick but rather thin, struck in front of the two people's escape route. At first, Crocodile had a bad guess, but after seeing these thunders, his thoughts were immediately confirmed. At the same time, he realized that he can no longer run away, so he stopped and walked to Bonus' side to grab this upright guy. I can't leave, Crocodile said with a serious expression. Among the supernovas, Kid was the more reckless type. After seeing this, he felt that even God was helping him. He was delighted and swung his legs and pounced towards Crocodile. As long as I kill this guy, both my net worth and fame will skyrocket. This was also the main reason why the three attacked Crocodile. However, what surprised him was that the other party had clearly seen his intention and even his actions, but just stood there with no intention of fighting back. Was he frightened by the thunder and lightning? Just as this thought arose in his mind, he felt huge pressure coming from above his head. Before he could react, he felt numb all over, and his ears buzzing. Hit it. Becky and Drake, who were in the distance and had no time to act, widened their eyes. What an ignorant kid. Crocodile was not surprised at all when he saw this, but instead sneered and laughed. The sudden change caused different reactions among people. Just after Kid felt his knees after being struck by lightning, Becky and Drake seemed to realize something and subconsciously looked up at the dark clouds slowly rolling above their heads. The two men were not disappointed, nor did they have to wait long. They saw the rolling clouds slowly retreat to both sides, and a golden figure appeared in the rolling cracks. Dragon, dragon, dragon. When they saw the hideous head, they exclaimed in horror at the same time. The next moment, he saw that there were 3 heads, and he seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled involuntarily, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his face. Ghidorah. No matter how hard the two racked their brains, they could not imagine that the terrifying creature that rarely appeared would appear in front of everyone. As the dark clouds rolled in, the huge figure fell from the sky. The fierce hurricane made everyone's face feel painful, as if it was scratched by a knife. Kid, who was paralyzed by lightning, had red light in his eyes after seeing the 3 figures. 95, Chapter 95. Your ability saved you. The majestic and powerful body instantly left everyone speechless. I don't know why a person like you would appear here. Crocodile, holding a cigar in his mouth, looked at Ghidorah with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice. Just passing by. But I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. A former Shichibukai is in such a mess. Has he fallen to the point where he is bullied by a newcomer? Ghidorah stared at Crocodile with his huge golden eyes, and a ferocious smile appeared on his lips as he said, I'm sure of people here. Why don't you come to my place? It should be an honor to be invited by King Ghidorah. But Crocodile could tell from the other person's smile that if he said no, he would probably become a corpse in the next second. He was aware of the other party's recent actions. Although he was ambitious, he had never thought of getting involved in this kind of national war. Can I refuse? After hesitating for a while, Crocodile asked tentatively, What do you think? Ghidorah still had that devilish smile on his face. I'm in. Crocodile answered very straightforwardly, without any intention of dragging his feet. Ghidorah's smile widened upon hearing this, and he immediately turned to look at the other three newcomers and slowly said, To be honest, considering your strength, I really don't think highly of you. But since we've met, I'll give you a chance. Tell me your choice. The condescending attitude and overbearing words are very annoying, but the other party has the qualifications to speak like that. Kid was paralyzed by electricity, but excitement kept flashing in his eyes. Becky, who was well-dressed and had a stubble on his face, was holding a cigarette with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Drake, among the three, glanced at the two and took a step back, as if he had made a decision. Ghidorah, who saw the performance of the three people, sneered in his heart. It seemed that except for Drake, the other two wanted to cause trouble. He didn't care about their attitudes, but looked at Drake with approval. Although the other party is a navy, what does it matter? If he wanted now, the entire navy would be his. If you want to make a surrender, then you need to see if you have the strength to do so. Humph, I'm a person who represents a force. What can you do to me? At this moment, Kid and Becky exchanged glances and spoke at the same time, and made attacking gestures together. Kid absorbed the scattered weapons again and gathered them into two huge weapon arms, which emitted faint electromagnetic energy. And Becky opened countless doorways on his body and aimed them at Ghidorah. The next moment, the two of them did not hold back at all and started their crazy attacks in their suicidal path. Bang, bang, bang. Countless shells were shot out from the small door on Becky's body. When they flew to a certain distance, those shells as small as jelly beans instantly enlarged. But in King Ghidorah's eyes, he is still a jelly bean. At the same time, Kid's magnetic metal hand had clenched into a fist and was striking towards his neck. It is a very sad thing if people cannot see the reality clearly. Faced with the terrifying and violent attack, Ghidorah seemed to see nothing, and there was not even a ripple in his golden eyes. The right side of the head moved suddenly and collided with a metal fist. As for the countless artillery shells flying towards him, he was too lazy to even look at them and simply ignored them. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions sounded one after another. Shock waves covered one after another, and dust rolled up. Boom. Then the right side of the head collided with a metal fist, and the powerful impact force instantly defeated the metal fist. The huge metal fist didn't even have time to block it, and turned into pieces of weapons all over the sky. However, the right head did not stop, and suddenly spit out a golden lightning towards Kid below. The violent electric current instantly overturned the ground. Kid dodged the lightning with a look of fear on his face. This was totally not on the same level. However, before his fear could subside, he saw the golden lightning plowing the ground and sweeping towards him. Kid was so frightened that he ran as fast as he could, shouting, I admit defeat, and I am willing to submit to you. Too late. Ghidorah's majesty cannot be challenged, and he has no mercy on the little kid who dares to test him. The violent rays swept across quickly, directly submerging the opponent in a huge dust storm. Becky, who was hiding in the distance and releasing the scraping attack, saw this and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She deeply regretted her suicidal behavior. Suddenly, seeing the huge head looking towards him, he closed the small door on his body and said, I am willing to serve you. Please show mercy. Facing such a terrifying opponent, he would not feel ashamed even if he pretended to be a grandson. Surviving is more important than anything else. God, as if he heard his prayers, did not respond to Kid's attack. Haha, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Ghidorah grinned and spoke again. You should be thankful that your ability saved your life. Gangster Becky's strength is not the strongest among this group of supernovas, but its ability is exactly what he needs most at this moment. Rather than recycling the fruit and training another person with special abilities, it is more economical to have a ready-made one. As for betrayal, if the other party is not a fool, he will not do such a suicidal act. As the two talked, the huge dust dissipated, revealing the scarred surface. Seeing this, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. A supernova with a bounty of over 100 million yuan disappeared in the blink of an eye. This kind of terrifying power really makes it impossible for people to have the slightest thought of resistance. You two go find Sabo. I'm sure you can find him without me telling you. Ghidorah to Drake and Beiji said, and then looked at Crocodile again. As for you, he smiled slyly and said, go to Alabasta and tell Ivan that I asked you to go. Hearing the name Alabasta, Crocodile couldn't help but frown, and even thought of some bad past events and felt somewhat resistant in his heart. Haha, the Pluto who stayed on that land may be related to your ability. Aren't you interested? Seeing the other person's appearance, King Ghidorah slowly brought up a topic that interested the other person. Just as he thought, even Crocodile, who had already let go of everything, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes when he heard the word Pluto. Although I have given up my desire for Pluto, I am still excited if I have the chance to contact him again. Thinking of this, Crocodile nodded and asked, when do I leave? Oh. Ghidorah was about to answer when he suddenly cried out in surprise, stared at the sea in the distance for a long time, and said, you can leave now. Otherwise it will be difficult to leave later. He turned to look at Becky and Drake. You two leave the island immediately. After hearing this, several people were somewhat puzzled and subconsciously looked in the direction the other party had just looked. In the distant sea, an inconspicuous black dot appeared in everyone's sight. 96. Chapter 96. The Fruit. Looking at the black spot, several people were a little confused, but left without hesitation. On the huge, desolate, rocky island, Ghidorah was the only one left, though, only one beast. The huge body looks like a huge golden stone sculpture. 3 ferocious heads, golden eyes staring into the distance. That feeling in the dark couldn't be wrong. I didn't expect to meet the heir of that fruit here. Judging from his memory, it might be the other person, but everything has to wait for him to verify it personally. The sea breeze blew gently, the dark clouds in the sky gradually gathered like ink. The wind rose and the clouds surged, and the waves on the sea rolled up. The black spot is getting closer and bigger. It was a blue warship, much larger and more gorgeous than other officer-level warships. However, what was printed on the sails was not the Navy emblem, but the unique emblem of the world government. Amidst the rising wind and clouds, the world government's warship slowly approached. On the deck, there was a group of officers wearing justice cloaks, led by a burly old man. Red muscles, short white hair like a mountain, and a resolute face that looked him in the eye. World Government Commander-in-Chief Sora Cyborg. Ghidorah instantly recognized the other party from his appearance, slowly opened his huge mouth and revealed the other party's identity. I didn't expect a creature like you to know a nobody like me. Hearing the other party reveal his identity, Kong Gukong grinned and laughed. With a hearty laugh, Gang Gukong suddenly leaped to the deserted island, staring at the huge creature in front of him and said, I never thought I would run into you during a routine outing. I didn't expect that. Ghidorah stared at the other person with a happy smile. I was wondering when I could retrieve the fruit, but I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. The world government is so brave that it actually gave you the fruit. When I was a Marine, I never thought that the world government would give me this fruit, and I only learned about its origins some time ago. It's really unexpected that the creator of this fruit is you. Cyborg clenched his fists and couldn't help but sigh. He stood out in the Navy and was rewarded with a devil fruit by the higher-ups. Until recently, he always believed that this was cultivation by his superiors. However, he never expected that after he came into contact with that person, he would find out that all this had been arranged long ago. And the users of that fruit throughout the generations were all in the hands of that group of people. New World, Valley of the Gods, in the huge underground space of the island. After renovation, the huge underground tomb has been transformed into a huge underground palace. In the meeting room of the palace, more than a dozen dark figures whose faces could not be seen were sitting around a huge stone table. Sitting opposite the main seat at the conference table was Im. There is a route in the New World that has been blocked by that guy. Intelligence says that the user of that fruit is on that route, but there has been no news of awakening yet. But even so, I'm afraid that guy will use some means to promote the awakening of the fruit. After all, he did this kind of thing thousands of years ago. Yim slowly told the main content of the meeting. And Skylord Rodden has been resurrected. If that guy is added to the mix, I'm afraid, if we were able to seal him once 800 years ago, then we can still do it 800 years later. Imu, what have you been doing for the past 800 years? Why is there so little blood of the celestial dragons? Even if we are resurrected without sufficient blood, we will still fall into a deep sleep. Is this what you were planning? Just as Yim finished speaking, the first figure on the left of the top seat said gloomily. Hearing the voice, several people present looked at him. It's no wonder that person made the guess. According to everyone's estimation, that kind of bloodline could not even multiply into a country. But it wouldn't be as rare as it is today. This amount of blood is totally not enough to sustain the time for everyone to wake up. After 800 years of development, it has only doubled. Who can believe this? Imu did not show any panic when he heard this, but slowly said, You can't blame me for this. That guy slaughtered everyone in the Holy Land long before you woke up. I've already paid a huge price to preserve these bloodlines. Anyway, he is dead and there is no evidence, so whatever he says is true. Hearing what he said, several people looked at him with hatred in their eyes. Because of the bloodline problem, we should try not to take action. As for blocked waterway, let him block it. As soon as we get a chance, we'll take care of that guy. This time, I must force him to hand over the method of eternal life. We can try to capture the successor of the Operation Fruit. After all, this is also a way to achieve immortality. After hearing this man's proposal, everyone present fell silent again. The Ope fruit can indeed grant people immortality, but here comes the question. Among the 16 people present, even if a person with the ability of the fruit is captured, who will gain immortality first? This is a very sophisticated question. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone seems to be very friendly with each other. In fact, they are just not harmonious at heart. Faced with such huge benefits, everyone believed that they would never give up eternal life on their own initiative. The discussion meeting started with preventing the development of Ghidorah and gradually extended to the issue of immortality. Everyone was talking at once, causing Yim, who was sitting next to them, to frown frequently. If it weren't for his own ability to ensure that he could suppress King Ghidorah, he really wouldn't want to resurrect these old guys, and he never wanted them to appear again. This is why he seemed to be protecting the celestial dragons for 800 years, but was actually secretly preventing them from reproducing. And according to his estimation, this incident afterwards, the number of the Tianlong people will be reduced to more than 10 people or even less. By then, it would be extremely difficult to continue reproducing. However, among the resurrected people, they saw Im's performance and guessed it in their hearts. In private, he also started to do some small things. It's bad, Master Imu. At this moment, Rob Lucci suddenly appeared behind him and said slowly, Just now, the adjutant of the commander-in-chief's ship sent a message saying that they encountered King Ghidorah. What? Im, who had been calm before, stood up immediately after hearing this and shouted angrily, Didn't I tell him to retreat when he meets King Ghidorah? Do you really think my orders are just a deaf ear? Damn it! With a curse, he looked at everyone present, fixed his eyes on a few guys who were known for their speed, and said, Now that Kongu Kong has met that guy, I believe you all know how important that fruit is to us without me having to tell you. You guys, if you don't want to continue sleeping, go and save people now. No matter how much I pay, I can't let him get that fruit. 97, Chapter 97, Diamond Form. Boom. A deafening crash was heard, and the energy surged up, creating a large hole in the dark clouds above the island. The dark clouds around the hole slowly rolled and closed. Rough golden lightning came crashing down, violently attacking the island below. Amidst the thunder and lightning, two wild beasts that seemed to have come from ancient times were fighting. Ghidorah, the huge black gorilla, picked up a huge rock, roared, and threw it at the three golden beasts. Sizzle! The dazzling golden light shot out, instantly shattering the boulder, and continued to blast towards the gorilla. Faced with the terrifying rays, the giant gorilla did not panic at all. It lay on all fours and suddenly exerted force to jump high to avoid the rays. Cyborg Kong dodged the rays, twisted his back in mid-air, and did a backflip like a flexible gymnastics exercise and landed in front of King Ghidorah. To be honest, it is really awkward to see such a huge gorilla doing such incredible actions. Before Ghidorah could be surprised, the gorilla grabbed the neck of the head that was spewing rays, and the rays were instantly extinguished. Legends are just that. As he spoke, the gorilla with white hair and beard bulged his arm muscles and let out a wild beast-like roar. With a roar, he lifted up the 100-ton Ghidorah from the ground and threw it 180 degrees to the other side. Boom. As the violent vibration sounded, the entire island shook as if there was an earthquake. Bang. At this moment, Huge golden wings swept across like a knife, instantly knocking the giant white-bearded gorilla away and crashing into the green rock mountain in the distance. Crash. The mountain peaks shattered, huge rocks collapsed, and in the blink of an eye, a cloud of dust rolled up and buried the gorilla underneath. Are you looking down on anyone? Your Vajra form is far inferior to the first-generation user. Ghidorah, who had knocked away Cyborg Kong, shook his head and stood up, looking at the hustle and bustle in the distance and continued. Since the world government dared to release you, I will accept this fruit with reluctance. After all, I promised someone to give him a suitable fruit as a replacement. The huge Ghidorah flapped his wings suddenly, creating a hurricane and flew up, then smashed into the dusty noise. Damn it, he's so powerful. Just as Ghidorah was about to fall into the dust, a huge black hairy hand stretched out from the smoke and grabbed Ghidorah's feet. Immediately afterwards, another fist broke through the dust and blasted up from the bottom. Bang! A solid punch hit the golden-scaled belly, making a dull sound like the sound of a bell in a temple. Roar! Feeling a heavy blow to the abdomen, King Ghidorah's right head roared, opened his mouth and spewed out a golden ray, which rushed into the smoke. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and immediately there was a huge impact. Invisible impact ripples instantly spread out like radiation, pushing away everything below. At this moment, dust and gravel were flying around like bullets under the air wave. The flying gravel hit the surrounding rocks and immediately created small pits of varying depths. Roar! As the gust of wind swept away the dust, the giant gorilla below let out a scream. Large amounts of blood splattered like rain. A large area of the fur on his chest was burnt, and faint green smoke was emitted. But Ghidorah was determined to kill the other party, and after seeing this, he showed no mercy at all. He raised his head on both sides, and with two puff sounds, he bit the other party's shoulders respectively. Little devil, is this what you are shouting about? If that's all, then say goodbye to this world. With a loud bang, he stepped on a King Kong-formed Cyborg Kong and pinned him down. The main head of King Ghidorah slowly opened its mouth, and golden rays were already brewing. However, in the next moment, he immediately retracted his action and flapped his wings to fly high. At the same time, two cold words came into his ears. Lan Jiao. The moment he dodged, a huge slash 100 meters in length, as big as a waning moon, suddenly rose up and swept his tail into the sky. The cloud hole that had just been filled was cut open again in an instant. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a huge crack like a chasm appeared in the sky. Clouds on both sides rolled up, and at first glance, it looked like the sky was cut open. Gorillas are not scary. Giant gorillas are not scary either. The scariest thing is a King Kong, who can use the 6 styles of the Navy. The sky was torn apart, and the earth was shaking. Kong, whose chest was charred, stood up and raised his fists to hit the wound on his chest frantically. Asshole, you burned something I was so proud of. The burnt marks on his chest completely enraged Kong Gengu, and he let go completely. The monkey trainer will even give a stick. However, facing the steel bone Kong who used the Navy's history, Ghidorah could only rely on his physical body. Fortunately, its defense and recovery capabilities were terrifying, and for a while neither side could do anything to the other. But both of them knew that this battle could not last long, as Kong's endurance was no match for Ghidorah. As long as we drag it out until the former is exhausted, we can then let him do whatever he wants. Upon learning this, Ghidorah was not in a hurry, but if he did so, the island beneath the two men's feet would be in trouble. Although the two men's sizes are not too large for a large deserted island, their destructive power cannot be ignored. The violent energy, like a plow, turned over the entire island's ground over and over again. The rocky island has turned into soft sandy land. I am afraid that after a rain, spring will soon come to this deserted island. Huff huff. After another collision, Gongu Kong did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but stopped and half-crouched, with his hands on the ground, staring at the opposite side, panting. A tired-looking steel bone, the shiny hair on its body turned gray and looked a little disheveled. However, Ghidorah on the opposite side, due to his super recovery ability, did not show any signs of fatigue except that his body looked a little disheveled. Seeing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Big monkey, has this reached your limit? Limit? If you want to know, you can try my fist. Fist bone. The fists, which were originally black in hair and skin, became shiny black after being covered with a layer of armed color domineering, giving people the feeling that they were made of iron. As he spoke, Kong Kong jumped up, opened his huge fanged gorilla mouth and roared. Go to hell, you monster. You are just a hairy person, yet you call others monkeys. How ridiculous. Ghidorah flapped his wings and flew up. He grabbed the cyborg Sora flying towards him with his giant feet and laughed at him. In the air above the huge island, two huge beasts collided with each other amidst thunder and lightning. Boom, boom. The dull sound of impact and the sound of thunder mixed together. In an instant, several golden thunders fell down, illuminating the sky and the island. The terrifying scene seemed to be frozen in time in the eyes of everyone on the distant warship. Instantly, a magnificent scene of the ancient monster kings fighting each other was formed. 98. Chapter 98, Navy Admiral Green Bull. The deck of the ship carrying the flag of the world government was crowded. Everyone stared in amazement at the two huge figures that leaped up into the sky above the huge island in the distance, accompanied by golden lightning. Boom. There was a deafening crash, and everyone covered their ears. The next moment, a violent energy swept over, and even at the outermost edge, everyone was still knocked to the ground by the aftermath. Before they could get up, waves more than 10 meters high came one after another. Everyone, pay attention, huge wave is coming. Suddenly, the lookout on the observation tower let out a roar like a broken gong. When the soldiers below heard the sound, they were stunned again, and their minds went blank for a moment. The adjutant who was temporarily in command of the warship immediately shouted upon seeing this. Turn the bow, prepare to evade, prepare to evade. The adjutant roared, awakening the dazed soldiers. In an instant, everyone ran to their posts as fast as they could to control the ship. After all, the soldiers on the ship were well-trained elite troops of the world government. They immediately maneuvered the ship to turn around and avoid the huge waves. Fortunately, the huge wave pushed up by the impact was a counterwave, which collided with wave after wave and gradually subsided. By the time it reached the rear of the ship, it had been weakened from more than 10 meters high to a few meters high. Waves several meters high no longer pose a threat to this ship that is nearly 100 meters long. After dodging a wave, the ship turned again and headed towards the deserted island. Commander-in-Chief. When the ship turned the bow, the soldiers on board saw the situation on the island clearly and couldn't help but exclaimed. In their minds, the commander-in-chief, who was as powerful as a mountain, had now been lifted upside down by the golden monster. In midair, King Ghidorah suddenly loosened his claws, and Kong Kong in King Kong form fell from a height of nearly 1,000 meters like a meteor. Woo boom! Along with the mournful cry of breaking wind, a deafening roar was heard, and a huge dust storm swept up from the center of the island. Commander-in-Chief, the soldiers on the ship roared in fear. They stared in horror at the giant golden beast hanging in the air, and in an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with despair. Even the powerful commander was defeated by the giant beast. Is there really no hope for this world? Has the world government really failed? What is that? Sea, Navy. Just as everyone was horrified, a soldier noticed a ship approaching the side of the island. He picked up a telescope and instantly recognized the mark on the sail. An agency under the world government, the Navy. Interesting. Are you here for him? Ghidorah stretched his left head into the dust. As long as Cyborg Kong automatically released his King Kong form, he would swallow him without any hesitation. However, unexpectedly, while he was waiting, something unexpected happened. The leader stared at the warships landing on the coast, gradually narrowing his eyes, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. Boom. The closed dark clouds broke open again, and a huge meteorite with a diameter of at least 50 meters fell. Gravity, gravity. Suddenly thinking of the warship, he realized something, and the corners of his mouth gradually cracked, revealing a creepy grin, and said, a smile? While talking to himself, the right side of his head suddenly raised up, and when he opened his mouth, a gravitational ray burst out. Bang, bang, bang. The falling meteorite was instantly shattered into powder and gravel by his golden ray that could shatter everything. Is this Kizaru's decision? The leader, who had never shifted his gaze, looked at the blind man in purple and another arrogant man approaching from a distance. Don't get me wrong, we're just passing through on our way to a meeting at headquarters. Before Fujitora could speak, Green Bull on the side laughed and answered first, then looked at the scarred Kong in his diamond form after the noise had dissipated, and asked curiously, is this the commander-in-chief of the world government? TSK, this body really is a terrifying monster. Ghidorah didn't know much about Green Bull, or even knew nothing about him, but he gave him a familiar feeling. Admiral Green Bull, right? It feels strangely familiar. Green Bull was stunned when he heard this, and then he burst into laughter. Ah, didn't you notice? As he spoke, Green Bull tore open his clothes, revealing a silver-gray full moon mark on his chest. Baiko. Ghidorah's eyes widened when he noticed the mark, and he instantly figured out where the familiar feeling came from. It turns out that it is the influence of blood again. Although the Bika people, he and Jin, are not from the same race, they all come from the same hometown. Moreover, when he was conducting experiments in his hometown, he tried to swallow the blood of many other races. That's why I got a genetic disease and had to try to develop other things. As for the origin of the devil fruit in the original work, he didn't know it, and the devil fruit in his world was an accidental product of his attempt to develop genes. Back when he didn't know that this was the world of One Piece, he spoofed and named those genetic fruits devil fruits and combined the fruit abilities with bionic robots. In the early days, almost no one took this fruit except him. And all the fruit abilities are just combined with machines to make the race's technology more advanced. It was only later, due to the scarcity of resources in their hometowns and the displacement of their people, that wars arose because everyone possessed terrifying technology. As the war broke out and the machines were damaged, the devil fruits returned to their original forms and began to drift around the world. It was then that he finally realized that the world he'd travel through was the world of One Piece. Haha, and it seems I found the right person. You know more than me. Green Bull raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a very happy smile. If I hadn't been stranded on a deserted island and eaten a devil fruit, in fact, he might have died long ago, but he was still happy to see his fellow villagers again. As for the world government and the Navy, he can disobey orders at any time if he wants, and everything he does is at his own will. Sometimes, knowing more is not necessarily a good thing. Ghidorah didn't want to talk about the past problems, and turned to look at Fujitora. You want to save him? He had always remembered the meteorite that had just hit him, and this thought was not groundless. I don't know, but I don't think he should die here. Fujitora was also very confused after hearing this. Ever since he joined the Navy, everything he felt, heard, and heard was not like the light in his heart. Especially after meeting the Straw Hat Boy, this feeling became even stronger. At this time, he had already lost his way in life. Do you think you can stop me? Hearing the other party's words, Ghidorah did not get angry, but asked back. However, the moment he finished speaking, two voices sounded in the sky again. He can. We can. As the voice fell, two figures suddenly appeared among the crowd. Bang. As one of the figures snapped his fingers, green vines appeared around Cyborg behind Ghidorah. As the vines entangled him, Kong Gang, who was in King Kong form, gradually returned to human form and was pulled into the ground by the vines. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind the two men. Climb. The moment he saw this ability, Ghidorah recognized one of them, and his huge dragon head suddenly became ferocious. 99. Chapter 99a, Green-Headed Person with Special Abilities. Clam. Although the other party's face was covered by the gray robe hood, but Ghidorah recognized that ability at first sight. The ability to control all plants in the world. I didn't expect you to recognize me at first sight. As the words came out, the two men in gray robes slowly took off the hoods on their heads. The person who was speaking had long hair that was as green as grass, perhaps because of its dense hair growth. Its hair was fluffy as if it had been blown up. On the right side of the green-haired man stood a man with silver-gray hair and a tattoo with a strange totem mark on his face. He was a bit similar to Dorag, but a little different. Seeing this person, Ghidorah's eyes flashed with surprise. Delane. Immediately, he grinned, revealing a ferocious smile, and said coldly, I never thought that the best among the 20 kings would send out 2 people at a time. It seems that you should all be resurrected. What's even more unexpected is that you guys would act so quickly. There's nothing I can do. Who made this suicidal brat face you? At this time, the gray-haired man named Dulane slowly stepped forward and gave a deep command to the soldiers behind him. Send Sora Cyborg to his ship and everyone evacuate this island. As the words were spoken, a storm arose, and in the raging gale, wind blades that were invisible to the naked eye swept towards Ghidorah. What a jerk who never learns his lesson. Seeing this, Ghidorah ignored the wind blades that were coming at him and said coldly, Wind blade, I can do it too. As he spoke, he spread his huge pair of wings and swung them violently. A violent hurricane suddenly rolled up, and the two hurricanes collided with each other in an instant. Hurricanes collided with each other, making a strange sizzling sound. The wind blades collided and melted with each other, instantly separating the air. The black thin lines twisted and entangled like broken mirrors. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang, and the sound barrier that was cut by the two people exploded. In the twisted space, an even more violent energy was generated. It was not wind, but turbulence caused by tearing the space apart. The powerful spatial turbulence instantly swallowed up the two earth-shaking energies, and then the distorted space returned to normal. At the center of the explosion, everything was gone, leaving behind a huge, deep pit of nearly 100 meters in radius. Fujitora and Green Bull, who had never left, were completely shocked. Especially Green Bull, he could truly feel the shock brought to him by the scene before his eyes. Looking at the deep pit, I was horrified. Is this the power of the world government that I have never been able to understand? How strong would Ghidorah be if he could contend with this force, or even deal with it with ease? Could it be that this is really a godlike creature as recorded by Senior Baika? If possible, he really wanted to see the world thousands of years ago, or even participate in that eternal war. We are no longer needed here. At this moment, Fujitora on the side suddenly spoke. Yes, but I really want to see their fight. Green Bull sighed when he heard that, and then said, but I won't drag you into such a risky move. Having said that, he resolutely turned around and walked towards the warship. Although he really wanted to watch this battle, he knew that if he acted recklessly like this, it would be disastrous for both the Navy and his close friend. I can't even explain myself. He didn't want to drag anyone into the abyss, even if he himself yearned for the abyss. Upon hearing this, Fujitora took a deep look at the battlefield. Although he had no vision, he could still see the macroscopic battlefield and the terrifying monster. He and Green Bull were in the same navy at the same time, but others did not know that they had known each other as early as in the North Sea. He had always been very clear about the aspirations in his good friend heart, and precisely because he was clear about it, he stopped it. Because he felt the time had not yet come. The 220 kings, noticing the admiral leaving, showed no displeasure on their faces. Now that the troublesome person has left, I can let go and move freely. The one who spoke was the green-haired Climb. As he spoke, he took out a small bag from his gray robe. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of seeds, and sprinkled them at his feet, saying, to be honest, I don't like deserted islands because there is no grass growing on them. But it doesn't matter, I prepared it myself. Boom. As the other party finished speaking, the entire island shook violently, and the ground bulged and rolled slightly, as if something underneath was about to wake up. TSK, what an annoying ability. Looking at the ability activated by the other party, Ghidorah couldn't help but recall the experience of using this ability with his robots to build an island. It was originally a good construction capability, but the other party turned it into a lethal weapon. Even though it's annoying, I am the culprit of everything. Just as he was lost in thought, green grass began to grow on the rolling ground, and the grass grew at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, half of the island covered with green grass became lush with vegetation and trees rising from the ground, and soon it became shady and green. Ghidorah, who was trapped in it, was instantly entangled by the dense green trees and vines. Watching this One Piece world version of the tree world coming, Ghidorah felt no fear at all, but instead sneered. Standing in a huge dense forest that was even more terrifying than Naruto's, Ghidorah spread his wings. Collapse, collapse, collapse. Vines and trees were torn off one by one. Immediately, a pair of huge flesh wings flapped suddenly, and a hurricane rose from the ground, blowing away the grass and soil and uprooting giant trees. To be honest, you reminded me of the past. I really don't want to destroy this place like this. Ghidorah broke free of his restraints and rose up from the ground, trying to fly high into the sky. Once he was in the sky, the opponent's ability would, no matter how perverted he is, there is nothing we can do to him. Unexpectedly, just as he left the ground, he saw Climb squatting down and suddenly thrusting his hands into the ground. How can I take it lightly against a monster like you? As Climb spoke, the island shook again. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 loud bangs, Ghidorah, who had just flown up, was caught by 4 huge vines that broke out of the ground. The vines, like giant pythons, climbed up along his feet. In an instant, he was entangled by the 4 vines, and his muscles were squeezed out from the gaps between the vines. Boom. The entangled King Ghidorah was dragged to the ground by the huge vines again, crushing a group of trees and splashing dust all over the sky. It's not over yet. This trick is specially prepared for you. I hope you like it. Climb saw this without any joy on his face and immediately let out another roar, and then he felt the entire island shaking. As the shaking and vibration were violent, huge plant leaves were seen slowly rising around the area where Ghidorah fell. The huge leaves, which were hundreds of meters long and looked like those of a carnivorous plant, were dripping with sticky liquid as they stood up. The liquid dripped onto other plants, making a hissing sound as it melted away. That is a highly corrosive, acidic liquid. As time went by, the 4 huge leaves slowly closed with Ghidorah as the center. If he was really wrapped by this thing, even he would probably lose a layer of skin. 100. Chapter 100. Do you really think you can beat me? Looking at the 4 big leaves that are gradually wrapping around me, there was no fear in Godzilla's eyes, not even a hint of unnecessary fear, only coldness. After sleeping for nearly 1,000 years, I'm afraid your brains must have been damaged, right? You want to trap me with this thing? I've really been underestimated by you bunch of lon. Sizzle. At the moment when he finished speaking, golden electromagnetic energy suddenly emerged from his huge, golden, deformed body. The moment the golden bioelectric current emerged, it immediately connected with the dark clouds in the sky. In the past, whether releasing lightning or absorbing, he would spread his wings, and it was just a fucking habit. As long as he has bioelectromagnetism in his body, he can actively draw lightning into his body. He believed that no matter what kind of plant it was, it could not withstand the ravages of thunder and lightning. I thought you were going to miscalculate this time. Just as the wind was rising and dark clouds were gathering in the sky, another voice suddenly came into his ears. When I looked over, I saw that the gray-haired man had already floated into the air and spoke slowly. Storms can bring disaster, but they can also blow everything away. As the man finished speaking, a violent hurricane blew up, and in an instant the entire sky cleared up to reveal a blue sky. Seeing the dark clouds disperse, the man sneered. Well, let me see how you can fight back. Asshole. Seeing this situation, King Ghidorah cursed angrily. To be honest, this situation really surprised him. He struggled frantically, but the thick vines were so tough that he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. When the two saw him struggling frantically, they smiled with satisfaction on their faces. But the two knew that this level of attack could at best control the opponent, but killing him was impossible. Everyone knows that King Ghidorah is an unkillable monster. Even if there was a way, they couldn't do it. The two looked at each other, saw deeper meanings in each other's eyes, and secretly signaled to each other. Then the gray-haired man suddenly appeared above King Ghidorah, who was gradually being surrounded, and said, "If you are trapped by us, you know what will happen to you. How about it? How about we make a deal?" Hearing the other party's words, Ghidorah stopped struggling and looked up at the man in the air with confusion in his eyes. "Oh, what deal? Like maybe we could let you go." The gray-haired man smiled when he saw him talking to him and continued slowly, "But after all, this kind of thing will offend some people, so. You want to gain eternal life? Who is King Ghidorah?" He saw through the other party's intentions in an instant, sneered, and said with contempt again, "It seems that after thousands of years, even the 20 Kings group is no longer a monolithic entity. The 20 Kings group back then was a powerful group that shared honor and disgrace, but they did not expect that after that unknown little man gained eternal life, they all developed evil thoughts." King Ghidorah was very happy to see this situation. So what if it's an iron plate? After all, eternal life is our ultimate goal." The gray-haired man grinned. Ghidorah was not surprised at all to hear what the other party said. The war thousands of years ago began with eternal life, and they just added a magnificent lie to this unpresentable excuse. You are really honest." Ghidorah sneered at this, and after a while continued, "But you got the wrong idea." As he spoke, his huge golden eyes gradually became colder and more murderous. Seeing his actions, Dulain finally changed color and shouted angrily, "Asshole, would you rather be sealed again than trade with me?" "Seal? Just because of this? Or with your ridiculous storm-dispelling power? Even without borrowing the natural thunder, I'm still that King Ghidorah?" Roar. As King Ghidorah roared, 3 heads stood up. The central head stared at Dulain and said slowly, "Although I hate vegetarian food and even resist it, some people are not picky about food." As soon as he finished speaking, the left side of his head suddenly opened its ferocious bloody mouth, and with a puff sound, it bit the vines that were wrapped around his body. TSK. As the left side of the head bit, the vine became like a branch that quickly lost moisture, and in the blink of an eye it became gray and shriveled. Seeing this situation, The two people who were opposing them had their dusty memories opened up, and they seemed to think of something terrible in an instant. Back then on the battlefield, the enemy devoured many people with special abilities. The left side of the head has a mysterious fruit ability that can absorb all energy. At this moment, half of the island was created by Climb using his ability, and energy was being continuously transmitted from a distance. This kind of energy and aura is really nostalgic. As the left head continued to devour, the vines that bound Ghidorah dried up, but he was not in a hurry to break free. He looked up at the huge green leaves that were slowly closing, excitement flashing in his eyes. This kind of pure natural energy is rare. Climb, stop it. Seeing this, Dulane immediately shouted to stop them. It's too late. In the distance, Climb, a man with green hair, had cold sweat on his face. His hands, which were inserted into the ground, were sucked tightly by a terrifying force. As if he had noticed something wrong with his companion, Dulane did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately raised his hands like holding a sword and slashed towards Ghidorah below. Fierce wind slash. As the words fell, a green crescent-shaped blade of light suddenly appeared in the sky with a hum. As the slash tore through the air, a red flame was rubbed out, and a stream of blazing flames, the blue slash fell down in shock. Looking at the slash that covered the sky like a red cloud, Ghidorah spread his wings and tore through the dry vines with a bang. He looked up to the sky and roared, immediately stopping devouring the plant energy. Roar. Boom. Along with the earth-shaking roar, the dissipated dark clouds quickly condensed, and thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Sizzle. 3 golden rays shot out instantly, converging into a line and hitting the slash. The huge slashing blow was gradually dispersed by the rays, and the flying strong wind, mixed with tiny fiery red wind blades, instantly formed a firestorm. A raging storm swept in, and the newly created island with lush green vegetation was instantly destroyed beyond recognition by the storm. The thriving green trees were instantly crushed, and the grass was lifted up into the air. Boom. A bolt of golden lightning struck King Ghidorah's back. Buzz. Roar. The already rough golden rays suddenly expanded again. After Ghidorah let out an excited roar, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If Gangukong doesn't stay, then leave the 220 kings to collect the interest. 101, Chapter 101, The Fall of the King. Not good. Seeing this, Clem and Delane's faces changed instantly. In an instant, the pale-faced Climb activated his ability, causing the island beneath his feet to shake and tremble, and huge black vines with a diameter of more than 10 meters broke out of the ground. The black vines, with needle-like sharp tips, emit a cold light. Under the control of his ability, the vines were like black needles with thread, piercing the air with sharp whistling sounds and stabbing towards Ghidorah. Seeing his companions working so hard, Dulane also worked without reservation. If they continue to hide at this moment, it will be difficult for both of them to survive. Thinking of this, gray mist like rolling chaos burst out from his eyes, and the already gloomy sky became even darker, as if it had fallen into the polar night. In the distance, Green Bull and Fujitora, who had already returned to the ship, felt that the warship under their feet was like a small boat in the waves, which could capsize at any time. What a horrible creature! I didn't expect that we, the admirals considered the strongest in the world, would have such a hard time resisting this attack. Looking at the black vines that broke through the ground and soared into the air, Green Bull's eyes were filled with horror. Fortunately, I am blind, so I won't suffer the same blow as you. Fujitora replied half-jokingly and half-humorously. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, his powerful perception enabled him to deeply feel everything on the island ahead. Although it was blurry, the powerful feeling of oppression made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Bulu, 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 bulu. At this moment, the din-din mushi in Green Bull's arms rang. He subconsciously picked it up and answered it. The next moment, Kizaru's voice came. You two, leave that island immediately. The Navy cannot afford to lose a major admiral right now. When they heard Kizaru's order, which even implied abandonment of the world government, the two were not surprised at all. They looked at each other knowingly, and then ordered the soldiers to turn the warship around and leave. However, compared to them, Steelbone Sora on the world government ship had already woken up and looked at the earth-shattering scene without saying a word for a long time. Boom. The storm swept up like a natural disaster, a hurricane beyond the level that Ghidorah could control, and it rolled up huge wind blades that could cut through everything. The sharpness of the wind blade is not inferior to any other supreme sword. When the storm passed, The remaining stone mountains on the island were flattened in an instant, and even the flying rocks were cut into pieces. You can see how terrifying it is. However, this was not the end. Huge waves nearly 100 meters high rolled up on the sea and hit the island. Roar. Ghidorah, who was in midair, was affected by the storm and had to land again. After all, his ability to control the wind is just a secondary ability, and it is still far from the real storm fruit fusion-level ability users. His landing was exactly what the two had planned. Those huge black vines like steel needles pierced over him from all directions. Faced with the desperate attack, the golden pupils on his huge head flashed with terrifying ferocity, and with a roar, hundreds of manic thunders fell down fiercely. The golden thunder illuminated the darkness, and he madly absorbed the electromagnetic energy like the god of thunder. As the electromagnetic energy surged into his body crazily, his golden skin was like a glowing light bulb. In an instant, his entire body lit up and made a very strange sound. Buzz, buzz, boom. As the strange sound continued, the golden electromagnetism suddenly seemed to be overloaded and burst out from its three heads at the same time with a loud bang. He ignored all attacks, and the three rays converged into a dazzling golden ray, which blasted towards Dulane in midair with earth-shaking momentum. Bang! The devastating golden rays instantly submerged Dulane, and a raging flame suddenly broke out. The flame was the result of the air being squeezed to the extreme and the oxygen inside burning. Dulane! Clem, who was controlling the huge black vines, screamed in shock when he saw this, and then his whole face became distorted and hideous. Not to mention how deep his feelings for Dulane are. Just in this situation, if the other party died, he would probably not live long. This is what is called the lips and teeth are interdependent. As his expression became more ferocious, the vines that Ghidorah had ignored arrived in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds of sharp objects piercing flesh were heard, and Ghidorah, who was standing in the center of the island, was instantly pierced through the body by dozens of vines. The huge golden body that gave all the strong men a headache was instantly pierced with holes. A liquid that looked like gold slowly flowed out along the twisted patterns of the huge vines. Climb, who was controlling the vines, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Asshole, this is the price you pay for ignoring my diamond vines. As he spoke, Climb activated his ability once again, controlling the vines that had penetrated Ghidorah's body to tighten, intending to crush Ghidorah's body. You think you're okay again? His body was pierced through and through, and although it was not fatal, it caused Ghidorah to feel immense pain. Under the severe pain, his expression was hideous. Explode, bang, explode, bang. With its huge body and strong muscles, the dark and tough vines were torn off as it twisted. As the vines were torn off, the wound on his body expanded significantly, and blood that looked like gold fell to the ground like rain. The surrounding dead vegetation was crushed by the energy impact. It became active the moment it was stained with that golden blood. The grass is no longer green, but turns golden like autumn rice ears, and grows wildly at an extremely fast speed. As the golden blood flowed out, the crooked dead tree behind him gradually regained its vitality. At the same time, King Ghidorah broke free from his restraints, and the bloody wounds on his body slowly healed. As the price of pain, you will die too. Ghidorah regained his freedom, twisted his huge body, and attacked with his double tails with a fierce whistling sound like a hot knife through butter. At the top of the huge tail wing, the tailbone, like a wolf-tooth hammer, instantly crushed everything and hit the opponent's position with a loud bang. As the soil flew, a huge spherical vegetation cracked open and sticky liquid splashed everywhere. Climb used the power of his fruit to cushion the blow with the help of plants and managed to survive. However, due to overuse of his power, he was left weak and in a state of disarray. He rushed out from the huge dust storm, not daring to stop at all, and ran madly towards the shore. Seeing this, how could King Ghidorah do as he wished? With a hum, a violent gravity ray was ejected. The golden rays scraped the ground and plowed towards the running figure. Mud was flying and rocks were breaking all the way. It's over. Seeing the golden ray approaching in an instant, Climb's face froze, and a feeling of despair rose in his heart. 102, Chapter 102. A surprise waiting. Stop. Just as despair appeared in Climb's eyes, a roar sounded in the air. Following this roar, the dense clouds were torn apart by a giant hand, which reached out to Climb below without hesitation, trying to save him. Seeing that the rabbit at his mouth was about to fly away, Ghidorah also became furious. Roar. After a roar, A powerful aura seemed to be tangible and spread out like golden radiating ripples. Golden ripples swept across the giant hand, causing it to pause. And at this moment, the violent gravitational ray hit Climb, who was stunned. The golden flame instantly submerged the latter, and the exploding shock wave exploded with a loud bang. Asshole! Seeing Climb being submerged by the rays, the experienced controller became furious. The moment the ray exploded at the opponent, Ghidorah felt that the fruit on the crooked tree behind him began to change. Feeling this, a smile appeared on his ferocious face. It was not because he was happy about obtaining the fruit, but because another generation of 20 fell in his hands. After confirming the other party's death, he looked up at the sky with a very relieved mood. Do you want to hide in there forever? The cold, heartless words echoed through the sky. As he spoke, the clouds rolled, and in an instant they began to pounce downwards. The spinning and rolling dark clouds soon turned into a giant dark cloud with lightning, thunder, and storms inside. The 100-meter-tall wind elemental creature, although not as tall as Ghidorah, its appearance is definitely visually impactful. Especially the rotating wind ball in his hand, which contains the energy to destroy the world. The wind giant slowly spoke with the cold voice of Durlin. If you kill Climb, you will pay a heavy price. Oh, how ridiculous. Ghidorah shook his aching body and said, So you can kill me? What's this special theory? He was also amused by the other party's idea. For such guys with stupid brains, the principle he always adhered to was to beat them. So after saying that, he flew up without hesitation and pounced directly towards the wind giant. When facing a creature that is resistant to lightning, the best way is to tear it apart with physical attacks. The moment he flew up, Delane in the form of a wind giant also responded, raising the wind ball of manic energy in his hand and shouting, Ice Storm. As he spoke, the swirling wind in his hand suddenly grew larger and made an ear-piercing sound of air friction. Puff-pee. Amid the terrifying noise, the wind mass shot out thin and sharp ice flakes that covered the sky and the ground. If you ask which nature-type fruit is the most terrifying, King Ghidorah, one of the creators, will tell you that it is the storm fruit. There is no other reason, because the development level of this fruit can be said to be infinitely terrifying. Although the storm seems simple, in fact, the effects it can cause are so many. Looking at the overwhelming ice storm, Ghidorah was also driven into a frenzy. Relying on his strong body, he ignored all the ice pieces and rushed forward. Seeing his actions, the wind giant Dulane was obviously frightened. Just as he was stunned, Ghidorah, covered with wounds again, pressed down like a mountain. The weight of nearly 150,000 tons was no joke. Adding the force of falling, the wind giant was pushed down and pressed under him in an instant. The sharp giant feet grabbed into the opponent's body with a puff sound and started tearing it apart fiercely. However, this was not the end. The heads on the left and right sides came one after another and tore towards the vital points of the wind giant. Especially the head on the left side with devouring ability, it opened its ferocious mouth without hesitation and ate with relish, swallowing the torn energy directly into its stomach. Dulane originally wanted to use his own original energy and the Storm Titan to deal with King Ghidorah. However, he didn't expect that the damn left side of the head would devour his body without any mercy. If he continued like this, his fate would be even worse than that of Climb. Dulane, who figured everything out in an instant, released his giant form without hesitation and turned into a crack, rising into the sky and into the clouds. Hey, no more. Instead of staring blankly at the left side of his head, Ghidorah set up a ray the moment the wind giant disappeared and sprayed it towards where the other party had escaped. However, he didn't expect that the other party was one step faster than him and rushed into the clouds. The other party wanted to hide, and Ghidorah had no way to deal with him for the time being. He stared at the clouds and said, Are the 20 kings so cowardly? As a human being who has lived for 1,000 years, even if he has slept for 800 years, he will not be affected by such low-level provocation. Hearing his words, Delane's voice rang out from the clouds. If it's you, I don't believe anyone has the ability to fight you alone. So, I don't feel ashamed of anything. In fact, being able to survive in your hands is something I'm proud of. You are so shameless. Upon hearing this, King Ghidorah felt speechless and sneered. Compared to life, I think face is the least important. I will report Climb's death truthfully. Don't worry, it won't be long before we come to find you. Then you can wash your neck and wait in the Holy Land. Dulane's voice was heard again from the clouds. Hearing the other party's words, Ghidorah was a little surprised. According to his estimation, It would take at least a year for the other party to start a war. What unexpected events had forced the war to be brought forward? Or do you have what it takes to compete with me? Thinking of this, he raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "It seems that you are very confident in your broken group. Young man, it's good to have confidence, but Danti was slapped in the face by reality." A slap in the face? I'm afraid you'll be the one getting slapped in the face then. In order to deal with you, we have prepared a surprise for you. Then see you later. You're really smart. Ghidorah, who had already confirmed the opponent's position, said subconsciously after hearing the voice. He never expected that the other party would be so shrewd. Although he felt a little regretful that he didn't leave the other party any chance, being able to kill one of the 20 kings here was not a loss. He walked to the crooked tree, stuck out his left head, picked up the devil fruit that had transformed into a green, black-striped cantaloupe shape, and swallowed it. Immediately, it left the deserted island, half of which was covered with rubble, and the other half was green, and flew towards the red soil continent. But in my heart, I was still wondering what the surprise the other party was talking about was. But after thinking about it, he couldn't expect what it would be. Even if it was Pluto, it wouldn't be a surprise. Unless that thing pops up 100 times in front of him, he will definitely surrender, kneel down and call him daddy. However, is this possible? The maker of Pluto was broken into pieces thousands of years ago, and even several of its auxiliary fruits were lost in the world, of which Sabo alone had 2. Is there anything else you haven't thought of? 103. Chapter 103, The Donkey of the Production Team. When returning to the Red Earth continent again, King Ghidorah received an exciting news. Members of Clan D, scattered around the world, have entered the Grand Line, and some have even crossed the Red Earth continent and built islands near the outposts. According to Dorag's vision for the future, all the islands in the waters surrounding the outpost will be incorporated into the Happy Kingdom. The construction issues were left to the franchise forces. In any case, these forces have never been short of money, and their army can also free up more hands to build outposts. The busy Dorag received some bad news on this day, which came from the Herald Jin. King recounted his encounter with Luffy and told him why Luffy didn't want to come back. As for what Doflamingo had done, he told it without reservation. When he heard that his son was almost killed by Doflamingo, Drago didn't say anything, but the fierce look flashing in his eyes proved his anger. As for Luffy's reluctance to return and stay on a specific route, although he was worried, he had no choice but to leave it alone. After all, when he was young, he was not a content person. The outpost was destroyed again, but with the addition of Aokiji and the Whitebeard pirates, the construction speed is much faster than before. Sabo, we are sworn brothers after all. Can you just turn a blind eye? Ace was lying on the beach with Aokiji basking in the sun. Looking at Sabo, who appeared in front of them, an unhappy expression appeared on his freckled face. As brothers, Ace has absolutely no complaints about Sabo. However, when it comes to being a leader, he has a lot of complaints about the other party. Apart from other things, just the work attitude of not recognizing relatives and friends is really a headache for him. If he had known this would be the result, he should have chosen to go out with Marco and the others to collect supplies. This would have been better than staying on the island and being disciplined every day. Sabo frowned when he heard this, then slowly said, "But your work is not yet finished. If you rest, who will finish it?" To be honest, he actually wanted to let the other party take a break, but the other party's work occupied a very important position in the construction of the outpost. It can be said that without Ace, many projects would be suspended, and suspension would mean delay in construction schedule. Therefore, he could only be cruel and not recognize his relatives. However, it would have been better if the other party didn't say anything. This mention was like lighting a powder keg. Ace, lying on his back in beach shorts, jumped up from the beach and yelled, "That's my job." Even the donkey and the production team wouldn't dare to do that. Ace became more and more excited as he spoke, both eyebrows raised. "I'm the user of the flame fruit. I'm not a stoker in your eyes, nor am I a worker in your steel mill. Look at me," he said, pointing at his dark circles. "I get up early and work late every day, working like a donkey. You're making things endlessly, and I'm burning things endlessly. When will this end?" Hearing Ace's roar, Aokiji, who was sleeping soundly beside him, took off his eye mask and looked at Ace, who had dark circles under his eyes. I shook my head in my heart. This kid is finished. Soon Sabo glanced over here, immediately put down the blindfold, and said leisurely, "I'm done." Not wanting to be a donkey in the production team, Aokiji simply chose to continue pretending to sleep. Snored. Sabo snorted in his heart when he heard this, and then turned to look at Ace. Why can't you understand my good intentions? I asked you to use your fruit power to refine those metals. I did for your own good. Didn't you notice that your fruit power has improved? The fruit ability has been improved, but it has no effect. My body has been hollowed out and I have dark circles under my eyes. Ace refuted and then said again, Don't think I don't know. You made a pile of metal, and no one can melt it except me with the flame fruit. You said it was to let me practice my fruit ability, but in reality, you are just using me like a donkey. I won't do it this time, no matter what you say. Seeing this, Sabo, based on his understanding of Ace, knew that the other party was in a difficult situation this time and was determined not to do it anymore. After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up and he prayed secretly in his heart, Brother, I'm not trying to trick you. It's just that there is no one available right now. Don't blame me, brother, for my despicable behavior. After thinking about it, he pretended to turn around and said with a look of regret, Then it seems that I can only go find the master and tell him that you can't do it anymore. Let him find a way to replace him with someone else. Temo. Hearing Sabo's words, Ace's body shuddered involuntarily. Thinking of King Ghidorah's methods, he immediately shouted at Sabo angrily. Sabo, why did I drink Sworn Brotherhood wine with you in the first place? After saying this, he turned around with an angry look on his face and walked towards the smoking tower in the center of the island. Is this really okay? After Ace left, Aokiji took off his blindfold and asked a confusing question. We can't help it. I received news not long ago that Ivan has started a war with 2 member states of the world government. If things continue like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before war breaks out. Only in this way can we discover his abilities as quickly as possible and allow him to quickly merge with the fruit. This is also the method given by the master. I believe you have already experienced it deeply. Upon hearing this, Sabo sat down next to Aokiji and explained. Really? Aokiji lay there, feeling the energy in his body, which was obviously much stronger and more restless than before, and nodded in praise. Suddenly, both of them stopped going and looked up at the blue sky with rolling clouds. After a long while, Aokiji spoke again. When war comes, what will this world become? Maybe it's the kind of people living in poverty. Sabo was slightly startled when he heard this. Then he exhaled, as if to vent the oppressive depression in his heart. He slowly opened his mouth and said, This kind of thing is inevitable. If we want to completely liberate the world and make it equal for everyone, war is inevitable. What we can do is to find a way to quickly end this war and minimize all losses. Hearing this, Aokiji still looked at the blue sky and white clouds and said, Until now, I still don't understand what justice is, and I don't even know whether your actions are right or wrong. But I believe in you and King Ghidorah. If we can really build the world he described, I think people will live a wonderful life. Certainly. Hearing this, Sabo stood up with a smile, patted his butt and said, But before that, you have a new mission. Hey, I've finished my work, and I'm not the production team's donkey. Aokiji stopped working immediately after hearing that. This is not up to you. Your mission is related to Nico Robin. Sabo seemed to know something and said with a smug smile, I believe you won't refuse. You don't really give me no reason to refuse. Aokiji stood up and stretched. After all, I watched that child grow up. To be honest, he embodies the ideals of my friends. Tell me, what's the matter? 104. Chapter 104, The Strange Island of Rebirth. The Happy Kingdom United Nations and the member states of the world government are at war. After being promoted by Morgans of the World Economic News, it has become the focus of the century. From the bigwigs of various forces to the peddlers, everyone is guessing who will be the final winner of this war. I don't know if it was Morgans's deliberate act, but all the information revealed in the newspapers is leaning towards the Happy Kingdom United Nations. Because of this, your already chaotic world has been swept up in a new wave of military service. Overthrowing the old government and establishing a new regime, this shocking news alone attracted countless passionate young people to join the revolutionary cause. And with the joining of this group of passionate young people, some characters that have never appeared in the original work also began to emerge. He may even become a mid-level force in the United Nations, a small figure leading a small war. Compared with the chaotic wars between countries, the sea at this time also became chaotic. The pirates were also divided into 2 factions by this invisible force. One is the old-school pirates who still do what they want and commit acts of burning, killing, and looting, while the other is mainly based in the Happy Kingdom, and they are robbing the member countries of the world government. And in this chaotic sea, a pirate group called Bloodsail stood out some time ago. However, for such a famous pirate group, no one knew the information about them. Rumor has it that almost everyone who has seen this pirate group has died at sea or been recruited by others. As the rumors became more mysterious, this pirate group officially attracted the attention of the Army Department, because just some time ago, the supply ship of the Army Department's logistics department disappeared in the New World. The Commander Lightning also disappeared mysteriously. Sabo was always uneasy about seeing such a dangerous pirate group wandering around on the logistics route, so he sent out the idol Aokiji. As for why it is said to be related to Robin, isn't it dangerous to be on the same route? Sabo doesn't think Luffy can solve such a mysterious pirate group. Listening to the other party's roundabout excuses, Aokiji was speechless. Thinking that I hadn't been out for a while, I decided to go out for some fresh air, got my bicycle, and slowly rode towards the depths of the New World. In the vast and ever-changing sea, dark clouds suddenly gathered and a storm was approaching. "Boss, we have tracked down the whereabouts of the Bloodsail pirates, but now the storm is coming, and we can't go out to sea." In a cave on a deserted island in the New World, a fat man who was tearing a chicken leg looked at the inclement weather outside the cave with dark clouds looming overhead. "Ah, yes, but I'm worried about that little brat." A red-haired man sitting on a wine barrel looked at the weather outside the cave, laughed loudly, and then said with a worried look on his face, "Even if we are worried, we can't go out to sea in this situation." The gray-haired man smoking a cigarette on the side suddenly asked with a serious expression, "Shanks, I've never asked you why you care so much about that brat. Moreover, if the fruit was touched by someone in Windmill Village, it would have been impossible for it to escape your perception." "Huh." Shanks laughed when he heard this. "Beckman, I always thought you wouldn't ask about this. Back in Windmill Village, I just relied on my intuition. I thought that fruit should be suitable for Luffy, so I didn't stop it. But you know, that fruit is what the world government has always wanted to get. How is that possible? It's just a rubber fruit. Who would care about it?" Hearing what Shanks said, the fat man who was gnawing on the chicken leg was immediately surprised. "Ah, that's not a simple rubber fruit. The world government changed its name to the rubber fruit so that people wouldn't know its real name." Shanks explained with a smile and then added, "As for the true appearance of that fruit, it is better for you not to know it, because knowing that name will lead to the erasure of the world government." "World government? I'm afraid they won't be able to protect themselves this time." Beckman suddenly sighed when he heard Shanks' words. Yes, who would have thought that even the monster from 1,000 years ago would pop up?" Shanks picked up the bottle of wine beside him and said, "Thinking of that monster, I am not worried about Luffy. After all, that kid is also a member of that kingdom, and his status is not low. Let's continue the party." After hearing Shanks' words, cheers rang out again in the cave. Perhaps this is one of the few pure pirate groups left in the world today. Meanwhile, another group of pirates who yearn for freedom were not so relaxed. There is no peaceful sea in the New World. After leaving Dressrosa, the Straw Hat Pirates headed in the direction indicated by the compass left by King. As for the Heart Pirates, Law, after consulting everyone, also moved forward with the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy didn't have any feelings about the situation, and he didn't have any resistance to Law. Not only that, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates are also very friendly to the Heart Pirates. Even the shy little elk will occasionally discuss some medical knowledge with Law. However, just when the two pirate groups were on their honeymoon, a half-black, half-green island appeared in front of everyone. There's something strange about this island. From a distance, Law, who was discussing medical knowledge with Chopper on the Thousand Sunny, stood up with a changed expression. Law's fruit, called the surgery fruit, actually also has recovery capabilities. Because of this ability, he felt a terrifying energy coming from the half-island full of greenery and vitality. That kind of energy is not aggressive at all. Not only is it not aggressive, but it also has an irresistible regenerative power. Strength. The power of regeneration is so attractive to a doctor that it cannot be described in words. "Luo Singh, do you feel anything?" Chopper asked subconsciously as he looked at Luo, whose face changed color beside him. That island, or to be more precise, that half of the island, has a terrifying regenerative power. Luo explained with a serious face. If this energy can be utilized, it will be extremely effective in treating all injuries and diseases. It can even slow down a person's aging process. Having said this, Luo could no longer continue, because as the ship approached, he discovered that there were several pirate ships docked on the beach of the island. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar symbols on the flag, he realized that he was not the only one who had discovered the whole secret. "WOW, So many pirate ships. At this moment, a long arm suddenly stretched out from beside Luo, grabbed the bow railing, and flew past with a figure. Luffy, sitting at the bow, looked at the nearly 10 pirate ships on the shore, with stars in his eyes. This was the first time he encountered such a spectacular scene of pirates gathering since entering the New World, and he immediately shouted excitedly, "Exploration, exploration, exploration." 105, Chapter 105, Landing and Brewing Fruits. Hey, Luffy, it's obviously not safe up there. After hearing Luffy's proposal, Usopp on the Thousand Sunny was the first to raise objections. Nami and the others looked at the ships on the shore flying pirate flags with a look of resistance on their faces. Obviously, he doesn't want to get off the boat. Nami-san, Robin-chan, what do you want for lunch? As the #1 cook on the ship, Sanji floated in front of the two of them with his body as soft as a noodle and asked, "Bang! Asshole, I didn't say I wanted to go down." Nami, who was already reluctant to get off the boat, punched the curly-browed cook without saying a word when she saw him. "I'm sorry, I get it." Sanji, with a big bump on his head, walked into the cabin with a sad face to prepare food. In contrast to the actions of the other people on the ship, Luffy still looked excited. "Sanji, prepare your lunchbox, I'm going on an adventure." Sanji in the cabin responded after hearing this, and started to prepare with some complaints in his heart. Seeing this, Luo curled up his lips into a smile, said goodbye to Chopper, and jumped onto his own boat. "I will go to the island with the Straw Hat Master later. All of you stay here. If you encounter any danger, dive to the bottom of the sea." Luo looked at his crew members and was worried. His heart pirates are different from the Straw Hat pirates, especially in terms of combat power. His crew is much inferior to the Straw Hat crew. If a battle breaks out in a place like the New World, I'm afraid even my life might be in jeopardy. So when faced with danger, he only hoped that his crew members could save their lives. "Captain." The big white bear, who was doing strange movements on the deck, looked sad when he heard what Luo said. "Okay, listen to the captain." At this time, a tall, bearded man spoke. After hearing what the villain said, everyone on the deck lowered their heads in silence. The entire Heart Pirates had already done their best to get here. And the road ahead is still long, and they don't even have the courage themselves. After all, no one took the initiative to bring up this heavy topic, but instead they all supported it silently. Luo took in everyone's expressions, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a while, he swallowed what he wanted to say and looked at the island he was about to land on. The Bloody Roar Pirates are an old pirate group that has been roaming in the New World for many years. They do not belong to any force, but they wander between various forces. Relying on the famous Blood Roar wine, they move between various forces and survive by reselling alcohol. The reason why he can get along so smoothly is that Captain Lakiru is a devil fruit user. Brewing fruit. A person whose name alone can make people think of his abilities. However, this ability has a secret that no one knows about, which is the process of using the brewing ability. And in this pirate group, there are also rules that everyone abides by silently in private. That is, unless their lives are in danger, no one will taste anything that Captain Lakiru brews. It's not because what Lakiru brewed has any strange taste, but because the brewing process is really too eye-catching. In the center of the half-green island, inside a tent made of rags of various colors, a tall, plump man was sitting on a huge vine. There was a creepy smile on his face, as if he was possessed. "Ha, this is the brewer's holy land. Ha, that's perfect." Click, click. As he spoke, the fat man grabbed a bunch of green vines beside him, stuffed them into his mouth, and started chewing them. As he continued chewing, the green plant juice flowed down the corners of his mouth. The rich juice inside the vine burst instantly, rushed into the fat man's esophagus, and flowed into his stomach, and after passing through his body's special digestive system, turned back again. After a while, a light yellow liquid was seen dripping from the faucet at the fat man's belly button. When the first drop of liquid fell into the vessel, a refreshing aroma spread. As the aroma spread, a loud shouting sounded outside the tent. "Captain Lakiru, please sell me this portion of the strengthening liquid." "Who do you think you are? This thing is mine. I was here first." "Asshole, we were here first." "Asshole, I will kill anyone who dares to rob me." With the sounds of shouting and fighting continuing, it looked like a war was about to break out outside the tent. However, those members of the Blood Roar Pirates who were watching and maintaining law and order were just watching coldly. As long as no one steps over the guard, they will not take action. Looking at the pirates fighting for the boss's excrement, These members felt an indescribable sense of comfort in their hearts. At the same time, I was secretly saying in my heart, "Eat, eat, eat, you scum, to death." As the competition outside the tent intensified, all kinds of treasures appeared one after another, and some people even took out their treasured devil fruits. It can be seen how popular the yellow liquid brewed by Lakaloo is. Unlike the noise outside, Lakaloo sat calmly on the vines, his mouth wide open like a hippo, constantly chewing the tiny vines. As the excreted liquid gradually filled the container, he called one of his men to replace the container in front of him. "It smells so good." Although the process may be unbearable to watch, when the subordinate picked up the vessel, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he couldn't help but stretch his head towards the vessel, wanting to have a taste. "Asshole, do you want to die?" Lakaloo, who had changed to a new container and was about to continue chewing, became furious when he saw his men's actions. "These things are not for you greedy guys. If you don't want to live, drink." Lakaloo, who knew the effect of the yellow liquid very well, did not try to stop him, but just gave him a verbal warning and ignored him. However, the subordinates, who knew their captain very well, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Resisting the temptation of the aroma, he divided the yellow liquid in the container into 5 portions and poured them into simple wine bottles. As soon as that subordinate took out the 5 wine bottles, everyone outside the tent's eyes turned green, and they stared at the wine bottles. "Oh, everyone has a share. The boss is brewing in there. Can you guys stop looking at me like that?" The subordinate was horrified by the burning gazes of the crowd and spoke in surprise. After hearing what the subordinate said, the people waiting could no longer hold back and pushed and shoved frantically forward. Even though people know this thing is still available, no one wants to be at the back of the queue. "Hey, what are they doing?" Just as everyone was scrambling, a young man's voice was heard from behind, followed by a woman's voice. "Huh, I'm afraid they're trying to steal the perfume." Nico Robin sniffed. There was a faint, fascinating smell in the air. "Really?" Nami, who was standing by, also sniffed and asked, "What? I thought it was delicious." When Luffy heard the word perfume, he immediately lost all interest, but his keen sense of smell still made him curious about it. Just then, he saw a sloppy man in front of him, squeezing into the crowd, holding a wine bottle as if it were a treasure. "Juice." Seeing this, Luffy immediately stretched out his arm and grabbed the bottle in the man's arms. 106, Chapter 106, Pirates Don't Cheat Pirates. Duncan is a navigator of the New World Pirates. A few years ago, my body suffered irreversible damage in a battle. Because of physical problems, his strength also plummeted. Although the companions on the boat didn't say anything, they even took care of themselves intentionally or unintentionally during the battle. But as a man, how could I not care? Just recently, news came from an island in the New World that the Bloody Roar pirates were selling a drink on the island that can not only heal injuries but also increase strength. When Duncan heard the news, it was like spring was waving to him. After consulting the captain, the entire pirate group came to this island, and after paying a huge price, they finally managed to grab the recovery elixir. Duncan, clinging to hope, planned to return to the pirate group's base immediately. Bang! Just when he was thinking that it wouldn't be long before he would regain his masculinity, he suddenly felt someone grab the bottle of wine in his arms. Before he could react, he felt the wine bottle in his hand disappear, and then he saw a long arm quickly retracting. "Asshole!" Seeing the boy not far away wearing a straw hat and laughing heartlessly, Duncan suddenly became anxious. He cursed angrily, stomped on the ground with a bang, and rushed towards the boy. Even at his worst, Duncan was still a pirate in the New World. Even though his strength had shrunk, he was still a strong man. But at the moment when he stepped on the ground, he didn't expect that a young man who looked like a swordsman next to the heartless boy raised his hand, drew his sword, and slashed at him. "What?" Duncan, who was rushing forward, was frightened by the blow and broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly rolled to avoid the blow. Half kneeling on the ground, feeling the fierce blow flying close to his face, Duncan began to collapse mentally. Damn, the robber is too powerful. Even though the island is in chaos right now, the pirate groups that received the news and came to buy the recovery fluid are now stationed on the island. Although there was no explicit agreement between them, they all tacitly agreed to put aside the fight for the time being. However, on this temporarily harmonious island, no one expected that there would be such a kid who did not play by the rules. It would not be an exaggeration to even say that he is a troublemaker. Luffy snatched the wine bottle and put his nose to the bottle mouth and sniffed it. Immediately, a refreshing smell rushed into his nostrils. An irresistible temptation made him subconsciously put the bottle mouth to his mouth, and he tilted his head back and took 2 big gulps. Sweet, fragrant, and a mysterious smell that is hard to describe. After 2 mouthfuls, Luffy's eyes sparkled with stars, and he shouted excitedly, "Damn it, drink it!" As he said this, he subconsciously continued drinking. Stop. Duncan, who was far away, was heartbroken when he saw this. That was all he had saved, along with the wealth of his companions, for just 1 bottle. This boy is really good. Not only did he snatch it, but he also drank 1/3 of it without saying a word. Well, don't be so stingy. It's just a bottle of juice. Why don't you just buy another one? Luffy was startled when he heard that. Then he grinned and said in a normal manner, "Buy another one? Asshole, do you know what you were talking about?" Duncan was furious when he heard this. It sounds easy, but the recovery fluid is not something you can just buy whenever you want. Nami, who was standing by, saw the 2 of them arguing over a bottle of juice. She knew Luffy was wrong, so she had to step in. He took 2 steps forward, smiled sweetly, and said, "Uncle, I'm sorry that Luffy stole your juice. How much is your juice? We will compensate you." In her opinion, no matter how expensive a bottle of juice is, 1,000 Baileys is enough. Because 1,000 belly would damage the relationship, it is not worth it to make enemies with other pirate groups. Pay? Upon hearing this, Duncan took a look at the pirates in front of him. Seeing that they all had young faces, he couldn't help but curl his lips inwardly. A bunch of brats. Well, the things I exchanged for the recovery fluid should add up to 100 million Baileys. Now take out 100 million Baileys and our problem will be solved. Although he knew that the other party would not have so many Baileys, Duncan still told them the money he used to buy the recovery fluid. What? Why don't you go and grab it? Upon hearing this, Nami showed her 2 rows of fangs and looked as ferocious as a devil. She is a person who doesn't take money seriously. In her eyes, money, that's fate. If it was 1,000 Baileys, she could still bear the pain. But if it was 100 million Baileys, it would be better to kill her. Tisk, it's clearly robbery, and now you're not going to compensate. I said 100 million was too little. Just look at the hands of those who bought things, and you will know whether I was deceiving you or not. Duncan pointed at the crazy crowd outside the tent and motioned for everyone to look. Hearing this, several people looked in the direction the other party was pointing. When they saw what the group of people were holding, they all turned their heads in surprise to look at Luffy, who had drunk the bottle of liquid at some point and was licking his lips with satisfaction. Asshole, you drank 100 million Baileys. You have to spit it out. Seeing this, Nami rushed forward, grabbed Luffy's neck and shook him hard. Ouch, I can't catch my breath, Nami. Luffy was dizzy and begged with his tongue sticking out. Seeing this, everyone rushed forward to stop her, fearing that Nami would really strangle Luffy to death. Assholes, if you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, we're not done yet. Duncan said angrily when he saw everyone fighting and leaving him aside. Private Marseille. Nami turned around and bowed, then pulled Luffy over and said to Duncan, "This guy drank your stuff. You can use him to pay off the debt. He's a pirate. The bounty is very high." I don't want it. I don't want to exchange it for the bounty," Luffy said in horror after hearing what Nami said. The people behind the 2, including Luo who joined later, were speechless when they saw Nami's actions. Seriously, is there still such a thing? However, among the crowd, only Zoro was in deep thought, feeling that the scene before him seemed familiar. Asshole, what's the point of my bounty on him? Duncan became even angrier when he saw the attitudes of the 2 men. Uncle, how about I go get you a bottle of that stuff? Luffy realized that he might have really gotten into trouble and looked at Duncan with a sincere attitude. Get a bottle? Well, if you can get it, our debt will be written off. If you can't, Duncan said with a fierce look in his eyes, even if it costs me my life, I will fight you to the death. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Luffy showed his unique smile and said, Pirates, never lie to pirates. After saying that, he turned and looked at his companions, or more precisely, at Nami who held the financial power. Nami saw this and realized something instantly. Her face darkened and she said, Asshole, don't expect me to spend 100 million to buy that broken thing. You have to figure it out yourself. Seeing Nami with her sharp teeth and devil-like state, Luffy immediately became timid, looking at the tent helplessly and muttered to himself, Well, it looks like I can only rely on myself. As he spoke, in the horrified gaze of everyone, he stretched out his arm again, grabbed a vine on the tent, and flew out with a whoosh. 107, Chapter 107, I Saw Terror. It was clearly a sneak attack, and the only one who could make such a loud noise was probably that idiot Luffy. As his arms retracted, Luffy flew into the tent with his mouth wide open. The movement here immediately attracted the attention of the pirates who were on guard around the tent. So, what's up with that guy? Hey, fly in. No, that's not good. The boss is in there. Can't let him see it. Several members of the Bloody Roar pirates saw Luffy flying straight into the tent, and their eyes bulged out in fear. The ability of their captain's fruit has always been a secret known to few people. If this guy were to see the brewing process of the brewing fruit, the future of their pirate group would be ruined. The thought of not only the loss, but also the wrath of their captain was more than they could bear. Thinking of this, everyone ran towards the tent with fear on their faces, trying to stop the strange young man. Hey, what is that uncle doing? Luffy, flying in the air, saw a huge fat uncle with his back to him, with a look of confusion on his face. Hey. At this moment, the fat figure also noticed something strange behind him, and subconsciously turned around to look back. When their eyes met Luffy in mid-air, both of them showed expressions of surprise and even horror at the same time. In Luffy's eyes, the image of the fat uncle was a huge hippopotamus mouth with green plants chewed inside. And there is a huge faucet on the round belly. The whole round body looks like a big wine barrel. But this is not important. What is important is that the uncle's way of peeing is so unique. And that thing, whether in color or fragrance, seemed to be vomit. Luffy seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth and stuck out his limp tongue. Fell to the ground without even keeping his body shape. It's over, I'm going to die. Luffy fell on the huge vines and stuck out his tongue, looking hopeless. Asshole, how did you get in? After the shock, Lakaloo became angry when he saw that someone had discovered his secret. It flew in. Vomit. Luffy, lying on the giant vine, thought about his answer for a moment, then noticed the fat uncle's unique way of urinating on his belly and felt nauseous again. It seems to be true. Hearing Luffy's answer, Lakiru thought about how the two of them had met just now. He spat out the vines from his mouth, used the power of the fruit to retract the faucet on his stomach, and his fat face became gloomy. Boy, now that you've seen it, don't even think about leaving alive. I don't want my abilities to be leaked out. Ability? Luffy looked up in confusion and asked, What ability? Is it the ability to pee? Bastard, I knew it. Hearing his words, Lakaloo's face became even uglier, and he roared, Asshole, that's my ability of the brewing fruit. Don't let your imagination run wild. The ability to brew fruit? Oh my god, Uncle's ability to expel water is really amazing. Luffy's eyes were full of stars when he heard it. Seeing his performance, the veins on Lakaloo's forehead bulged. Go to hell, you bastard. As he spoke, Lakiru's fat body suddenly rose up at an incredible speed and slammed down towards Luffy, who was lying on the vines. Oh my. Seeing the other party attacking him, Luffy immediately climbed up from the vines and ran to the side, saying, Hey, why did you suddenly start a fight? I also want to order a portion of your special drink for a friend. Vomit. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Luffy recalled the previous scene and couldn't help feeling nauseous again. When Lakaloo saw this, he looked as if he was being laughed at, and his whole face became as gloomy as if it was dipped in ink. Asshole, are you laughing at me? No way, I'm telling the truth. Luffy turned back as he ran and said, I just accidentally drank my friend's. Doug? Luffy felt that he really couldn't go on. Even though his rubber belly could eat anything raw or cold, he never thought he would drink that kind of stuff. Even now, I dare not even think about it. Lakaloo, who was chasing closely behind, saw this and his anger rose up like a volcano. This kid is so mean, he must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the secret of his fruit brewing would probably be known to the whole world. This is not just a matter of face. If he is not careful, he will lose all his customers. When he thought about losing all his customers, Lakaloo could no longer hold back, and a burst of energy suddenly exploded from his body, turning him from a white fat man into a red fat man. A huge amount of steam with a strong smell of alcohol spurted out from the soles of his feet, and he took off from the ground and chased after Luffy. No matter what, he was going to kill that damn little monkey. Hey, it can actually fly. Hearing the noise behind him, Luffy subconsciously looked back and saw Lakilu flying behind him like a spray-painted plane, his eyes widened with envy. Boom. A huge crash was heard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Luffy dodged the attack at the critical moment, stood outside the hustle and bustle, staring at the fat uncle whose head was stuck in the vines, and exclaimed again, "Do you need help?" Seeing that the other party had been unable to pull out his head for a long time, Luffy walked up, tilted his head, looked at it for a long time, and asked, "Asshole, what do you think? Pull me out quickly." Lakalu's muffled roar was heard from the huge vines. "So, can you give me a bottle of that water, Dadug?" Luffy had no intention of taking advantage of the other person's misfortune. He just wanted to see if the other person would agree. So he asked while suppressing his nausea. "Damn it! Wait till I get out, or I'll twist your head off." In the vines, Lakalu roared, but the sound was very small and muffled. Never mind if that doesn't work. I'll go tell my friend." Luffy turned around and was about to leave. Boss, Captain." At this moment, Lakalu's crew members ran in. They heard the sound just now and thought that the boss had dealt with the intruder. But I never expected that after I came in, I found that things were not at all what I imagined. Even the scene in front of me is different from what I imagined. Everyone ran to Lakalu in fear, and together they began to pull out the fat head. "Oh, assholes, do you want to kill me?" Lakalu, who was stuck in the vines, felt even more pain after being tormented by his men, and couldn't help but howl in pain. Seeing this, Luffy felt that there was no need for him to stay here and walked straight out of the tent. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the place where the other person was sitting before, and he couldn't help but utter a puzzled sound. "You bastard boy. Let me out and I'll give you a bottle." Lakalu, who was in unbearable pain due to his men, suddenly roared. 108, Chapter 108 Conspiracy. "Don't want." Luffy refused upon hearing this. Why? Lakiru, who was stuck in the vines, had no idea of the situation outside. When he heard Luffy's refusal, he was immediately confused. "Because I have found it." Luffy jumped to the place where the other person was sitting before and glanced into the container. Immediately, a triumphant smile appeared on his face, and he picked up the vessel without hesitation. The diffused aroma instantly penetrated his nostrils, and then he uncontrollably moved his mouth towards the mouth of the container. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Vomit. The nausea in his stomach stopped him from moving. He turned to look at Lakiru, who was surrounded by a group of men and had his head stuck in the vines, and smiled. "Thanks for the stuff." After saying that, he ignored everyone and ran out of the tent happily. When Luffy got out of the tent, he was stunned at first. Not only did he not see his companions, but he was faced with a group of pirates who were eyeing him covetously. He looked at the group of pirates staring at the container in his arms like wolves and tigers, with greedy looks on their faces. Even at 2, he realized something. He is not stupid. Not good. Luffy screamed and kicked off the ground with his legs and jumped up, seeing Zoro and others in the distance in midair. He found the right position and grabbed a plant next to the people and flew over. When Zoro and others saw Luffy coming back, they were stunned at first, and then they saw a large group of pirates following him. "Asshole, don't come over here." Zoro looked at the group of pirates coming at him aggressively and suddenly roared in anger. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Luffy to come over, everyone turned around and ran away in unison. He didn't think there was anything wrong with selling out his teammates. "Hey, wait for me." Luffy looked at his companions who had left him and fled in astonishment, shouted loudly, and after landing on the ground, he swung his legs and ran away. After a while, he caught up with the team in front and said with a heartless smile, "Why are you all running so fast? Asshole, look behind you. Are you going to die if you don't run? What on earth did you do?" Nami looked at Luffy with a look of disappointment. They probably want to snatch this." Luffy gestured to everyone with the jar in his arms. "Asshole, why don't you throw it away?" Nami heard the words and shouted while running. I finally found this. It's full of that kind of water." Luffy glanced at the jar in his arms with a look of reluctance, mainly because the smell was too tempting. But when he looked back at the pirates following him, he had no choice but to give up the jar and throw it away. "What?" Nanway was shocked when he heard Luffy's words, and his eyes instantly turned into money symbols. Then he saw Luffy trying to throw the can away and immediately shouted angrily, "Don't throw it, asshole. You must protect me even if you die. I won't give it to anyone else." To a money grubber, this jar is like flowing Baileys. Hey, Nami is so scary. When everyone saw Nami showing her fangs, they all showed fear. Only Robin was still smiling calmly. As the chase continued, everyone fled madly. Fortunately, the island was big enough and everyone got rid of the pirates in a short while. Those who were freed leaned against a huge tree, looking exhausted. After waiting for a long time and seeing that there were really no pursuers, everyone turned their eyes to the jar in Luffy's arms. Chopper stepped forward, put his paw into the jar, dipped some of the yellow liquid, tried it with his mouth, and couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Luo, who was standing by, thought for a moment, dipped his finger in the liquid and tasted it, then frowned as well. This stuff is poisonous. After a while, they both exclaimed in unison. After that, the two looked at each other, and Law looked at the jar in Luffy's arms and said, I don't know how this thing is extracted. Although it contains some beneficial effects, it also contains a special toxin. Although this toxin will not kill people, it is probably some kind of neurotoxin. That uncle's pee is so strong. Then I'm going to die. Luffy subconsciously exclaimed when he heard that. However, after hearing his words, Chopper and Law, who had tasted the liquid, suddenly froze in their expressions, and suddenly they felt as if their souls had flown away. Who I am? Where am I? What did I taste? Both Law and Chopper looked as if they had lost all hope in life. What did you say? Nami, who had been looking like a money grower, suddenly looked disgusted when she heard that. As soon as I entered, I saw that uncle there. Luffy told everything he saw in the tent. After hearing Luffy's words, everyone's faces became even uglier, especially Law and Chopper, whose faces turned as green as cucumbers. I learned that the person with the fruit ability actually ate the food. It's over. I vomited again. After a lot of trouble, everyone still looked unhappy. Luffy, Luo suddenly called out and then said seriously, I'm afraid this island is plotting something. I think we'd better leave. What? Hearing what Law said, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked surprised. Although everyone has not been in contact with Luo for a long time, but after getting to know him recently, they all knew that Luo was a smart guy. Since this guy said so, I'm afraid something bad will really happen on the island. Luffy, let's go. Usopp on the side suddenly said tremblingly. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates, inside the huge vine tent, the Bloody Roar Pirates crew members stood in front of the vines as quietly as cicadas, with their heads lowered and not daring to make any sound. Asshole, Lakalu, who was pulled out of the vines by his men, clenched his fists with a dark face and said angrily, Search the whole island for me to find that brat, or he will ruin our good deeds. He didn't expect that the cunning kid not only saw his brewing process, but also stole his achievements. He secretly swore in his heart that if he was allowed to catch the little devil, he would skin him alive. Upon hearing the order from their captain, the crew members of the Bloody Roar Pirates took action. Captain, that gentleman is coming soon. Are we on this side? After all his men left, York, the vice captain of the Bloody Roar Pirates, walked up to him and reminded him. What? Lakalu was shocked to hear York's reminder. But if you count the days, it's almost time, but there's still no improvement on my side. Thinking of this, he hesitated, his fat face stretched, and he gritted his teeth and said, You go and stand guard outside. I'll continue making the water. Tell those people outside that I'm giving it away for free now. Although this might arouse suspicion, if that adult came, I wouldn't have figured it out here yet. I'm afraid the consequences will be even more serious. 109, Chapter 109 Aokiji Lance. Hey, Luffy, this has nothing to do with us. On the coast, the Straw Hat Pirates and Law were walking, and Usopp began to persuade them. After learning what conspiracy the island might be hiding, he wanted to leave. But he didn't expect that Luffy, that stubborn guy, actually decided to stay, which hurt him a lot. Although he knew it might not succeed, he still tried it. No, that uncle who tricked me into drinking something poisonous must not be a good person. I have decided. Beat him away, Luffy said with a serious look on his face, raising his fist. Hey, don't you guys care? Usopp saw this and realized that he could not persuade them anymore, so he turned to look at his other companions. I listened to Luffy, Zoro answered in a cold manner. Several people responded one after another. What do you want to eat? The captain might be really angry. Bo, I wonder if this thing can be used as fuel? Robin-chan, can only see your panties? Luo, let's first see what the toxin in this liquid is. What a lively bunch of guys. Usopp was devastated to see everyone talking about topics that had nothing to do with conspiracy, and he squatted on the beach alone, drawing circles. Who are these people around me? After a while, everyone arrived at the shore, but they didn't expect that there was a group of uninvited guests on their boat. Seeing the uninvited guests occupying their pirate ship, everyone's faces suddenly became gloomy. Little devils, I finally got you. You guys came back just in time. We were planning to dismantle the ship. I didn't expect you had so much treasure. Seeing Luffy and the others, the group of pirates on the Thousand Sunnies started talking in a variety of ways. Everyone had something from the ship in their hands, more or less. Asshole, those are all mine. Put them down. Seeing that the pirates were holding her treasure, Nami was the first to become furious. She lost her Leda-like image and showed her devilish face. Asshole. Seeing this, Zoro, who was carrying the only property on the ship with him, looked extremely gloomy. Get off my ship, it doesn't welcome you. Luffy, who was immediately furious, stretched out his arms and grabbed the side of the ship, then flew up with a whoosh. When dealing with this group of uninvited guests, he simply put away his sunny face and launched an attack with rage. Seeing Luffy take action, the others also jumped onto the boat and launched an attack. Bang, bang, puff, puff, swish, swish. The Straw Hat Pirates were like hungry wolves entering a flock of sheep, and all the pirate minions were knocked down in an instant. In the end, Robin used his ability to throw everyone overboard. Nami and others hurriedly packed up the stolen treasures and some supplies on the ship. Several of the pirate minions that were injured and knocked flying immediately got up after falling to the ground and ran towards the huge vines on the island. Seeing this, everyone did not stop it. Previously, when Luffy wanted to beat up some pirate captain, they just went along with him and had no real intention of taking any real action. But now it is different. The other party actually dared to sneak onto the boat to steal things, which is unforgivable. Luffy, Nami, whose face was as terrifying as a demon, shouted gloomily and said, I now order you to destroy all those scums. She can forgive anything, except the person who took her life. And the treasure on the ship is her life. Want to fight? Then I'll go prepare the food and go after I finish eating. Sanji at the side lit up the cigarette he was holding, took a deep breath, and turned to walk towards the kitchen. The others didn't say anything and turned around to pack their things. Usopp saw this and knew that he could not stop it. He turned around angrily and prepared his weapon, ready to teach the other party a lesson. Only Luo was standing on the deck, somewhat confused. Something happened to the Straw Hat pirate ship, and their own pirate group disappeared. Confused, he quickly took out his Den Den Mushi to contact the crew, but the Den Den Mushi kept ringing and no one answered. What is this? A disaster for the fish pond. After a while, there was still no one answering the Den Den Mushi call, and Luo felt gloomy. He turned around and searched the shore, and suddenly he saw his own pirate ship among several pirate ships. Jump off the ship without hesitation and ran straight to his pirate group. When I got on the boat and saw that there was no one on it, my guess became even more certain. I walked around the cabin and didn't see any crew members, but the things on the ship had not been touched. This shows that when the accident happened, no one was on the boat. However, when he thought about the strength of his crew, although it could not be compared with the Straw Hat Pirates, it was not something that ordinary pirate groups could defeat. It is even more impossible that the previous group of pirates could compete with them. From this point alone, he analyzed that there might be some unknown forces on this island. Just as he was wondering, two pirate ships came from the sea in the distance. As the pirate ships approached, he discovered that they were two unfamiliar pirate groups. As time went by, the two pirate groups sailed to the shore, stopped their ships, and the crew members jumped off the ships one after another and walked in groups towards the direction of the huge vines. Everything seemed strange, which made him even more curious. Counting the pirate ships on the shore, there are more than 30 of them. In other words, there are no less than 30 pirate groups gathered on this island at this time. He didn't believe that the Bloody Roar pirates had such appeal, so the problem might be with the unknown liquid. He felt that it was necessary to inform Luffy and others about this matter, and he might even need their help to get the crew back. After all, judging from the current situation, the pirates on this island all lean towards the Bloody Roaring Sea Thieves group. He can't do anything alone. Thinking of this, Law no longer hesitated and jumped off the boat and ran towards the Straw Hat Pirate's ship. Trafalgar Law, it seems the rumors are true. Just as they were approaching the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, a lazy, cold voice suddenly sounded behind them. Luo suddenly stopped and looked back subconsciously. When he saw the target, his eyes widened and he said in astonishment, "Former Admiral Aokiji, why are you here?" Unlike Luo's surprise, Aokiji still looked lazy, pushing his bicycle towards Luo and saying, "Nothing, just tracking down some information. and following the instructions brought me here." As he spoke, he came to Law's side, looked at the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him, and continued, "Are you going there too? It seems we have the same goal. Let's go." Having said that, he took the lead and walked towards the Straw Hat Pirates without any hesitation. Why is he here? Luo looked at Aokiji in front of him with frowned brows, obviously unable to understand why the other party appeared here, and what his current identity was. 110, Chapter 110, Heading to the Vines. Aokiji saw that Luo did not catch up and did not greet him again. He came to the front of the boat, holding on to his bicycle, and jumped onto the deck. Seeing that there was no one on the deck, he put his bicycle aside, walked to the beach chair and lay down, took out an eye mask from his pocket, put it on, and fell asleep. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates, who were unaware of everything outside, were gathering in the restaurant eating a delicious lunch. No one talked about the Bloody Roar Pirates during the dinner, and it would be more accurate to say that no one took the other party seriously. But there was one person whose brows were furrowed, and that was Robin. In the entire Straw Hat Pirates, probably no one has ever beaten him except for Old Man Brooke. She is a woman who has been beaten by society. She has a smart mind. Otherwise, she would not understand ancient characters, let alone live to this day. The Bloody Roar Pirates are not unknown, but they have never done anything earth-shattering. What makes one famous is probably the ability to move between various forces. But if such a pirate group does not have the strength, how can they possibly maneuver between various forces? This is obviously a contradiction. So you're all here. Just then, the kitchen door was pushed open, and Luo, with a cold sweat on his face, looked at everyone and said, "Have you eaten yet?" When Luffy saw that it was Law who came in, he spoke incoherently while chewing something. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you." Seeing this, Sanji stood up and said gracefully, "You can be unrestrained when dealing with your partners, but you must show due courtesy when dealing with guests. This is what a gentleman should do. Then let's have a grilled steak." Luo answered subconsciously. Then he remembered something and said loudly, "Now is not the time to eat. There is an uninvited guest on the ship, don't you know?" Gurgle. Luffy swallowed the food in his mouth and asked curiously, "Who is the uninvited guest?" As he asked the question, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Luo with a serious expression. Former Admiral Aokiji. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, Luo slowly said the man's name. In his opinion, if he said this name, the other party and even everyone would definitely act the same as him. After all, that guy was a former admiral of the Navy. He is a character who is against pirates. However, unexpectedly, Luffy and the others were not nervous at all after hearing this. Instead, the solemn expressions on their faces disappeared completely. "Well, it seems I have to make one more." After a while, Sanji sighed and said to Luffy, "The person belongs to your family. Go and invite him in for dinner." "What? I want another barbecue." Hearing this, Luffy stood up and walked out of the cabin reluctantly. "Is this person from your family?" "What the hell?" Law was stunned at the door, not understanding what was going on. Seeing Luffy leave and everyone still eating, he couldn't help but ask, "The person outside is a former admiral. Aren't you worried?" "Worried? Huh?" The whole restaurant burst into laughter as if they had heard a joke. Just as Luo was confused, Robin slowly explained, "Kuzan is not a Marine now, that he works under Luffy's father. Do you think he is a family member?" After saying that, Robin blinked mischievously, looked at Luo with a dazed look on his face, and chuckled with his hands covering his mouth. "Nanny!" After a while, Luo was stunned by this explosive news. The former admiral of the Navy was under his father's command, so doesn't that mean Aokiji also joined that country? Yes. Thinking of this chain relationship, Luo could no longer hold back his breath. I didn't expect to catch up with dinner time. Sorry to bother you then." Just then, the restaurant door was pushed open again. The taller Aokiji bent down, walked in, greeted everyone, and then found a place to sit down. Looking at Robin, who looked very happy, he said, "It seems that you are very happy now." It's not bad. Although the two sides have now reconciled their differences and can even be said to belong to the same force, the shadow of childhood is not so easy to erase. With Aokiji joining, everyone turned to the topic of the Bloody Roar Pirates. When Aokiji learned that Luffy and the others were going to go to war with the Bloody Roar Pirates, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he immediately said, "I think it's better for you to leave this island as soon as possible. If I'm not mistaken, The Blood Roar pirates you mentioned are actually the Blood Sail pirates. And that mysterious pirate group is probably not something you can handle. Aren't you already a Marine? After hearing Aokiji's words, Robin asked a question curiously. Yeah, I'm not a Navy anymore. Aokiji put down a knife in his hand and said while wiping his hands, but I'm still working for someone else. The route you're on now is our logistics supply line. In order to ensure the safety of this route, Sabo asked me to track down the Blood Sail pirates. But this new pirate group is really mysterious. Its captain has always been a mystery, but after my investigation and analysis of the news these days, it seems that the guy is a very ancient figure, so I think you better stay out of this. No. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Luo was the first to stand up and object. I don't care about others, but I have my reasons for staying. Why? Luffy looked at Law curiously. Beepo and the others are gone. With a serious expression, Luo recounted what had happened on his pirate ship before. When everyone heard that the cute white bear was gone, they were immediately worried. Luffy swallowed the food in his mouth and said, Then I can't quit. Not only will I beat that guy away, but I will also help you find Beishion. Hearing Luffy's words, he didn't seem surprised at all, and looked like he knew you would do this. If you don't want to quit, forget it, and I'm just reminding you. But then again, this time it's really dangerous. Aokiji stood up and bent down to open the restaurant door. We was about to leave. He paused and said, Then I'll go to sleep first. If you find any news, please let me know. After saying that, he ignored everyone and left. There were a few people left in the restaurant, and we looked at each other. After a while, Luffy also stood up, raised his hands, and said, Okay, now that we're full, let's go beat that guy up. Seeing this, the other people also packed up their things and left, leaving the table with a mess. The disappearance of Luo's crew members might be related to the guy who brewed the liquid. As long as we kill that guy, we don't believe he won't confess. The above is the simplest thought in Luffy's mind. On the deck, everyone said goodbye to the sleeping Aokiji, then jumped off the boat and walked towards the huge vine they had taken out earlier. The last time was to explore, but this time it was to fight. 111. Chapter 111. Intoxicated by alcohol. Well, are we in the wrong place? When Luffy and the others returned to the huge vines, they were stunned by the sight of the roaring mountains and the huge crowds of people. If it weren't for the huge vines that were still there, they would really think they had come to the wrong place. That should be right. Sanji took a puff of his cigarette and said with a frown. As they talked, a few of them walked through the crowd and planned to go to the front to take a look. However, they didn't expect that this action would immediately cause dissatisfaction among a group of pirates. Hey, where are you from? Don't you see that we need to queue up? At this time, a pirate said arrogantly to several people. They had waited so long for Lakaloo to distribute the recovery fluid for free. Who knows how much of this magical stuff they have left? If someone cuts in line, it means one less point. If there is no point left when it is your turn, how unlucky that would be. Therefore, everyone hates the behavior of queue cutting. We're not here for that kind of row. Woo-woo. Luffy was about to answer, but before he could finish his words, Law beside him covered his mouth. The latter said in a serious tone, Luffy, don't talk nonsense. Putting aside the question of what would happen if the news of brewing the fruit got out, the sensation it would cause would be detrimental to their actions. Luo winked at everyone and led them away from the crowd to a secluded corner. Room. As the words fell, a transparent semicircular special space expanded. Then Luo's fingers moved slightly, and with a swish sound, everyone disappeared on the spot. Oh. The next moment, accompanied by Luffy's exclamation, several people fell into a green forest inside the tent. Lakaloo, who was chewing vines somewhere, suddenly stopped and looked around in confusion. Why do I seem to hear the voice of that damn boy? Is this an illusion? Lakaloo was puzzled for a while, but seeing that there was nothing unexpected around him, he started chewing again. His GI. Luffy was full of admiration when he saw himself appear in the tent just by waving his fingers. After seeing Law's ability for the first time, the Straw Hat Pirates were also surprised and couldn't help but think in their hearts. Fortunately, this person is a friend. If he was an enemy, it would be very troublesome. Luo led everyone into the tent and began to observe the surroundings. After a round of inspection, he saw that there was no danger, so he turned around and said to everyone, Then let's split up here. I'll go find a crew, and you go find the fruit ability user. It's best to find out their purpose. After hearing Luo's words, no one objected and several people immediately started to act separately. However, everyone overlooked a very serious problem. That is, Luffy is not only stubborn, but also has a poor sense of direction. It was purely by chance that I met Lakalu. Now we've entered the forest behind a tent and have no idea where the other party is, so we have the current scene. Asshole, do you even know how to get there? After walking for a while, Nami, who had the least physical strength, became the first to get excited. If I remember correctly, we have been here 4 or 5 times. Sanji said, looking at the cigarette but on the ground. Really? Everyone, follow me, Zoro said at this time and walked forward on his own. After walking a few steps, he found that the others were not following him. He looked back in confusion and saw that they were all staring at him angrily. Okay, you lead the way. Zoro, who could circle the door of his house 3 times, immediately gave up the idea of leading the way. I really can't do anything with you. Frankie smiled at the crowd, then put his hands in front of his mouth and shouted, Where are you, the uncle who defecates through his belly button? Where is it? Where? Suppo. This will do, Frankie said, posing in a way that he thought was very handsome. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but cover their faces. At this moment, an angry roar sounded from the woods behind him. Damn it! Following the roar, everyone saw a fat man with a hippopotamus-like mouth flying towards them with gas spraying from his hands and feet. Below it, there is a group of pirates armed with knives and guns. Frankie, this trick of yours is really useful. When Luffy saw the fat body, he immediately smiled, said something, and then jumped towards the fat man. The battle begins. Seeing that group of pyrominions, Zoro's face darkened and he grasped the 2 famous swords at his waist with both hands. The 2 swords were enough to deal with this group of minions. Following Zoro's actions, the entire Straw Hat Pirates entered combat mode and began to gear up for battle. Bang! In midair, the 2 figures collided instantly, and a violent collision sounded. Luffy, whose fist was covered with a layer of armament haki, looked at Lakiru in surprise, who was also covered with haki. In his impression, this fat middle-aged uncle should not be very strong, but he did not expect that he could actually fight with a punch from him. The 2 men's fists collided, and the energy from the collision vibrated. Lakalu never expected that the monkey-like boy opposite him would have such great power. He made up his mind and activated the power of the fruit. The brewing fruit has more than just brewing ability. All the pressure generated during fermentation is stored in its body. The fermentation power of the vacuum-sealed space should not be ignored. As the ability of the fruit was activated, the elbow joint of Lakiru's fat arm cracked like a wooden crack, and a gas filled with the aroma of wine erupted. Boom! As the gas splashed, the thick forearm was like a jet plane, producing a huge impact, and the airwaves swept towards Luffy. Under the airwave, Luffy didn't care and subconsciously wanted to exert force again, but he didn't want to inhale after taking the gas. I suddenly felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he was blasted away by the opponent with a bang. Why are things moving around me? Luffy's fruit ability is absolutely super resistant. Even if he was blown away, he still didn't suffer much damage. After getting up from the ground, I suddenly found myself spinning around me, as if I were drunk. There's something strange about that airwave. Luffy staggered and looked up at Lakiru, only to see several figures. He immediately widened his eyes, trying to see clearly. But I found that I couldn't do it at all. Kid, you've been hit by my brewing fog, but you won't wake up for a while. When Lakiru saw Luffy standing there performing drunken boxing, a smug smile appeared on his face, and he continued to attack Luffy without hesitation. Boy, at first I felt sorry that you would leave this island directly, but I didn't expect that you would come back to die. Okay, then I'll help you. Brewing, earth-shattering. With a loud shout, Lakiru was seen in midair, with his legs raised, and he used his fat buttocks covered with armament color to smash towards Luffy below. 112, Chapter 112, The Body is Out of Control. Boom. With a loud bang, flowers, plants, and trees flew everywhere, and a huge cloud of dust rose up from the entire ground. Cough, cough, cough. Abune. A figure surrounded by mist popped out from the dust. After landing on the ground, he coughed twice and looked towards the dust with lingering fear. At the critical moment, Luffy thought of the gear of his fruit. As long as he turned on any gear to increase his body heat, he could expel the steam, and then he could also expel the alcohol mist he inhaled. Perhaps this stubborn guy is only smart when fighting. Luffy successfully activated the second gear, evaporated the alcohol inhaled into his body, and thus avoided the butt in a sober state. Thinking about it now, I feel cold all over. Damn it, you actually cracked my brewing fog. Amid the clamor, Lakalu's angry voice was heard, and then the other party's fat body rushed out with a loud bang. Little devil, I'll let you know what happens if you mess with me. Lakiru, with a red face, said as a wave of air spurted out from under his feet, hitting Luffy again like a cannonball. Luffy's strength increased dramatically in Gear 2. Seeing the opponent coming towards him, he had no intention of avoiding it and instantly stretched out his arms. Rubber, 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 Eagle Strike Cannon. As he shouted nonsense, the stretched arms instantly rebounded, and two obviously gigantic fists were covered with a layer of dark domineering aura with a bow sound and slammed towards the flying fat body. Bang. Boom. The moment the fist collided with a fat figure, a dull impact sound was heard. How is that possible? Lakiru felt the huge impact in midair and suddenly looked at Luffy with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The overwhelming force instantly shook his entire body, causing him to tremble violently, and he flew backwards and crashed into a grove of trees. The thick tree trunk was broken directly, and a long ditch was plowed out in the grass. Damn it, he's just a little kid. How could he be so powerful? Lakiru barely stood up, looked at Luffy who was walking towards him, took a step back, and then seemed to have thought of something. His face was already angry, and he said, "Little devil, you have completely pissed me off." As he spoke, he released a large amount of jet again with a boom. As the jet was released, his fat body shrank noticeably. Luffy couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this. Just when he was about to respond to the attack, he didn't expect that the fat uncle opposite him, who had lost a lot of weight, suddenly flew into the air. Yes, it went up into the sky, flying directly into the air and heading far away. Seeing this, how could Luffy just let him go? He swung his legs and chased after him without hesitation. The two of them chased each other and came to the front of the tent, and suddenly Lakalu fell down and shouted, "Whoever kills this guy, I will provide him with a bucket of recovery fluid for free, and I will also provide him with alcohol for a year." The temptation of alcohol is small, but the temptation of recovery fluid is absolutely huge. Upon hearing this, the more than 30 pirate groups below burst into loud shouts and roars, and they all picked up their weapons and ran towards Luffy, who was chasing them. However, among these pirates, there are some knowledgeable people. When he saw it was Straw Hat Boy Luffy, he immediately stopped and grabbed his companion and said something. After hearing their companion's words, those crazy pirates calmed down a little. Although the name of Straw Hat Luffy is not as famous as in the original work, many pirate groups still know him. The pirate groups that know Luffy undoubtedly have some understanding of the forces behind him. Although the relationship between them is not clear yet, they need to consider the word D carefully. The pirate who calmed down hid behind a charging pirate and quietly retreated to leave this dangerous place. However, their behavior was seen by Lakiru in midair. As rows of pirates fell, Lakalu's expression gradually became ugly. In anger, he took out a golden box from his arms, opened it, and took out a whistle from it. Taking out the whistle that was like a toothpick in his hand, Lakiru put it in his mouth and blew it gently. "Oh, my body. What's going on? My body won't obey me anymore." As the whistle blew, the pirates below became more chaotic. Most of them looked at their bodies in amazement as they found that they had lost control of their bodies. "Oh, my hand." Luffy was initially puzzled by the strange movements of the crowd, but suddenly he realized that he couldn't feel his hands and feet either. Except for my head, I couldn't feel anything else. This feeling frightened him. "Huh. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to drink the good boy water too." Seeing Luffy's actions, Lakiru, who had fallen to the ground, laughed happily. "Little brat, you finally fell into my hands." Lakiru was very happy to have received an unexpected surprise. He walked up to Luffy, grabbed Luffy's head, and subconsciously thought about twisting his head off. However, after twisting it a circle, a horrifying scene appeared in front of him. "Hey, what are you doing? You're going to suffocate like this." Luffy, who couldn't feel his limbs, said with his tongue out, "Nanny, fruit ability." Seeing that twisting the head didn't work, Lakalu pulled out a dagger from his waist. "Boss, it's bad. That kid's accomplices are too strong. Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties." "A bunch of rubbish." Lakilu was immediately angry when he heard this, and then turned to look at Luffy, as if he thought of something, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since he is your companion, you can solve it yourself." After he finished speaking, he blew the golden whistle in his mouth, and an inexplicable sound that ordinary people could not hear was heard, Immediately afterwards, most of the pirates, including Luffy, ran uncontrollably towards the dense forest. My body actually ran away on its own. Seeing the body running uncontrollably into the woods go, Luffy became even more panicked. As the pirates left, there were still quite a few pirates left near the tent, and these pirates who had never drunk the golden liquid figured everything out in an instant. Rikiru, you actually did such a thing. Aren't you afraid that all of us will punish you? Crusade. If you have the courage, you can give it a try. But I have to remind you now that I am the captain of the science corps of the Bloodsail Pirates. Lakaloo looked at everyone fearlessly. Judging from the time, the adult should have already landed on the island. As long as that adult arrives, these pirates in front of us will no longer be a concern. When they heard about the Bloodsail Pirates, expressions of fear appeared on the pirates' faces. Although no one had ever seen this pirate group, they believe in the legend of this sea. Lakaloo, no matter whether what you said is true or not, you did one thing wrong. That is, you should not control that boy. Although I can't fight against the Bloodsail Pirates, I'd be happy to watch what happens to you. Even if you are really a member of the Bloodsail Pirates, so what compared to that person, the Bloodsail Pirates are still not as good as they used to be. Although everyone was afraid of the Bloodsail Pirates, some people knew Luffy's true identity better and couldn't help but speak out to refute. However, just after that voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Really? I want to know who can ignore my Bloodsail Pirates. 113, Chapter 113, Mysterious Man. As the words fell, a figure wearing a brown robe and with his entire face covered by a hood appeared behind the crowd. Behind the man, there was a group of strangers who were dressed similarly, but their faces were revealed. There were 6 people in the group. All of them were strangers, and they had not even been seen on the wanted poster. This group of people have one thing in common, that is, all of them have a fierce look and look that says, "No approaching." His cold eyes flashed with a gaze as if he was looking at a dead person. After meeting that gaze, everyone couldn't help but subconsciously avoid it. Just touching it made people feel a chill down their spine. Who were these people? Some people began to talk in a low voice, and the leader stopped and looked at the people who were talking. Under the hood, the mask was pale, making people shudder. Kill. A cold voice was heard, followed by a puff sound. The pirate who raised the issue didn't even have time to scream. He knelt down, covering his bleeding throat, and fell to the ground with a thump. This act, which was even more horrifying than killing someone over a disagreement, immediately made the place silent. Even most people didn't see clearly how the pirate died. Sabo really caused me a lot of trouble. At this moment, a lazy voice was heard again in the silent venue. Everyone looked subconsciously and saw a tall man leaning against a tree not far away. Hi, former admiral of the Navy. Although the man had already retired from the Navy, some people in the crowd still recognized him at a glance. They looked at Aokiji under the tree in surprise, wondering why he appeared here. Aokiji, the masked man in the lead, was also startled when he saw Aokiji and was obviously surprised that the other party appeared here. Oh, it seems you know me. Aokiji looked at the man with slight surprise. I'm afraid there is no one in this world who doesn't know the 3 admirals of the Navy, said the masked man. Really? Then could you please take off your mask and let me see it? I'm also very curious about you, the captain of the Bloodsail Pirates. Aokiji yawned and said to the masked man. Unexpectedly, this sentence seemed to trigger something, and a huge man with a strong physique, about 4 meters tall, following the masked man, jumped up and pounced on Aokiji. The attack without warning did not make Aokiji panic. Instead, he said lazily, "What an unreasonable pirate group." But, as he said that, Aokiji instantly disappeared under the tree, and when he reappeared, he was already next to the burly man. Your speed is not good enough. As he spoke, a cracking sound was heard in the air, and in an instant the burly man was frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang! The huge ice sculpture, reflecting the cold light, smashed into the soft grass with a loud bang. If Aokiji wanted to, the sturdy man would die on the spot with just a light hit. It seems that there is no need for your subordinate to live anymore. Aokiji was not an extremely murderous person, and he said this just to test him. But he did not expect that even if he raised his hand, the masked man opposite him would not be moved at all. Bang crash. The ice sculpture was smashed, and the frozen sturdy man broke into pieces of ice. It seems that you are even more cold-blooded than I thought. Glancing at his masterpiece, Aokiji spoke again. If that's the case, I can't let you stay here and destroy it at will. Hee, do you think you can keep me? Or hurt me? The masked man, who hadn't even reacted when his men died, couldn't help but sneer when he heard Aokiji's words. I don't know whether I can stay or not, but I will never let you go on like this. Aokiji, wearing round sunglasses, stared at the other person seriously. To be honest, Aokiji himself had no confidence at all when facing the masked man, because the information he could collect was too little. Apart from knowing that the other party is hiding behind a mask, nothing else is known, including his abilities and age. However, ever since the other party appeared in the New World, it has been stirring up trouble. If the other party is so arrogant, then he must have the capital to be arrogant. I never thought that such words would come from the mouth of a former Navy admiral, or have you truly surrendered to that kingdom? The masked man said. Hearing this, Aokiji was stunned. Although the fact that he had joined Sabo's team was no secret, it was not news that anyone knew about. The other party actually even knew this information. I'm afraid they had already made a plan. It is really dangerous to have such a dangerous element active on one's own supply line. Thinking of this, Aokiji's palms were filled with cold air, and with a light flick, a rapidly freezing ice spread rapidly from in front of him towards the man. Shave. Just when the ice was about to freeze the man, he suddenly disappeared. Navy. When Aokiji saw the man's move when he suddenly disappeared, his pupil shrank involuntarily, and he immediately rejected his own guess. In this world, knowing the 6 styles of the Navy does not necessarily mean that one is a Marine. There is also a world government. In addition, there are some folk masters. It can be said that the 6 styles of the Navy do not necessarily represent anything. Just as he was stunned, he sensed someone attacking him with his observation haki, and he subconsciously dodged without thinking. Just as he dodged, the masked man who wanted to disappear appeared where he had stood before. Instead of continuing to chase him, he stared at Aokiji coldly. To be honest, if I were you, I wouldn't wade into this muddy water. It seems a little late. My legs are already wet. Aokiji raised his hand and summoned a trident spear, shooting at the opponent. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, the masked man did not hesitate. He raised the arm inside his sleeve, and a finger burst out with violent energy, shattering the ice spear with one blow. Shave, finger gun, you remind me of a world government agency. Seeing the man again, Aokiji was even more surprised when he saw the finger gun. After a while, he slowly spoke. Some things cannot be established by guessing. Since you are so stubborn, let me give you a ride. After hearing Aokiji's words, the masked man was not affected at all. After speaking coldly, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bang. With his arms wrapped in domineering style, blocking the man's legs, Aokiji continued. It seems that you can also use iron blocks. Having said that, he used no ability at all, and just used a simple fist wrapped in a layer of arm domineering to punch the masked man. Just as he guessed, the masked man saw the fist, crossed his arms, and used a block of iron to block it. Although it is a block of iron, it is different from ordinary blocks of iron because the man has superimposed a layer of armed color domineering on that layer of defense. It's amazing what you don't know. Aokiji looked at the man, feeling slightly surprised. To be honest, among the 6 Navy styles, some people can only master 1 or 2 in their entire life, and being able to master more than 3 is rare. However, the mysterious masked man in front of him not only knows 4 of the Navy's 6 styles, but is also proficient in all of them. This is a bit surprising. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of someone in his mind. 114, Chapter 114, it's you. Rob Lucci, a genius in the youth training camp. CP9 members who lost contact after the attack on Judicial Island. I think I have guessed your identity. Aokiji looked at him and said, I never thought you would grow to this point now. Yeah. So what if you can guess it? The masked man was not surprised at all, but kicked out with a storm kick, and then the black figure disappeared again following the storm kick. No matter who it is, anyone who hinders the adult's plan must die. Even if it's you. Boom. The blue energy, like a crescent-shaped scimitar, swept across and cut several giant trees behind Aokiji in half. The giant tree slowly fell down, followed by a violent burst of energy from the gun in the masked man's hand. Aokiji was shocked that the opponent could use the finger gun to such an extent, but he was just shocked. It's impossible to defeat him with a finger gun. Avoiding the powerful impact, Aokiji grabbed a handful of grass and instantly turned it into a knife and chopped at the opponent's arm without hesitation. The ice knife brought with it the cold current, and ice crystals fell wherever it passed. After King Ghidorah's methods and Sabo's donkey-like work, Aokiji's abilities are far stronger than before. In the past, using the power of the fruit might require coordination, but now it can be said to be as easy as using an arm. All the moves are at his fingertips. This performance suddenly made the masked man look a little hasty. He quickly stepped back to avoid the cold knife and asked solemnly, "Has your fruit ability been upgraded?" "Oh, you actually know this? It seems you're even more mysterious than I thought, Lucci." Aokiji looked at the other party in surprise when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party had such knowledge. Suddenly, he thought of him who was exposed in Mary Joa die in an instant. All the things connected together, and he suddenly came to his senses. Only in this way can everything be explained. It seems that capturing you is more valuable than killing you. Aokiji, who had figured everything out, put away his lazy expression and looked serious. He believed that as long as he could capture Lucci and bring him back, Sabo would be able to obtain more information from him. "If you have the ability, you can try it." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucci tore his clothes to pieces. The next moment, his strong muscles bulged, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a leopard with black and yellow stripes. "To deal with you, I may have to go all out." Boom. With a loud bang, the sturdy Lucci disappeared on the spot. Aokiji, who didn't catch the other party's attention at all, was stunned. The other party's performance really surprised him. At this moment, the other party's voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Are you surprised? So fast." Aokiji was slightly surprised, but before he could do anything, he felt someone kick his shoulder, which shattered with a bang. A slight pain made him frown slightly. What a convenient ability. Lucci looked at the elemental Aokiji and said with an unsure whether he was envy or disgusted. "But that's all, I'm no longer the fugitive being hunted by your navy." The Judicial Island incident caused him to be hunted by the navy for a long time. That period was the darkest moment in his life. Now that he has become powerful, of course he will avenge the hatred he had back then. Even though the other party is no longer a navy, he still wants to vent his anger and let the other party see that this is the result of you chasing me back then. Yeah. Aokiji didn't say much when he heard this. He just looked at the other party in confusion, and then a cold aura rose around him. As the breath spread, the surrounding air seemed to condense, and the water molecules slowly turned into sparkling ice crystals. How is that possible? Is this the strength of the Admiral of the Navy? Was he just joking just now? The ability of the fruit can affect the environment. How terrifying. This is just the aura it exudes. As Aokiji's aura spread, the surrounding environment began to change, and the group of pirates watching from the side clearly felt the temperature in the air dropping rapidly. Seeing this situation, they dare not stay here and watch any longer, and turned around and ran away. "To be honest, I really don't want to use my ability. After all, those little devils are still on this island." As he spoke, all the vegetation within 100 meters around Aokiji instantly froze into ice, and the sharp grass instantly turned into sharp and small ice knives. This ability is the deep development of his fruit ability. He can manipulate the ice crystals within a certain range around himself at will, without even any moves, just like using his own hands and feet. Lucci, who was far away, did not expect such a situation to happen, but his own abilities grew stronger, and his confidence also grew. He instantly disappeared from Aokiji's sight with the shaving technique, and suddenly reappeared in front of Aokiji with determination. The dark energy in his hand was like a domineering finger gun. Even the elemental form of a nature-type fruit ability user would be severely injured in front of it. Finger gun, Great Ape King. Along with the roar, a huge amount of energy several meters thick blasted out like a cannonball. However, facing that energy, Aokiji didn't even try to dodge it, and his body was directly shattered by it. Humph, playing tricks. It's just. Don't be happy too soon. When Lucci saw that he had smashed Aokiji to pieces with one blow, he became disdainful, but he didn't expect that a brand new Aokiji would appear next to him the next moment. The cold words made his body stiffen, and the next moment, an icicle shot up from the ground, and with a puff sound, it brushed past Lucci's body. The azure blue icicles are hung with hints of bright red. How is this possible? Lucci covered his arm and looked at Aokiji in surprise. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him again. "Nothing is impossible." Hearing this voice, Lucci's heart tightened. He subconsciously dodged it and stared at the two Aokiji standing there with wide eyes. They are exactly the same, and it is impossible to tell the real from the fake. What kind of ability is this? You can think of it as a mirror image, or you can think of it as the refraction of ice. Aokiji didn't want to explain too much because this method of attack was still in its infancy. After his abilities evolved, he discovered that he could not only influence the environment within 100 meters around him, but he could also move freely within that range. It can be said that as long as the ice surface is created by oneself, one can appear at any location. At the same time, he used the principle of ice to create two bodies, which could be replaced at will. However, his current limit was that he could control 4 ice clones. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. Although it has no effect on abilities, controlling those clones does require energy. He was a person who didn't like to waste energy, so he felt that 4 clones were enough. Damn it, I'm the strongest. Lucci looked at the 2 Aokiji in front of him, his face extremely gloomy, and roared. 115, Chapter 115 caught. Lucci in cheetah form has red eyes. He exuded the aura of a wild beast and moved as fast as lightning. He kept appearing beside Aokiji, and the gun in his hand was more and more violent each time. The clone made of ice shattered, condensed again, and shattered again. But Aokiji was still unharmed. The cat-and-mouse playing battle completely made the genius hailed as a once-in-a-century talent lose his mind. The battle is still going on. Lucci, who has had a special adventure, is indeed dozens of times stronger than before. However, no matter how strong he is, Aokiji is even stronger. Facing the violent attack, Aokiji remained calm. Damn it! After shattering the clone again and watching the shattered opponent appear in front of him again, Lucci could only use these 2 words to vent his anger. Have you reached your limit? Aokiji looked at the panting Lucci and exhaled a stream of cold air. The pervasive cold current swept towards the latter like white mist. Click, click, click. The extreme cold current instantly froze the water molecules in the air, and suddenly the air was filled with mist and sparkling ice crystals. Looking at the cold current coming towards him, Lucci did not dare to hesitate at all and dodged it directly. Bang! However, just as he was trying to avoid it, his body hit a suddenly erected icicle. Not good. The moment he hit the icicle, Lucci felt something was wrong, but before he could make his next move, he saw a deep blue icy hand reaching out from the icicle. Bang! His shoulder was grabbed, Lucci's face darkened, and he raised his hand to break the icy palm. He really didn't want to. Cold frost was faster than him. Half of his body froze in an instant, and even the arm that was attacking became stiff and slow. Damn it! Seeing that his finger gun was about to hit, he didn't expect that at this critical moment. The frost spread and completely froze him. What a troublesome guy. Aokiji flashed in front of Lucci, glanced at the latter who was frozen in ice, took out the Den Mushi, and prepared to contact Sabo. Whoosh. The moment he took out his phone to charge it, his whole body instantly melted into the ground, and when he reappeared, he was on the ice surface dozens of meters away. Are you finally going to take action? Aokiji looked at the strange man in front of him. When he was fighting with Lucci just now, he found that the other party had been secretly observing him from the side. This caught his attention, and even though he had just taken the Den Mushi, he still did not let his guard down. But now it was proved that what he thought was right. Are you planning to save him? For a loser, there is no right to live. The strange man said as he raised his pitch-black fist and smashed towards the ice crystal that froze Lucci. Aokiji didn't expect that the other party was not here to rescue people, but to silence them, so he acted without hesitation. Click, click, click. The next moment, sharp ice spikes rose from under the man's feet, successfully stopping his movements. The man who avoided the attack, seeing that he did not destroy Lucci, hesitated for a moment and then turned around and fled away, with no intention of fighting with Aokiji. Seeing this, Aokiji looked at Lucci's ice sculpture, gave up chasing the man, and started practicing Sabo again. Boom. Asshole. I'm going to be the Pirate King. How can I be defeated by a trick like yours? Luffy, who was bouncing around with black lines all over his body, angrily looked at the fog and the group of pirates in front of him. In front of him, the leader was Lakiru, the user of the brewing fruit, and around him were the captains of various pirate groups who were under his control. Although no one can match Luffy's strength, as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even Luffy had a hard time fighting against these pirate captains in the New World whose bounties amounted to over 100 million or even hundreds of millions. However, seeing this, he did not give up and directly released all the abilities of his fruit, and the 2 sides started a life-and-death battle. That's ridiculous, Pirate King. Then go down there and be the Pirate King. Lakilu seemed to have heard something very funny. He laughed loudly and then commanded the pirate captains who had no choice but to attack. Faced with numerous attacks, Luffy was not afraid. He launched various rubber attacks, knocking everyone in the audience to the ground. Lakalu, who was hiding in the back and had lost all his image of a middle-aged fat uncle, was now as thin as a stick with a hippopotamus mouth. Under the overwhelming attack, Lakalu's side was defeated step by step. Lakalu, whose body was free of any fermentation or bloating, looked even more gloomy. Damn it, where on earth did this guy come from? Oh no, Captain, something went wrong with that gentleman. At this moment, a pirate quickly found Lakiru and told him that Aokiji appeared and defeated Lucci. Upon hearing this, Lakiru was immediately shocked. Looking at Luffy fighting with a group of pirate captains, he felt even more angry. Subconsciously, he took out a special Den Mushi from his pocket and was interrupted by a voice just as he was about to dial the number. No need to fight, Lakalu. The sudden voice made Lakalu's arm tremble. He turned around and looked. When he saw the person coming, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Lord Kazuki, take what you should take and let's go. The man called Kazuki glanced at Luffy's battlefield. Seeing the straw hat on the ladder's back, his eyes widened and he subconsciously said to himself, could it be him? As a person from the old times, I know the meaning of that straw hat very well. However, the matter of the island had obviously been exposed at this time, and he was not in the mood to speculate about those things. The only thing he had to do was to take Lakalu away, because Lakiru's abilities are of great use to them, even more than Rob Lucci. Hearing that the other party wanted to take him away, Lakalu hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Although he didn't know what he was facing, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of this group of people. Luffy, who was still fighting with the pirate captains, saw Lakiru and a stranger leaving. Like an abandoned young wife, she shouted with resentment, "Asshole, don't run." As he said this, he punched a captain who was entangled with him and sent him flying. Then his long arms shot up and grabbed towards Lakalu. Buzz, puff. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. A flash of sword light appeared, and at the critical moment, Luffy subconsciously turned his arm into armed color and avoided the attack. Even so, he was still cut by the blue knife light, and a hideous scar appeared on his arm. Looking at the injury on his arm, Luffy only felt a little scared at this moment. If it wasn't an instinctive action, I'm afraid my arm would have disappeared. Watching Lakalu going away, he felt very unwilling, but he didn't have any chance to think, because the pirate captains who were controlled attacked again. Faced with this kind of stubborn battle, Luffy couldn't bear to hurt these controlled people, and the battle fell into a stalemate again for a while. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates to resolve the battle, and after the battle, everyone came to help. Lakalu and the man named Moonlight came to the beach, and a merchant ship without any flag was parked on the shore. There's a person standing on the shore. If Luffy and others were here, they would definitely recognize that person. That was Law, who parted ways with them. Are you ready? Moonlight, who had black hair, looked at Luo and asked. It's ready and can set sail at any time. Luo replied calmly. Well, let's go. 116. Chapter 116, Want to Create a God? The battle on the island ended with the Straw Hat Pirates winning a resounding victory as expected. After the battle, everyone looked for Lakiru, but unexpectedly, they met Aokiji, who was guarding the ice sculpture. Everyone sat together and started talking. But as time went by, a strange thing that had gone unnoticed gradually came to everyone's mind. That is, Luo, who had separated from them, has not returned. The battle on the island is over. Even if Luo didn't find the crew, he should have shown up. Luo's disappearance made everyone realize that something was wrong. Aokiji thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid that Luo is missing. The appearance of the strange man before gave him a very strange feeling. Even though he was as powerful as me, he refused to fight me at all. Moreover, I heard from Luffy and others that he had taken away the user of the brewing fruit. He didn't know what the relationship was between the brewing fruit and the surgery fruit, but he thought Luo's disappearance must be related to the mysterious man. After hearing Aokiji's words, the Straw Hat Pirates hurried to the beach to look for the Heart Pirate's ship. When I arrived at the seaside, I saw that the boat was still parked on the shore, and there was still no one on it. Seeing this situation, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts, fearing that Aokiji was right. At this moment, a huge dinosaur dragging flames flew from the sky. Little devil, you are really a troublesome person. Landing on the shore, Jean looked at Luffy in front of him and said bluntly. Luffy was quite happy to see Jean and immediately asked, Uncle, did you see any suspicious ships on the sea? Uncle. When Jean heard Luffy's name, wrinkles appeared on his gas mask, and it was obvious that he was a little cold towards this name. He coldly said, "I don't know," and walked towards Aokiji's position. "Who is this? So cool." Frankie, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Jean, the former leader of the three calamities of the Beast Pirate. If I'm not mistaken, he is now a colleague of Luffy's father. The knowledgeable Robin looked deeply at Jin's back and slowly began to explain everything to everyone. When they heard that this tough guy was on the same side as Luffy's father, they were shocked again. Although Law has not had contact with Luffy and others for a long time, Luffy already regards them as friends. Of course, it is impossible for him to stand idly by when his friends are in trouble. Seeing Jean leaving, he chased after him and planned to ask him questions. When he came to Aokiji and heard the two of them talking about a mysterious man, he surprisingly didn't say anything. Until Jin's words caught his attention. If I'm not mistaken, that person may have a relationship with Wano Country, but Wano Country has been destroyed by that adult, and Onigashima is a frontline position, so that person should not go there. After listening to Aokiji's description, Jin analyzed the man's attire. Luffy, who was standing by, heard the word Wano Country and jumped up and asked, "Uncle, how do we get to Wano Country? That's a war-torn front. I advise you to be quiet. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father." Jin looked at Luffy and said with a frown, in his opinion, this kid is a troublemaker, and there will be trouble wherever he goes. Although Onigashima is not an important geographical location, the war is quite tense. If this kid is allowed to get involved, who knows what will happen? TSK, I can find it myself even if you don't tell me. Luffy was immediately dissatisfied when he saw Jin acting like an adult. He sat down angrily and rarely interrupted him. After the two finished their discussion, Aokiji received a new order to go to the Navy headquarters. Aokiji was originally very resistant, but he didn't expect that Jin whispered something to him, and then Aokiji was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Aokiji left, and Jin took the frozen Lucci away. After discussion, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to go to Onigashima. The boat sailed through the waves, dragging the Heart Pirates' ship behind it, and gradually disappeared from the island. Sabo reported all the information on the island to King Ghidorah and felt that there seemed to be some huge conspiracy brewing in this fog. However, after hearing Sabo's report, Ghidorah smiled calmly and said, "Little boy, just do your job well and don't worry about the rest." After driving Sabo away, Ghidorah slowly stood up from the huge palace, looked up at the huge open-air roof above his head, and then flapped his wings and took off. Brewing fruit. It seems like you were planning to create a god again. Ghidorah flew high into the sky and soon arrived at an island somewhere in the New World. The entire island was half magma and fire and half dark land, with two huge beasts attacking each other. Following the attack, tsunamis and strong winds arose in the surrounding seas. Both of them are monsters with air superiority, and every collision will cause the island below to shake. "Hey, can you two be more quiet? Which island are we on?" Ghidorah in midair looked at Rodden and Garp fighting each other and spoke out to stop the fight. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the sound, the two men stopped fighting and changed their targets to him at the same time, one dragging volcanic smoke and the other flying towards him at a low altitude. Groove. Seeing this situation, King Ghidorah cursed, and then mercilessly gave each of the two a gravity ray. The violent rays directly shot the two people down from the air, and they fell onto the island below. The dust was splashed up, and then I remembered Carp's voice. "Asshole, is this all you know?" I really only know this one." Hearing the roar from below, Ghidorah responded calmly. He then looked at Rodden and said, "What's there for you to practice with this old bastard? The fruit was about to awaken you, but you helped it." Oh. Hearing Ghidorah's words, Rodden felt a little surprised. Everyone knows how difficult it is to awaken that fruit. But I didn't expect that all the silly boys in this class could reach that level. Then he seemed to think of something and looked at Garp standing beside him, and then he felt it was not surprising. Just like the old guy in front of him, even if he ate a fruit that was not very compatible with him, wasn't he still making terrifying progress? He was so confused that he couldn't help but wonder whether the bloodline of the 3 generations of the Monchidi family was mixed with something else. As for the fruit that Luffy ate, Garp, like everyone else, has always believed that it was a rubber fruit. So when he heard the conversation between the two, he didn't think too much about it, and he never thought that the other party was actually paying attention to his grandson. "Since you have something to do, I'll leave now. I want to look for that guy Zhanghua." With that said, Garp was about to get up and leave. Ever since he had the ability of the Mudos, he no longer needed to take a boat. he could just take off wherever he wanted to go. The only drawback is that its huge size makes it look a bit flashy, even ostentatious. So every time I want to see the warring states, I flew there. 117, Chapter 117, Pluto's Attack. Garp still doesn't know that his grandson has fallen into King Ghidorah's trap. After leaving, Rodden also left for Wano country. Ghidorah thought for a while on the island, then stood up and flew towards the New World. Because he had heard Sabo say that there was a problem ahead, so he thought that since he was already out, he might as well go and take a look. As the war gradually unfolds, the New World becomes more chaotic, and this time Lin Fan is going to the war front. A few days later, news of King Ghidorah's arrival on Rag Island spread, boosting morale on the front lines while also attracting the attention of the world government. My lord, it's bad. The world government's steel battleship appeared in the sea. Ghidorah, who was resting in a mountain cave, was awakened by someone. Oh. Ghidorah opened his eyes in surprise. How dare these guys come? As he spoke, he slowly stood up, flapped his wings, and flew high into the sky, heading towards the battle line port. Boom, boom. Before reaching the port, continuous artillery fire was heard. Flames shot up into the sky from the coastline, and several giant steel ships surrounded the huge Lag Island. What a huge investment. No wonder you dare to come here even though you know I'm here. It looks like you came prepared. Seeing those huge ships, Ghidorah's eyes were obviously surprised. He flapped his wings and summoned thunderclouds, spewing rays towards those huge steel ships. However, the next moment, just as his rays were about to hit those giant ships, a huge transparent barrier stood up and blocked the rays with a bang. Barrier fruit? When seeing this scene, the first thing King Ghidorah thought of was the barrier fruit, because only this kind of energy that can isolate everything can resist his rays. But then he suppressed this thought in his mind. The light curtain displayed by the opponent's warship was not a barrier, but the protection system of Pluto's carrier. Ha, King Ghidorah, long time no see. Just as he was surprised, a rough voice came from the huge battleship. More. Hearing this voice, Ghidorah was slightly moved. As if to confirm his guess, the voice on the battleship replied, It's amazing that you still remember me. It's really you. Hearing the other party's answer, Ghidorah's face became gloomy. As his face became gloomy, the sea surface behind a huge barrier suddenly surged with huge waves, and the entire sea surface began to slowly rise. It was like something was about to come out from underwater. The sea level gradually rose, and with a loud bang, a huge monster broke out of the sea. The silver-gray steel skin reflects a cold and terrifying light as the sea water flows. So, what is that? Oh my God! A huge steel monster sprang up from the bottom of the sea, which immediately amazed the soldiers fighting along the entire coastline. No one had expected that they would see such a horrifying thing in their lifetime. Hundreds of meters tall, steel-like warriors stood on the coastline. The silver-gray skin reflected a cold, deathly light under the light. The iron warrior, with unclear edges and corners, drew out a giant sword from his back and made a rough Moor sound. Ghidorah, what do you think when you see this familiar thing? Moor, who was controlling the giant mecha, stepped onto the beach from the coastline with a rumble and spoke. Are you angry when you see your masterpiece being destroyed? Huh. The wild and wanton smile echoed throughout the island. Looking at Moor, who was starting to destroy in midair, Ghidorah's eyes gradually became cold. Buzz. Boom. Thunder and lightning. Rays burst out in an instant. The manic thunder power instantly poured into his body, and the golden rays suddenly increased greatly. Boom. A huge shield suddenly unfolded on the left arm of the giant mecha, blocking the explosive power of the rays, but could not block the impact of the rays and was pushed back into the sea. You guys can only pick up what others have left behind. You're trying to use these holes and rotten iron to stop me? If it could be done, there wouldn't have been that war thousands of years ago. Pushing the huge Pluto mecha into the sea, Ghidorah suddenly dived down and hit the front of the mecha with a bang. The ferocious dragon mouths on both sides opened wide and bit towards the shoulders of the mecha. Bang! Bang! Sizzle. The powerful special metal shoulder made two dull sounds, and was then bitten by two dragon heads. Sparks flashed inside the bitten steel. Bang! Before Ghidorah could tear at the mecha's shoulder, the other party rushed out of the water and kneed him in the abdomen. The horrific impact, coupled with the power of the propulsion device, instantly lifted Ghidorah into the air. Ghidorah, who had thick skin and flesh, did not suffer much damage, but given his physique, Even if he was fatally injured, he would not really die. In theory, he is an immortal creature, and as long as the attack is not enough to destroy him, he can be resurrected. Therefore, when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, he has only one way to attack, and that is to attack. Everyone, evacuate the island. In mid-air, Ghidorah gave orders to the crowd below. The soldiers who received the order began to board the ship and evacuate under the command of the general. The high-ranking members of King Ghidorah's faction knew that the Lord was already furious, and they quickly arranged for their personnel to evacuate the island and even the sea area. Ghidorah's people need to evacuate, and the world government's people also need to evacuate. Therefore, King Ghidorah and Maul did not fight again, but stared at each other. As time passed, the personnel were evacuated, and Ghidorah spoke with a devilish grin on his face. "We are the only ones left on this island now. Let me take a good look at how much energy you have left, Pluto." Faced with a legendary weapon as famous as his, King Ghidorah showed no fear, because it is very clear that the world government does not have control over Pluto's core energy. The reason why those Hades can be activated is nothing more than the residual energy. Even in Pluto's heyday, if you want to compete with him, you must have 2 fully powered Plutos. At this time, the other party only had a Pluto and came to find him. "Do you really think that I am a weakling with my big body? Who gave you the courage?" At this time, King Ghidorah has decided that he must teach the other party a lesson on how to be low-key, even if it is Pluto. "Arrogant guy, this is not the Pluto of the past. This has been improved by the world government's scientific forces." Moore heard this and spoke proudly, while charging the sword in his hand, and suddenly the giant sword turned fiery red. "This giant sword was made for you. Let me use your blood to sacrifice to the heavens." As the arrogant words fell, the steel-made Pluto mecha leaped up, and the giant sword in its hand stabbed towards Ghidorah in midair. Looking at Hades flying towards him, Ghidorah couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fortunately, they were not allowed to develop thrusters back then. Otherwise, this thing would be an alien Gundam. 118, Chapter 118, Artificial Sea. Faced with Pluto, who looked like Gundam, Ghidorah was a little dazed for a moment. When he was in Baika, he communicated with the developers just subconsciously wanting to restore something from the anime in his other world. But he didn't expect that this thing would become a weapon specifically designed to target him. Looking back now, it really is the law of cause and effect. Suddenly a wave of heat interrupted his thoughts. When he came to his senses and saw that the attack was imminent, he had to open his mouth and spit out a huge ray. The golden rays intertwined with the fiery red giant sword and instantly collided to produce a huge ball of energy, and the manic energy exploded. The huge impact directly pushed the huge metal giant back to the ground. Boom! The metal giant smashed into the island, creating a huge crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters on the island like a meteorite impact. Although it looks earth-shattering, in fact, this kind of injury is of no concern to the Pluto mecha. The only one who might be affected is Moore, who is operating the mecha inside. "Asshole! It really hurts." Moore's hoarse voice rang out from the Pluto mecha in the giant pit. "Pain. The pain is still to come." As he spoke, Ghidorah spit out rays from his mouth in mid-air and blasted them downwards. Facing Pluto, even if it was a Pluto lacking energy, he would not take it lightly at all, because he had already experienced how terrifying this thing was. It would be best if you could kill with one strike. Boom. A violent explosion was heard, and rays of light like thunder from the sky hit an open light curtain. The dust and noise generated by the violent explosion spread to 1/3 of the island in an instant under the impetus of the shock wave. The violent energy swept up sand and rocks, uprooting all the green plants around and causing them to explode. Buzz boom. Amid the din, there was a sudden tremor, followed by a beam of light breaking through the clouds and shooting straight into the sky towards Ghidorah. Facing the thick golden beam of light, King Ghidorah instantly thought of a pacifist. It seems that Pluto was modified by those guys, probably replacing the high-consumption super-energy cannon with this kind of laser. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a laser-like beam of light instantly hit his abdomen. The huge impact of the explosion caused him to lose his balance and fall toward the sea below. Abandoning the powerful super-energy cannon and using such a painless attack method is really a waste of time. The falling Ghidorah looked at his charred abdomen, twisted his body, and flew up again close to the sea surface. It spun in mid-air and turned around again. During this time, Maul had already controlled Pluto to stand up and bend down to pick up the giant sword on the ground. Ghidorah did not do as he wished. He leaned down and pressed down towards the huge figure with his feet. Boom. The huge body, terrifying tonnage, and the impact of the fall instantly knocked Pluto over. Snap. The moment Pluto was knocked over, Ghidorah's heads on both sides popped out at the same time and bit Pluto's shoulders again. Puff. However, just as the shoulder was about to be torn apart, a burning sensation began to burn in Ghidorah's abdomen. Asshole, actually. He lowered his head and looked at his abdomen in surprise, only to see that Moore was holding a red dagger in his hand. At this time, the dagger had pierced through his scales and penetrated into his abdomen, and golden blood was flowing out. Boom, boom, boom. Upon seeing this, Ghidorah opened his mouth without saying a word and spewed out a huge ray, followed by 3 golden rays that came towards him. Faced with 3 rays coming at him head-on, Moore had no time to activate the Pluto defense and was hit on the head instantly. Even though Pluto was made of special metal, he could not escape the fate of being exploded by the violent rays. In an instant, Pluto's entire head disappeared. Ah! As Pluto's head exploded, Maul's screams rang out from the huge mecha, and it began to struggle madly. With a loud bang, he kicked Ghidorah, who was pressing down on him, and at the same time, he swung the giant sword beside him. Poof! The sharp, burning giant sword instantly cut open Ghidorah's body again, and golden blood spurted out. The intense pain in his abdomen, although not fatal, still made him furious. Roar, roar. As he roared towards the sky, countless silver lightning bolts fell down fiercely, instantly covering half of the island. The thunder washed the ground again and again like exploding thunder. After the thunder filled his body, the huge wound on his abdomen healed rapidly. The wound healed, but the anger in his heart was still lingering, and the huge wings spread out, and a thunder and lightning storm gathered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 huge golden energy balls instantly condensed in the mouths of its 3 heads, and 3 pairs of cold golden eyes stared at the steel giant below. Without any hesitation, he didn't even bother to say a word and just blasted it out. The rough rays gathered together and instantly formed a golden ray with a diameter of nearly 50 meters that was entangled with electromagnetic energy. Asshole Ghidorah, how dare you? If I die, everyone on Ghost Island will be buried with me. Seeing the thick golden ray, Moore below was completely terrified and roared through Pluto's loudspeaker. Buried with him? So what? Rodden has already gone to Onigashima, and even if anything unexpected happens, he can handle it with his ability. As he spoke, the violent rays had already fallen, instantly hitting Pluto controlled by Moore. The huge ray swallowed up everything in an instant, and even the island below was blasted into a dark deep pit. In a flash, the azure blue water slowly rose from the deep pit, and an artificial island was formed in the sea. Looking at the huge hole he had made, the anger in King Ghidorah's eyes disappeared. You want the people on Ghost Island to be buried with you? You're taking it for granted. As his cold words rang out, his figure turned and disappeared over the island and flew towards the Ghost Island. The weather is fine, and the sun is shining brightly. On the rough sea, 2 small boats like flat boats sailed one after the other through the waves. Hey, Nami, are you sure this is Wano country? Luffy, lying on the side of the ship and looking at the sea, couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. How do I know what's going on in this sea area? And the compass is pointing to Wano country. After hearing Luffy's words, Nami was full of questions. The sea area had been calm before, but for some reason a hurricane suddenly swept through without any warning. Then the entire sea area seemed to be on the verge of a riot. In her sailing experience, this was the first time she had seen such a situation. Rather than being caused by the effects of the weather, it was more like a man-made thing. Then, what is that? Suddenly, Usopp on the observation deck screamed in surprise. Following Usopp's scream, Luffy and the others looked forward, and a huge figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Its huge body, which blocked out the sun and clouds, was more terrifying than any creature ever seen. That huge body, standing on the sea, looked like a giant stone sculpture. His GAI. Luffy's eyes were full of stars as he looked at the huge figure, his face showing excitement that he couldn't hide or stop. 119, Chapter 119 Zo. Looking at the huge elephant in front of me. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. No one could have imagined that there were such huge creatures in this world. Hello. Just as everyone was shocked, Luffy climbed onto the bow and shouted loudly to the giant elephant. Asshole, are you looking for death? Seeing this, Nami showed a devilish expression with fangs, quickly stepped forward and hit Luffy on the head, saying viciously, Don't cause trouble. If this thing moves, the ocean current will create huge waves. Oh, you want to kill us? If it causes the other party. Nami couldn't continue talking because the huge sea elephant had stopped. Seeing this situation, the expressions of everyone on the boat changed instantly, and their faces turned pale and covered in cold sweat. Compared with the giant elephant in front of them, their pirate ship was so small that it was simply incomparable. Even if the other party sneezes, their ship will be destroyed and people will die. I don't know. It told me it won't attack us. On the boat, Luffy still maintained that heartless smile. I wouldn't believe you. Hearing Luffy's words, everyone on the ship shouted in unison. Facing his companion's roars, Luffy still kept smiling and suddenly asked, "Do you want to go up there and take a look?" What? Everyone was somewhat confused when they heard this. However, before everyone could react, the giant elephant turned around, stretched out its long trunk, and rolled towards the Straw Hat Pirates' Thousand Sunny. Oh, I'm going to die. When everyone saw this, they were frightened out of their wits. Don't worry, it just invites us to be its guests. Luffy still had a smile on his face. Just now, he inexplicably connected his thoughts with the loud noise and also felt the loud noise's kindness. That's why he said those weird words. However, the crowd did not know and would not believe Luffy's words. But facing the extremely oppressive giant elephant, the crowd had no intention of resisting at all. Just as everyone was surprised, the 1,000-mile sunshine had already been rolled up by the giant elephant's trunk. The ship was not harmed at all, and the people were carried by the giant elephant to the ancient city on its back. The few people on the deck who were still in shock widened their eyes when they saw the ancient city suddenly appear. Robin, in particular, suddenly remembered an introduction he had seen in historical documents. The eternally walking island, Zoe. Her eyes gradually became hot, and she never expected that she would actually encounter the legendary island. I think what Luffy said is correct. The other party just invited us to come up and sit down this island. Robin, who is knowledgeable, tells everyone everything he knows about Zoe. When everyone heard that this island had existed for 1,000 years, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Knowing that there was no danger, they jumped off the boat boldly. Who are you? At this moment, a huge dog-like creature appeared in front of them, and then a group of animal-like humans walked out from all corners around them. Wow. When Luffy saw the fur tribe for the first time, stars suddenly appeared in his eyes. After feeling Luffy's strange gaze, the kind eyes of all the surrounding fur tribes turned fierce. We are a group of pirates. The elephant brought us up here. At this time, Robin slowly stepped forward to answer and then explained, "We have no ill intentions." "We know you have no ill intentions. Otherwise, the Elephant Master wouldn't have sent you up here. I am the Duke Inuarashi of this country." Inuarashi, wearing black sunglasses, stared at everyone and said, then noticed the straw hat behind Luffy, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The dusty memory was called up again. The same straw hat, the same smile. It really looks like it. The Elephant Master took the initiative to send humans up here. This hasn't happened for a long time. You can stay here for a while, but our destination is Wano country, so I advise you to leave before then. Hey. The Straw Hat people were surprised to hear Inuarashi's words. Uncle, are you going to Wano country too? Luffy was overjoyed when he heard that. We also want to go to Wano country, but we just can't find a way. Lady. After hearing Luffy's words, Nami really wanted to beat him up, but because there were strangers present, it was not easy to show it, so she gave up. When Inuarashi heard that Luffy's destination was Wano country, he was obviously stunned. He wanted to speak up to stop them, but realized that there were some things he couldn't say. In order not to affect the adults' plan, he gave up for the time being and agreed to let Luffy and the others stay. Has this city been destroyed recently? As everyone was walking in the city, Robin noticed that some of the collapsed buildings had very fresh fractures, and he couldn't help but wonder. Inuarashi, who was leading the way, had a look of embarrassment on his face when he heard this. Thinking back to when that adult came and accidentally destroyed some cities, I was speechless. It was just an accident. Inuarashi made up an excuse to get away with it. He then ordered people to prepare accommodation and food for Luffy and the others. As a mobile island country, there have been no outsiders for a long time. After learning that a group of pirates had come to the island, almost all the fur tribes came to the residence of Luffy and others. A banquet thus unfolded. Compared to Zoe, which is surrounded by laughter, there is no such atmosphere in Wano country. The world government, and even him, were out of their minds and actually sent out all the members of the giant God Corps. Several huge warships carrying giant soldiers, like small island countries, surrounded the entire sea. The reason for this is that they received news that Onigashima is the second transit station for Ghidorah's forces. All war supplies will be transported here and then to other places. The purpose of the world government is also very clear, which is to cut off the supply transit at all costs and then occupy the opponent's supply line. As long as they can cut off the enemy's supplies, they will have half the advantage in this war. Everything was going smoothly, but at the critical moment, a mysterious man showed up and the situation became confusing again. Dragon. Several generals of the world government army looked at the familiar man in front of them with extremely gloomy expressions. The admiral of the world government army, although not as famous as the Navy, his strength is still recognized by being able to hold the position of admiral. Compared to the Navy, Long is more familiar with the army in front of him. After all, it was these guys who have been competing with him in the past few years. It looks like you guys are planning to destroy this waterway. Faced with a huge army of giant gods and the army generals, even Long couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Although his strength has improved with the help of King Ghidorah, he is now facing not only an army, but also the terrifying giant. 120, Chapter 120 Army General. Dragon, in front of the world government, your so-called happy kingdom is nothing but a ridiculous idea. The admiral with long golden hair pointed at the huge warships and giants in the sea behind him and said, I admit that you are strong, but facing them, your fate is only destruction. Long stood there, watching everything coldly without answering. Suddenly, he shook his arms, took off his robe, revealing a body covered with totemic tattoos. This was the first time he showed his tattoos in front of the world, and several generals simply felt it was strange. However, one of the giant god soldiers at the back suddenly changed color and exclaimed, How is it possible? How could that fruit appear here? Hearing the giant's exclamation, several neighboring giants turned around and asked in confusion. Kraf. Facing the doubts of his companions, Clave's heavy face became more solemn, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, I'm afraid this will be a fierce battle. I didn't expect that the fruit would have an heir. Looking at the strange totem pattern, Clave reluctantly recalled a past event. If the storm fruit among the 20 kings represents horror, then the fruit of the strange man in front of him represents nightmare. A nightmare scenario of a world-class disaster. At this moment, those confused generals suddenly moved. They knew that the power of the dragon fruit was very powerful. But they believed that if they attacked at the same time, it was possible to win. Sword energy, fist power, and many other energies attacked the dragon alternately. However, facing the attacks of several people, Long was not in a hurry, and there was even no ripple in his eyes. He jumped up, and his whole body was covered with black light. The powerful armed color domineering aura wrapped around his whole body, like an iron dragon, punching out one punch after another. The violent energy collided, causing a loud explosion, and strong winds and impacts swept over. The terrifying pressure instantly created a huge deep pit on the beach at the coastline, and the seawater that poured in was instantly blown back up again by this energy. The two sides have fought dozens of times and have long been aware of each other's strength. Seeing that the attack had no effect, the generals were not surprised at all. We are old rivals. It's a pity that you died here today. Suddenly, a black-haired general flashed in front of Long, and his iron fist, creating ripples, slammed into Long's chest. Bang! Long raised his fist to meet the attack, and the two fists collided with each other, with a dull sound that shocked the whole area. The powerful attack swept across, causing the general's cloak to flutter. I have heard this sentence countless times. Long looked at the man in front of him expressionlessly. The strength in his body suddenly increased, and the power of his punch increased dramatically. With a bang, he knocked the opponent away. Then he disappeared from the spot in a flash, and appeared next to the general, who was flying backwards in the next moment. The black iron fist smashed down without hesitation. Boom. With one punch, the general was knocked flying backwards into the beach, creating a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Facing the group of army generals in front of him, Longke had no mercy at all. Seeing their companions being attacked, the other two generals rushed forward without hesitation and tried to stop Long from attacking again. However, they forgot that Long was only using physical skills and had not used the power of his fruit. Seeing the two generals coming to his side, Long did not hesitate. He disappeared from the deep pit with a flash of his body and a storm swept up. The violent hurricane immediately hindered the two men's movements. However, the dragon's figure appeared behind the two of them in the wind like a fish swimming in the water. Asshole. The two men had experienced the speed of the dragon over the years. If they let this guy get close to them, they would definitely not gain any advantage. Just as the two men guessed, when they tried to turn around and attack, Long's fists had already hit their abdomens. Boom boom. The two people were knocked flying in an instant, knocking down a row of trees and crashing directly into the cliff on the shore. It seems scary, but in fact, in front of a strong person, this kind of painless attack will not be fatal. It will only make oneself look embarrassed. The two generals who had crashed into the cliff coughed twice and stood up from the rubble. Asshole, your strength is much stronger than before. Yeah, what a monster. The two generals dusted themselves off and looked at Long with serious expressions. The two sides had fought each other more than once or twice, but they never expected that this guy had grown so much during this period of time. This is undoubtedly bad news for them. Bang. It's really unexpected. Every time I see you, there are new surprises. At this moment, the general in the deep pit also jumped out, wiped the blood from his forehead, and opened his mouth to reveal a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. Immediately afterwards, he activated the ability of the fruit without any reservation. He transformed into a 9-meter-tall, angry-looking Vajra, holding a demon-subduing pestle, and said, "To be honest, I really don't like this bald state." Seeing their companion activating the devil fruit state, the other two were not to be outdone and activated their own fruit abilities. Then two more energy riots occurred. One transformed into a giant one-horned rhinoceros, and the other's skin turned into blue-gray metal. As an organization under the world government on the same level as the Navy, the Army is far inferior to the Navy in strength, and even inferior to the Navy in terms of admirals. Among these three people, except for the one who has the ability of the Buddha form of the human fruit, the fruits of the other two are not very strong. But even so, being able to reach the position of general, even in the Army, still has its own strengths. Long and the other two are old rivals, and he knows all of their strengths and abilities very well. Seeing the three of them like this, he knew that the battle had just begun. Come on, as long as I'm here, you can't destroy everything. Dorag's face gradually became cold. Facing the three big, he could be careless, but facing the three people who activated the fruit state, he did not dare to be careless at all. Especially the Buddha, who has similar abilities to the warring states, is even more troublesome. If it were in the past, I might have retained some strength, Long said, glancing at the giants in the sea intentionally or unintentionally. But now it seems that if we don't show some strength, I'm afraid that this island will be implicated later. He didn't know when those covetous giants would attack, but in order to avoid any further complications, he decided to fully activate his fruit ability. Oh, from what you said, are you planning to activate the power of the fruit? We are looking forward to it. Your fruit ability has been a mystery for many years. Hearing Daraxon's cold words, the general with the ability of the Buddha fruit suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. The ability of Monkey D. Dragon's fruit, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, remains a mystery. 121, Chapter 121 World Government Speculations. At that time, the world government speculated that the ability of the dragon fruit might be Storm. However, with the awakening of the 20 Kings some time ago, they learned that the Storm fruit had always been in the hands of those old guys. Therefore, after seeing Dragon again, everyone became more curious about the ability of Dragon's fruit. After all, a fruit that can control hurricanes and lightning can only make them think of hurricanes. However, they did not know that the dragon fruit had appeared in the future devil fruit encyclopedia, and even when Dragon himself ate this devil fruit, he did not expect that there would be such a horrible thing. It was precisely because of the power given to him by this fruit that he had such a grand wish. There are many unknown things in this sea. Even the devil fruits have not been clearly counted for thousands of years. Some fruits have long faded from human sight with a long river of history, while some fruits will be unforgettable. Craft of the giant god Core has actually forgotten his real name. The soul in the huge body still remembers one thing clearly, that is the fruit ability displayed by Dragon at this time. How is it possible? How could this fruit appear here? Looking at the dragon that was gradually activating the power of the fruit and causing strange phenomena in the heaven and earth, Carafa could no longer sit still. It's not that he has much hatred towards this fruit, but in the memory of that soul, this fruit should have been his wife. As the power of the dragon fruit is activated, the dusty past gradually becomes clear. He recalled many things, many of which seemed like his memories but were not his memories, so much so that he became completely confused. What is this? Not a naturalist. Illusion, fantasy beast system. On the coast, 3 world government army generals were walking on the beach, looking in surprise at the dragon in front of them that had transformed into a giant blue bird. No one could have imagined that the man who once called the wind and rain was actually an animal-type mythical beast. And I don't know him. How? Are you surprised? He. Long looked at the surprised people, and a sneer appeared on his face with totem patterns tattooed on it. The expressions of the crowd did not surprise him at all. Wasn't I having the same expression after eating this fruit? It's really surprising. No one would have thought that someone like you is actually a mythical beast. The 9-meter-tall Buddha, with his lips slightly parted, was filled with shock. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out why a mythical beast could call the wind and rain. Even in our impression, it is difficult to find the corresponding monster. However, they knew that the other party would not give him an answer, and all they could do now was to find ways to kill this man or capture him alive. No matter what fruit you are, today's result cannot be reversed. The Buddha spoke with a cold tone, and then disappeared from the spot with a loud bang. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand moved slightly, and golden light burst out. This is the basic attack of the Buddha fruit. The golden Buddha light turns into a long rainbow, and is placed in front of the giant blue bird in the blink of an eye. The giant bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters was extremely small compared to King Ghidorah or even Rotten, but it showed no fear at all when facing the golden rainbow. The giant bird opened its beak and let out a loud "C" or "Y." As the loud cry that resounded through the sky rang out, a bolt from the blue came down. Boom! Amid the rumbling thunder, 2 energies collided at the speed of light, and the explosive impact formed a strong gust of wind. The impact spread and the hurricane swept in, but the huge bluebird was not affected by the energy at all and swooped down with its wings flapping. Puff, puff, puff. As the wings flapped, a strong, cold hurricane struck again. At the same time, tiny transparent crystals swept wildly like bullets. What the hell is this? Faced with the overwhelming attack, the 3 men were shocked while resisting. They had never seen such a horrific attack method in all the years they had been fighting against it. It was not until the tiny crystals shot into the surrounding ground that they discovered what they were. Hell. The tiny hailstones were densely packed and covered the sky, leaving the entire beach riddled with holes. As the hailstones struck, the ground shook, trembling violently. The 3 looked at the swooping dragon in surprise, shock in their eyes. Long, you are looking for death? The 9-meter-tall giant Buddha saw the dragon coming in front of him. Compared with the giant blue bird, he didn't care about his huge figure suddenly moving. He clenched his right fist, wrapped his fist with a golden energy ball, and punched at the dragon that was about to fall. Golden light burst out, and the beach was covered with flying sand and cracked. Boom! With a muffled sound, the golden energy was blocked by the huge wings. How can you? Buddha's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he noticed that the golden energy was not blocked by the wings, but the light green energy on the outer layer of the wings. The flowing energy is like the wind, but not like the wind. As the 2 energies collided, a harsh sound was heard in the air. If you think you can defeat me with this, then you can die in peace. The dragon's expression remained calm, and he didn't even look at the golden energy in front of him. He flapped his wings and blasted the golden impact into the sky. What kind of monster is this? On the ground, the huge rhinoceros looked at the sky in surprise, then raised its horns and slashed out in a crescent-shaped pattern. Strong wind, cut. Facing the slashing attack, Long remained calm, flapping his wings and sending out fine wind blades. A series of fine and sharp wind blades instantly obliterated the slashing attack, and continued to sweep across the entire beach. Long is very confident in the ability of his fruit. In the sky, he is the king. As the wind blades struck the ground, he rushed forward again. He is like a fish in water. In an instant, the huge eagle claw stepped on a rhino with a bang. The ground was shattered, yellow sand was rolled up, a huge impact and a violent hurricane spread. How is that possible? Seeing such a horrifying scene, the Buddha seemed to be seeing something unbelievable. He looked at the eagle-like blue monster in front of him as if he had never seen a dragon before. Puff. Amid the furious sound of the storm blowing across the beach, there was a clear sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. The strong wind passed and the sand dissipated, and an even more unbelievable picture appeared before the eyes of several people. In the Buddha's eyes, The arrogant rhinoceros colleague was now having his head grabbed by the giant eagle, and its sharp eagle claws pierced deeply into his skull. Bright red blood gushed out, mixed with white stuff. No matter what the two men did, they never expected that their companion would die tragically under the claws of the giant eagle in the blink of an eye. There was not even time to scream. 122, Chapter 122. All the generals were killed. Hateful. Dragon, you dare to kill the general of the world government? The Buddha was covered in golden light, just like tomorrow. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes had turned into those of a furious Vajra. Impact. Go to hell. The Buddha, who looked like a furious Vajra, was completely enraged. He attacked with all his might. The Vajra in his hand shone brightly with golden light like a sun. It burst out like a torrent. Boom. On the island beach, yellow sand was rolled up and instantly vaporized into dust. Sand and rocks were swept away, and a huge, rough golden impact came suddenly. Facing such an earth-shattering attack, Long remained calm and composed. I saw his figure twisted, and the clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and lightning fell loudly. Why not? I didn't kill you before because I didn't want to provoke too much conflict. Since you want to die now, I have nothing to say. What Long said was right. He had the ability to kill this group of people before. The reason he didn't kill them was that he didn't want the conflict between the two sides to be too big. If that happens, the world government will keep watching us. However, he didn't expect that this group of stubborn guys would challenge his bottom line again and again, and now they even want to cut off his plan. Anyway, they are now in the upper hand, so he is not afraid of the conflict becoming more serious. The battle shocked the entire sea area. The earth-shaking attack was so powerful that it caused a tsunami, and huge waves crashed towards the beach. Boom, boom. The battle was still going on. Long was still crushing the other two with the attitude of a strong man, and the two men, who were covered with wounds, were becoming more and more frightened as the fight went on. At the same time, an indescribable fear shrouded my heart. Nearly half of the beach was destroyed, and General Rhino's body regained its human form and was swept into the sea, eventually disappearing into the sea. This is absolutely ironic for an army general. Damn it, how can he be so strong? The Buddha, covered in blood, had long lost his previous domineering appearance. He spoke in shock while spitting out blood. It looks like you've reached the end. Let me give you a ride. Although Long was a little embarrassed, he was not hurt at all. He looked at the two people below and sneered. Immediately, his body twisted, his wings fluttered violently, and the terrifying storm swept up again. In the violent storm, hailstones were like bullets, and wind blades were like fine surgical blades, raging wildly. The two people who were enveloped by this natural disaster were instantly covered with wounds. Facing such a terrifying attack, the two had no way to avoid it. Asshole charge. In the raging storm, the Buddha shone with golden light, as if he was making his last dying struggle. Boom. All the wind, rain, and hail collided with a huge impact, shaking the air. Under this violent impact, the dragon was pushed backwards into the sky, and the golden Buddha vomited blood. His shaky body was shot with holes in the next moment by the ongoing attack. The other general, whose strength was not outstanding, had already been shot into a sieve. Compared with the admirals of the Navy, the admirals of the world government's army can only be regarded as admiral candidates at best. After all, the strength of the bandits on land is there, and Long's strength has already surpassed the generals, and is even about to reach another level. This battle is neither easy nor difficult. However, Long was still quite happy after eliminating 3 army generals at the same time, because the more high-end combat power the opponent lost, the easier it would be for his side. The giants in the sea did not feel anything when they saw the world government's generals die in battle. In fact, in their opinion, there was no difference between the death of a general and the death of a soldier. In the eyes of a truly strong person, there is no difference between you being an ant and a ladybug. However, the ability of the dragon fruit successfully attracted the interest of several giants. The giants looked at each other. When facing a figure of King Ghidorah's level, they can rush forward in a rush, because even then they have no confidence of winning. But facing a dragon, they couldn't do that. Not only would that make people laugh, it would also bring shame to their giant god core. Although few people in this world know about their giant god legion, the pride in their bones still holds them back. After everyone looked at each other, a giant who looked like a Viking pirate, wearing a horned helmet and huge leather pants, stood up. The giant holding a short axe and a round shield. Like a god of war, is riding the wind and waves towards the island with the huge ship under his feet. When it was about to reach the beach, it jumped up with a bang, fell into the sea, and slowly walked towards the beach from the waist-deep water. Looking at the giant who was slowly emerging from the seawater with a huge pressure, the dragon who had turned back into human form looked completely solemn. Facing 3 rubbish generals, he could handle them easily. But facing the giant who walked out of the sea, he felt tremendous pressure. However, this pressure is still far less than that of the monster. Although the pressure was enormous, he could feel that the opponent was not invincible. "Little boy, you have successfully aroused my interest." The giant finally walked onto the beach. With his 100-meter-tall body, he looked at the dragon that looked like a small insect in front of him and smiled with his yellow teeth. I will treat you gently, that I am the 3rd giant soldier of the Giant Soldier Corps, Wogenfu." Looking up at the giant, the dragon frowned and even held his breath. He didn't know what the giant had eaten or if he had a physical illness. When he opened his mouth, a rotten smell hit his face. To be honest, if possible, he didn't want to fight such a monster. "I am indeed afraid that I will not be able to hold back and vomit." He didn't say anything, but transformed into a giant eagle and flew away, keeping a distance from the giant. It's really hard to imagine, how could there be such a smelly creature in the world? Seeing that he didn't answer, Wogenfu smiled grimly, roared with a foul smell, and swung out with a short axe in his hand. The huge slash, like a waning moon in the night sky, swept across with unrivaled momentum. Seeing such a terrifying attack, Long did not dare to be arrogant anymore. He twisted his body wildly and soared up to avoid the attack. What? However, just as he dodged the attack, another attack came out of nowhere. Looking at the attack in surprise, Long was ready to dodge again, but he didn't expect the continuous attacks to come in an instant. It was not until then that he realized that the giant before him was far superior to the 3 generals, and he had never encountered such a terrifying creature so far. In desperation, he had to let out a cry, turning the sea and even the islands into a sea swept by a strong wind. In the strong wind, he was like a fish in water. He dodged one attack after another by relying on the flow of wind and began to prepare for a counterattack. Standing and getting beaten has never been his style. 123. Chapter 123. The battle continues. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The earth was filled with violent storms and earthquakes. Green blood spilled on the beach and the ocean, and the giant was like a mountain covered with scars. What a surprising guy. His fruit ability can be so terrifying. Looking at the visible crack in the black metal on his chest, Wagonfu felt no pain at all. His numb and rough face showed a hideous smile. He was just intrigued by the other party's fruit, but he didn't expect the insect in front of him to be so tenacious, and even its performance was beyond his expectations. Long spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, and a crazy smile appeared on his gloomy face. "I never thought that you were not alive." Although he seemed to be indifferent on the surface, in fact, his heart was already in turmoil. He never imagined that these vicious giants before him were actually monsters in human skin. "When I saw these giants, I suddenly thought of my companions for some reason. The gentle man who was willing to give everything for his career, the tyrant, the bear. Is the giant in front of you strong? Stronger than ever before, stronger than any other strong man he had ever met. Even without that terrifying strength, his huge body and enormous pressure alone were enough to make him feel a little tired. Even though he possesses a powerful devil fruit, he still has not grown to the point of being so unscrupulous." At this point, Long finally understood this world completely, and even understood the power of this world. "Kid, I'm going to stop my disdainful words now. You are an opponent worthy of respect." Wagonfu glanced at the dragon in the air in front of him. He couldn't imagine that the opponent's damn anti-ability would bring such terrible damage to him. Although the injury is not fatal, it has a significant impact on the body. "Drink." As the words fell, Wagonfu roared angrily, and then a terrifying momentum burst out from his body. The terrifying aura instantly made the air around them become sticky. The dragon in the state of a huge eagle in the air paused, and clearly felt that the hurricane he controlled was gradually weakening. In an instant, the burly giant moved fiercely, his body twisted like a mountain, and a huge black slash shot out from the short axe. Sizzle. A piercing sound was heard, and the black light pulled the air, instantly tearing open the barrier and causing friction to ignite a green flame. The slashing blows were like will-o-the-wisp, and the sound of tearing rags was heard as it flew along. Thunder! A loud eagle cry was heard, and thousands of thunders came down fiercely, instantly gathering into a dazzling green lightning column, which blasted and struck forward with lightning speed. Two violent and terrifying energies collided in the blink of an eye. Following a loud bang that echoed through the sky, bursts of flames rose into the sky. It is not a flame in the true sense, but oxygen that burns due to the friction of energy. As the oxygen burned, an invisible wave spread out like radiation. During the terrifying impact radiation, the central area was instantly transformed into a true vacuum zone. Under the powerful impact, the beach, the ground, the seawater, and the trees on the shore were vaporized and disappeared in an instant, and a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust slowly rose up with ripples. A terrifying hurricane swept over, and under the violent energy, the dragon was directly submerged in it. A huge dust storm spread out, and in an instant it also submerged Wagonfu's huge waste. Under the dark clouds, lightning and thunder, everything seemed to be wiped out in this hustle and bustle. Phew! Along with a loud and miserable cry, the dust burst apart with a bang, and an eagle with feathers covered with bright red liquid rushed out. What a tenacious little devil! When Wagonfu saw the Dragon Queen rushing out of the chaos, his ferocious face darkened, and he swung the round shield in his hand violently, stirring up a strong gust of wind. The strong wind blew away the dust, and the coastal beach appeared before everyone's eyes again. How did it possible? The dragon that escaped from the hustle and bustle looked back downwards, and suddenly his sharp eyes were filled with disbelief. What did he see? What kind of body is that? The huge giant in the distance had minced meat hanging from his waist, and green blood, a different color from that of ordinary people, dripping out from his broken blood vessels. It falls onto the beach like raindrops, and then merges into the ground. Everything seems normal, but it feels very inconsistent. Bang boom. He suddenly knelt down, and the dissipated dust splashed up again. Asshole, you actually destroyed my body. Mr. Wogan knelt on the ground, looking at his bloody legs in disbelief, his heart filled with shock. The body of each giant god soldier has been tempered through countless trials and tribulations, and it is even difficult for ordinary people to leave any scars on it. However, he did not expect that all his flesh and blood would be destroyed in the energy impact just now. Although they have strong bones, they are not true machines. Without flesh and blood, they are no different from a pile of steel. Phew. Long is a strong man, but he is also a politician. Facing the enemy, he showed no signs of being strong, especially since the guy in front of him was even stronger than him. Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he did not hesitate and immediately summoned the wind and rain again, unleashing all the abilities of his fruit. Even though there were several giants eyeing him covetously in the distance, he still intended to destroy the giant in front of him without reservation. Strong winds, thunder, heavy rain, hail. When many natural disasters came together, suddenly, the already dark sky became even darker, like a pool of thick ink that cannot be dissolved. Boom boom. Along with the sound of thunder, a milky white curved line connected the sky and the earth on the coastline. As the thin line appears, the surrounding air distorts and deforms. The surging waves gradually rose and were sucked into the air by the rotating hurricane, forming a water tornado connecting the sky and the earth. Asshole. Not good. How is that possible? Stop him now. Seeing the waterspout gradually forming, the giant god soldiers watching on the sea flashed a trace of panic in their eyes. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid that the waterspout would destroy the warships under their feet. The sea beneath their feet is the most terrifying abyss in the world for them. Because they have abandoned their normal bodies, if they fall into the sea, they will be lost forever. Rather than that, they would rather die on the battlefield than sleep with their consciousness at the bottom of the sea. It's too late. Puff. As soon as Long's gloomy voice fell, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and bright red blood slowly flowed out of his sharp eagle eyes. Bubba. Amid the rumbling thunder, the sound of rapid friction of air could be heard. One after another, thin tornadoes connected the sky and the earth. Swaying with the breeze, they gradually turned into huge wind dragons that connected the sky and the earth. The wind dragon roared and ravaged the entire sea. The giants, not wanting to be forgotten, swung their huge weapons and launched terrifying attacks. 124, Chapter 124, The Wheel of Time. As the wheel of history continues to move forward and change, everything becomes unknown and unpredictable. Just like the dark clouds in the sky, sometimes there are lightning and thunder, sometimes madness, and sometimes rushing. Storms and tornadoes came, the heaven and earth changed, and the wind and clouds changed color. The changing trends of the times have created countless powerful people. It also contributed to the downfall of countless powerful people. Boom boom. The sea area raging with violent energy is like a turbulent sea of stars in a dream. The strong winds collided and entangled with the energy, and the terrifying waves ravaged everything around. Ahem. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of the giant eagle's mouth, and it looked unwillingly at the tornadoes that were annihilated by the energy. The numerous wounds all over his body made him tired and shaky, and he was in danger of falling at any time. Little brat, I have to admit that you are very strong, but that's all. The half-giant kneeling on the beach, with a ferocious look on his face, raised the short axe in his hand and swung it without hesitation. The powerful slash was swung out again, instantly tearing through the air and cutting across. The shaky dragon had no ability to fight back against such a powerful blow, and even dodging became difficult for it. In desperation, he could only subconsciously use the armed color domineering to cover his entire body, trying to be able to withstand the attack. But he knew in his heart that it was all in vain. Facing the slash that could cut through space, this was all he could do. Puff. The huge slash came in an instant, paused for a moment, and then flew high into the sky carrying the eagle. The bright red blood dripped like raindrops, falling into the turbulent sea, dyeing the water red. Damn it, so strong. Facing the huge blow, Long Ying's eyes widened. He did not dare to relax at all, because if he relaxed, he might lose his life. But if he doesn't relax, how long can he hold on? The shaky figure was ultimately unable to withstand the slash, and was eventually knocked down and fell towards the sea. If you fall into the raging sea, your fate will be sealed. However, just as the eagle was about to fall into the sea, the rolling dark clouds were broken with a boom by a huge figure. It looks like a cracked body of magma, dragging thick volcanic ash. It swooped down, tearing through the burning air and snatched the falling tiny eagle. You are really in such a mess, little guy. The huge flying creature with a wingspan of 100 meters let out a low roar like a hellfire demon, landed on the island with a bang, and dropped the little eagle in its hand. La rotten. In a daze, the eagle opened his eyes and looked at the huge monster in front of him that was as big as a mountain. An indescribable look appeared in his eyes, and then he slowly closed them again. As his eyes closed, the eagle transformed into a scar dragon. It's quite impressive that you can use the Thunderbird fruit like this. Rodden looked at the wounded dragon beneath him, said something with disdain, and then looked at the giants on the distant coast. Devil fruit of the animal type, mythical beast type, Thunderbird form. Thousands of years ago, this was a fruit comparable to that of a god. Even the natural hurricane fruit was still a smaller fruit in front of it. As the god of the sky, Thunderbird has the ability to control wind and lightning. Although it seems that there are only two types, in fact, there are tens of millions of weather types that can evolve from these two types. The most obvious of these are rain and hail. Even the first-generation fruit ability user back then used this mythical beast species to be able to change the local weather. However, all this was still a little too early for Long. Although he spoke with disdain, after all, Leighton considered him a promising talent, and he would not allow him to be bullied like this. Especially those big, stupid guys who only have souls. Little guy, just take a good rest. Leave this to me. As the words fell, Rodden took off with a bang and flew low towards the coastline. Under the huge body, the green trees were instantly ignited, and then turned into ashes and swept towards the sea with the storm. The thick dust was like a standing sandstorm, with ashes and sparks flying in the air. Wogan few. Boom! A roar resounded through the sky, and a red flame like magma swept across the entire coastline and beach. The fine sand melted, the sea water evaporated, and even the giant, with only half of his body left, was engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Scream? No screams were heard because the giant warriors were a group of monsters with only souls. The fire of Rodden is not the fire of the underworld. It can only melt all matter, but cannot annihilate the soul. Boom! 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 Sky Lord. The three giants jumped up one after another, swung the giant weapons in their hands fiercely, and three shocking slashes rose up. Roar! A bunch of scum. Facing three attacks, Rodden showed no fear at all. He landed heavily on the coast that was like a magma purgatory, roaring and spewing flames. The flames that could melt everything, like real magma, collided with the three strikes with a loud bang. Sparks flew, and the solution flew up. Hiss. As it fell on the ground, there was a melting sound, followed by a puff sound where sparks of fire ignited, and in the blink of an eye the surroundings turned into a flaming hell. In the history of 100 years ago, it was recorded that Raden was the lord who controlled the sky, and also the devil of the fiery hell. He represents disaster and destruction. Faced with the flames, the three giants did not retreat at all. They took up their weapons and slashed or cut until the surrounding burning flames were extinguished. Flame. To be honest, the three giants, in terms of size and tonnage, have surpassed Raden in total, but facing the raging fire, the three of them had a headache. Fortunately, this kind of battle is not the first time, and the ability of Skylord Raden has been experienced thousands of years ago. The three of them divided the work among themselves. Two of them resisted the fire, and one of them actively attacked Raden. Facing three people with clear division of labor, Raden remained fearless. He suddenly leaped up and flapped his huge wings. Bang! The wings collided with the giant blade, making a sound like the clashing of metal. There are only three of you left among the giant god soldiers, right? Raden looked at the giant who was pressing against his wings. His eyes flashed with ferocity, and then he opened his mouth without hesitation and burst into flames. The scorching flames swept across in an instant and exploded with a loud bang. A huge black square shield that blocks all attacks. Buzz, you're a fire-breathing monster. As he spoke, a huge sword came out of nowhere and slashed towards Raden's head. Bang! The horrifying sound of collision resounded through the sky once again, and huge flaming wings covered its head to block the giant's sword. Raden slowly pushed his wings, pushed aside the giant's sword, looked at the giant holding the black shield, and smiled grimly. What a bunch of brainless guys. They got so angry at just one sentence. Boom. The flaming wings broke free from the giant's sword and then swept across suddenly. Although Raden's wings are not magical weapons, they have been soaked in magma for thousands of years. After countless times of tempering and polishing, it is no longer comparable to ordinary steel. Although it's not as perverted as King Ghidorah, it's enough to compare with the weapons in the hands of these guys. 125, Chapter 125, Destroying the Giant God Soldier. Rumble. The deafening sound echoed throughout the entire island. Huge beasts collide with massive titans. The collision was like a natural disaster, causing the entire island to be shaken. In the purgatory of fire, Raden dragged the flames and billowing smoke, his body tumbling and his wings flapping, and scorching winds and heat waves ravaged the island. What a horrible creature. A battle that makes people miss it. The three giants, who looked like gods of war, had burns all over their bodies, and some parts were even charred. But even so, there was no pain on their faces. Instead, their eyes were filled with belligerent light. The battle between the two sides has been going on for a long time, and the surrounding sea and beaches are no longer what they used to be. A burning purgatory like magma, with chasms cut open by sword energy. Miss. Next, there will be something you will miss even more. Raden stared at the three people in front of him with eyes burning with flames. He roared like an ancient beast, and crimson lava suddenly burst out from the chasm around him. As lava exploded and flames shot into the sky, a violent energy swept over. Lava, accompanied by strong winds, burst out and shot towards the three giants at a rapid speed. Bang, bang, bang. The three giants blocked the lava bombs of varying sizes that were coming towards them, and they raised their weapons to fight back at the same time. Facing these three giants, Raden showed no weakness and suddenly flew up and pounced on them, and the fight began again. The brutal battle, as if returning to primitive times, began again. The two sides fought with only the instinct of wild beasts, punching and scratching each other. The blood splattered and was evaporated by the scorching air before it hit the ground. The three giants were covered with scars, and Raden's body was also covered with cracks. Kill! A deafening roar sounded, and the three giants raised their weapons again, ignoring their own injuries and rushing madly towards the flaming beast. Facing the three crazy people, Raden did not give in at all. He stepped on the flames and emitted waves of scorching fire. The gust of air destroyed everything, but had little effect on the giant. What a difficult bunch of guys. Leighton let out a loud roar, then stomped on the ground with a loud bang, and rolled up a heat wave to crash into the three people. Boom. A sound like a meteorite hitting the ground was heard, and the entire island shook violently. Dragging the flames, Rodden retreated backwards against the weapons of the three giants. The tall giant was pushed back by the flaming beast, leaving 6 deep grooves on the beach beneath his feet. Roar! Boom! Facing the 3 giant soldiers, Rodden roared, and the powerful flames erupted again. Thousands of degrees of scorching heat instantly hit one of the giants. Thick black smoke rose up, and a pungent burnt smell was emitted. Asshole! Seeing their companions engulfed in flames, the giants on both sides roared and punched the monsters in front of them. Faced with the terrifying attack, Rodden did not dodge, but the flames spewing from his mouth became even more fierce. Under the scorching heat, the skin of the giants on both sides cracked, smoked, and gradually began to fall off. Seeing this, the 2 men had to give up their target and retreat. But they didn't expect that it was too late. After being hit twice, Rodden did not retreat but advanced. His huge wings fanned up a strong wind and pounced towards the 2 men. The giant was bloodthirsty, and he was also bloodthirsty. This was the first time in hundreds of years that he had suffered such an attack, and the strong attack had awakened the dormant irritability and anger in his bones. With his eyes burning with flames, he let out terrifying roars that shook the sky. Facing the 2 giants, he opened his mouth and spewed out terrifying red flames, which illuminated half the sky like the setting sun. He is different from Ghidorah, who can absorb all lightning to recharge himself. But Rodden feeds on fire and magma, and the energy stored in his body will be depleted as he uses it. Therefore, most of the time, he is not willing to choose this kind of mindless output. But at this moment, he had no scruples at all, and was too lazy to even think about it. His only goal was to destroy the 2 giants in front of him. Faced with the raging flames, the 2 giants were horrified and raised their weapons to resist. But the terrifying air wave that penetrates everywhere is impossible to resist. Even if you eliminate the heat wave in front of you, there will still be heat waves attacking you. In an instant, raging red flames enveloped the entire beach, and the height of the flames reached a terrifying height of dozens of meters. The giant, whose entire lower body was wrapped in flames, fell to the ground with a loud bang. It turned out that the bodies of the 2 people had already been burned by the flames. No. No. Leaning their bodies and looking at the burning flames, the 2 men finally let out roars of fear. This fear does not come from the body, but from the soul. Thousands of years ago, they were worshipped as gods, but now they have to face a horrible death. When facing death, no one will be indifferent to life and death, not even them. However, facing this roar, Rodden did not show any mercy at all. His flaming eyes looked coldly at the 2 giants who fell into the sea of fire. After the 2 giants were completely submerged, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a loud bang. He raised his head with difficulty and said, "What a bunch of cowards! Ah, there is no one in this world who is not afraid." Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded above him. Leighton subconsciously raised his head and said, "Are you afraid of death?" Boom. Ghidorah landed next to Rodden, looked at the burnt beach, turned his head to look at Rodden, and said slowly, "I want to die, but I can't. That it's almost like being afraid of death." When Leighton heard this, for some reason, he had an urge to beat the other person up. "You doubt, are you speaking human language?" However, he was very aware of his own strength. Knowing that he was no match for the opponent, he rolled his eyes and looked elsewhere. I really don't want this sight to make him stun again. Not far away, the warship carrying the giant slowly started moving. As the warships in the sea moved, they slowly connected together to form an even larger steel monster. This is... Looking at the steel-like monster, Rodden finally lost his composure. Is that Pluto's body? Rodden looked at the warship in the distance in surprise, finding it hard to believe what he saw. Yes and no, Ghidorah replied. What's the meaning? That is to say, those are indeed Pluto bodies, but they have been secretly modified by someone. I encountered one before I came here. Ghidorah briefly described the situation he had encountered before and said to Rodden, I'm afraid this group of people have already predicted that I'm coming, and they've probably already set an ambush. Tisk, even if those guys have planned it out, what can they do? Can they still use that thing like they did hundreds of years ago? As Rodon spoke, the sea in the distance began to rise, as if something was about to break out of the sea. 126. Chapter 126 History repeats itself. Lucci was captured, but the brewing fruit was saved. Kazuki and the others are on their way to Wano country, but it seems that guy arrived earlier than we planned. In the dark underground hall, A half-kneeling man in a black suit slowly spoke and reported all recent movements to everyone. After hearing the man's report, the man at the round table opened his pair of red and enchanting eyes and slowly said, "The fish has taken the bait, although it is a little beyond our expectations, but everything is still under control. Imu, go and prepare for the things in Wano country. If I'm not mistaken, the sea beneath our feet has already rioted." Hearing the man's words, everyone present was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. "You mean?" "Yes, those guys may not stay still. They may make a new alliance. We'll have to be on guard. Imu, as the heir of that fruit, you should know your role in this war. I hope you won't cause any trouble." Like a warning or a reminder, the man's strange red eyes stared coldly at him who was sitting opposite him. After waking up from the stone tomb, the man discovered that the 20 Kings group was no longer as united as it was in the past, nor was it a solid block. I don't know if it's because of the long years, but everyone has their own plans in their hearts. Especially the little kid from back then, who had grown to a terrifying level by now, and even his mind was no longer pure, and he would not listen to him. Faced with such a mess, the land of Rochelle was really exhausted physically and mentally. Although he was exhausted, for the real purpose, he had to take the lead again, even though the morale of the team was low. Report: all the giant god soldiers of Wano country have died in battle, and Hades has been activated. It seems that our plan should be advanced. All right, everyone should prepare. If you do as I say, we will have a chance to win again, and we can also gain eternal life, even taking all the power of that country. Rochelle looked at the people in front of him and sneered. Although he could achieve immortality with the power of the fruit, the price was absolutely horrific, so horrifying that he would rather give it up and use other methods to achieve immortality. As Rochelle finished speaking, everyone in the huge conference room left one after another. Rochelle glanced at him, who was still sitting there, and left the conference room without saying a word. After everyone left, Yim, who was sitting there, took out a phone charger from his pocket. "Oh, cool that you're calling at this time. Do you have any instructions?" "Put away your obscene voice. The action has already begun. You don't need me to teach you how to do it, right?" "Inside the mouth, really? Okay. Then it seems I don't need to hide my identity anymore. This salary is a waste. Don't bother talking to me. I don't want to kill you. Okay, bye." Looking at the den mushi that was already busy, Im's face gloomy, and he crushed it with a puff. Then a blue energy ball lit up in his hand and destroyed the broken den mushi. After finishing everything, he stood up, hid his body in the gray robe, and walked out of the meeting room. History, and I is destined to repeat itself at this moment. Boom, boom. Huge waves rolled up and terrifying steel creatures rose from the sea. History always gives people a sense of similarity. Looking at the steel behemoth rising from the sea, excitement burned in Rodden's eyes. This scene reminded him of the world 1,000 years ago. "How? Are you excited?" Ghidorah glanced at Rodden beside him and suddenly asked. "Yeah, I was abused by these guys a lot back then, but now, it's not certain who will bully whom." Looking at the giant steel beast rising from the sea, Rodden couldn't help but sigh. "It's just an appetizer. I'm afraid those guys are planning to seal me here again." A huge wave crashed down at King Ghidorah's feet and rushed towards the island. Glancing toward the island, he spoke. "Take that brat long to a safe place." Hearing his words, Leighton looked a little conflicted. To be honest, he really didn't want to leave. But seeing that King Ghidorah had an undeniable look on his face, he could only curl his lips and fly towards the center of the island. As Rodon left, Ghidorah also stood up and leaped over the sea surface, pouncing towards those huge steel beasts. The huge steel beasts, after breaking out of the sea, did not launch an attack, but instead stood side by side, preparing to merge again. The giant beast, which was already 200 meters tall, connected again to form a terrifying four-legged monster. The spider-like steel monster rose again to about 500 meters. The 500-meter-long beast is much larger than Ghidorah. The two sides are in opposition, just like an adult and a child. Ghidorah. After a while of confrontation, a gloomy voice came from the iron spider. When Ghidorah heard the voice, he was unmoved because he didn't recognize who it was, or it might not be someone he was familiar with. Since it was not someone he was familiar with, he was too lazy to even answer, and just opened his mouth and shot out gravitational rays. Attracted by the mighty gravitational rays, the surrounding seas instantly changed from bright sunshine to dark clouds. Thick dark clouds gathered and rays shot out. After seeing the gravitational ray, the four-cornered spider poked out a huge cannon barrel from its deep mouth that looked like a head. Boom. Terrifying energy spurted out, tearing the air with a harsh sound. Accompanied by a sharp sound, a huge blue laser-like beam instantly collided with the rays. The two energies instantly entangled together and gradually formed an energy-tearing zone in the middle dot sphere. The entangled energies, as if in wrestling, pushed the sphere back and forth. It's really an admirable technology that can be restored to this level. Looking at the energy spewing out by the four-legged monster, Ghidorah sighed, and then one of its heads spewed out rays. The two rays overlapped, instantly making the golden ray twice as thick. With the addition of the second ray, the energy ball clearly moved towards the four-legged beast. The terrifying energy still continued, and the energy ball formed by the entanglement of the two energies slowly grew larger. As the energy ball grew larger, black cracks appeared in the space around it. That was an overload of force, tearing apart the space barrier. Entangled, like electromagnetic arcs, it tore into the dark barrier and was instantly annihilated. Seeing that the energy ball could not be resisted, the energy in the mouth of the four-horned monster surged again, making an even more terrifying sound. The terrifying increase in energy surprised Ghidorah again. The energy emitted by the other party. Although it could not reach the level of annihilating an island with a beam of energy, the technological power of the current world government was enough to shock him. 127, Chapter 127, No Martial Ethics. The void surrounded by black light collapsed layer by layer. The terrifying energy tore open the space barrier, and the spreading energy disappeared into the black crack. There was no sound, as if the world had lost its sound at this moment. It's so weird that it makes the hair on your neck stand on end. Oh, I never thought that you guys would succeed in your research. But, this is not enough. Roar. Looking at the collapsing space, Ghidorah roared to the sky, and dense, violent lightning pillars fell down. With his whole body electrified, King Ghidorah is like the sun in the dark night, emitting dazzling golden light. From a distance, it looks like a god. Bubba. Rough rays entangled with golden arcs suddenly erupted, and three huge rays converged at one place to form an even more terrifying and huge ray. The energy ball that was deadlocked between the two energies was instantly pushed towards the four-legged monster. A pure black energy ball like a black hole slowly approaches. Looking at the dark and terrifying energy ball, no one dared to doubt the energy contained in it. The four-horned monster wanted to dodge, but due to the confrontation between the two sides, it was unable to make any evasive action. He didn't even dare to retract the energy impact. Lieutenant General Cole, that energy ball is about to hit us. What should I do? Are we going to die? There's a panic in the core control room of the four-legged giant beast. Some technicians even forgot to control the instruments in front of them and stared stupidly at the slowly approaching energy ball. Everyone prepared to escape and abandon the battleship. The tall Lieutenant General Cole looked at the images coming from the projection screen and gritted his teeth before making the final decision. He had already anticipated all the consequences. It didn't matter if he was the only one buried with the enemy, but there were many elite personnel from the world government on the entire battleship. These are the foundation and future of the world government, and he will not allow these people to be buried with them. In the face of life and death, there is no sentimentality. Even the crew members on the ship fled frantically the moment they heard his order. Buzz buzz. The harsh sound produced by the energy clash became louder and louder. The horrifying sound, like a devil's voice, enveloped everyone's heart. Sizzle. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound was heard, a black light flashed, and then the world seemed to fall into silence in an instant. The terrifying energy ball rapidly shrank into the size of a bullet at this moment. Buzz ba-boom. Without giving others any chance to think, a terrifying buzzing sound suddenly filled the silent world, followed by a huge amount of energy sweeping over. The sky and the earth lost their color, the wind was blowing violently, and it seemed as if the end of the world had come. The powerful energy instantly tore apart the body of the steel behemoth, and the gray metal turned into particles at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! Finally, with a loud explosion that resounded through the sky, the sea surface collapsed with the four-legged monster as the center. The huge impact formed a beautiful mushroom cloud. Call. The sweeping storm blew Ghidorah out of the air and sent him crashing towards the island. Boom. Depend on. Ghidorah, who had crashed into the island, slowly climbed out of the deep pit and looked at the sea in surprise despite the strong storm. At this time in the sea, there was no trace of the four-horned monster, Instead, a huge wave hundreds of meters high was pushing towards the island. The huge waves that covered the sky and the sun left him stunned. The next moment, he stood up and flew into the air without hesitation. Mine, what is this? Looking at the huge waves that were coming and submerging the island, Ghidorah couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although the power of the opponent's shot did not reach the power of the real Pluto, the world government had made some unknown changes to it. There is actually a power that can tear apart space. It's really fucking scary. Pa. The tsunami receded, and suddenly there was some crisp applause. I have to say, it's really a terrifying monster. Following the sound, I saw an air gate slowly opening above the island below, and 5 figures walked out one after another. The masked man in white robe, who was in charge of the air door, closed the door and disappeared over the island after the 5 people came out. The door-to-door fruit? The moment he saw the air gate, Ghidorah thought of a fruit and even associated it with the CP9 member in the original work. It didn't matter whether it was the other party or not. All he cared about were the 5 figures walking out of the door. He couldn't tell who it was from the figure. However, since he dared to come to this island at this time, he could guess the other party's identity. A bunch of rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. Staring at the 5 figures below, King Ghidorah's voice was icy cold, still as annoying as ever. As his words fell, one of the 5 figures below spoke. Hearing the other party's words, Kiddo stretched his ferocious mouth corners. Just as he guessed, the following 5 people were some of the 20 kings. As for who it was, he didn't know. Yeah, I don't think so. Ghidorah looked at the figures, moved his body twice, and landed 100 meters away from them with a bang. As he fell, the 5 people on the opposite side immediately activated their respective abilities. Without any warning, a terrifying slash was launched. Oh shit. Where is your martial virtue? Seeing the flying slash, King Ghidorah, who had just landed, widened his eyes. He had never expected that this group of people would be so unscrupulous that they would not even greet him, hit and launch an attack directly. Ghidorah also did not tolerate this group of shameless guys. He was even more cautious and did not dare to be arrogant. He had known this group of people thousands of years ago. Although they were not as strong as him, when they were added together, they were definitely more than 1 + 1 = 2. A terrifying slash came from nowhere, and the huge King Ghidorah did not hesitate and directly sprayed out rays. The terrifying energy collision instantly caused an explosion, and the devastated island was once again hit by the energy storm. One battle had just ended, and another, more terrifying battle was gradually beginning. As the slash was destroyed, the 5 men moved and launched a devastating attack on Ghidorah's huge body. Sword energy impacts, and even attacks mixed with elemental energy, seemed to be coming at him at this moment without any cost. King Ghidorah is not a man without temper. It can even be said that he has a very bad temper. Seeing such a shameless group fight, he became completely enraged. The ground cracked with a loud bang, and the 3 heads started to attack separately. Even while moving, 2 huge flesh wings swept across. The already devastated island was completely shaken by the fighting between the 2 sides and could sink at any time. Bang! After sweeping away a user of the kinetic fruit with his flesh wings, Ghidorah leaped up, pounced forward, and dropped thunder at the same time. "Wanna kill me? I'm afraid you guys are not qualified enough." A cold roar resounded through the sky, and as the words fell, thunders of anger poured down. 128, Chapter 128 Elephant Master. Boom. In the sea under the dark clouds, strong winds swept the area and huge waves surged. A steel giant hundreds of meters tall rose from the bottom of the sea, and as it rose above the sea, it launched an attack. The scorching hot golden laser instantly hit the larger target ahead. Roar. The giant monster that was attacked let out a roar that echoed throughout the world, and the deep blue eyes in its weathered eye socket suddenly ignited with flames of anger. The huge nose, like a pillar supporting the sky, slapped the insect-like steel giant in front of it with a loud bang. Bang. To ordinary people, the extremely terrifying metal monster was smashed into pieces in an instant, and even the raging sea was smashed to create a huge chasm extending for hundreds of miles. The Elephant Lord, who has been carrying Zoe and wandering the world for 1,000 years, also faced his own battle today. Looking at those strange steel monsters, it seemed as if it had returned to the era 1,000 years ago. Hi, Gai.so handsome. Sitting on top of the Elephant Lord, the boy wearing a straw hat looked at the mechanical monsters attacking the Elephant Lord in the sea below, with countless stars in his eyes. Although Luffy is a reckless man, he knows that he cannot defeat that group of steel monsters yet. At the same time, he was more aware that this was the Elephant Lord's own battle. As a sign of respect for the target's master, he had no intention of intervening in the battle. From that strange exchange of consciousness, he became friends with the giant elephant beneath him. When the first steel monster appeared, he was worried about it, but now it seems that his worry was unnecessary. No matter how terrifying the steel monster's attack was, it could only make the giant elephant under it feel a little pain, and then no monster could be a match for the giant elephant. The horrific battle is still going on, and there are many floating debris on the rough sea. A small boat sailed among the wreckage like a brave man, approached the wreckage, salvaged the wreckage, and immediately removed the special metal parts on it. Frankie never thought that he would be able to see this legendary metal in his lifetime. And not just a little, but a lot, these materials are enough for him to create what he has always dreamed of. "Ah, Mr. Robot, you seem very happy." Nico Robin, who was in the same boat with Frankie, looked at the former as if he had found a treasure, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Ah, not of course I have to be happy, Robin. You should know what this is." Hearing Robin's words, Frankie smiled happily, and even his eyes were filled with eagerness. "This is a remarkable thing. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is the legendary Pluto. I read some relevant introductions in the Alabasta Mausoleum. And we also know that Hades has more than one form." Robin picked up a smaller piece from the deck and pondered it himself. "I don't know if it's Pluto, but I can guarantee that this thing is the one in the blueprint that the teacher left for me. I never thought I would be able to see these things. You know, these things are priceless treasures to me." Frankie disassembled another part from the floating wreckage, his eyes flashing with excitement. Boom. Oh, damn it, Frankie, another monster popped up here. At this moment, after a loud bang, another metal monster emerged from the bottom of the sea, scaring Usopp and others on another ship in the distance to scream. Bang. Fortunately, the crowd's fright was only temporary. The moment the monster appeared, a rough and hollow elephant trunk hit the steel monster. The steel monster didn't even have time to attack before it was instantly broken into pieces and fell into the sea. Some of the buoyant materials were inlaid with a number of gray metal parts. Seeing this, Frankie was like a pirate who had discovered treasure on an expedition. He shouted and controlled the boat to row towards the floating parts. Due to the rough sea, only Frankie and Usopp came down to collect parts this time. But Robin was very curious about these things that looked like Pluto in his imagination, so he went down to the surface of the sea despite the danger. As the Elephant Lord moved forward, giant steel beasts would emerge from the sea from time to time. As all kinds of strange metal beasts were smashed, Robin counted and found that there were now more than 20 beasts smashed by the Elephant Lord alone. This number may not seem like a lot, but you won't think so when you know the identities of those steel beasts. Rumor has it that Pluto is a being that can destroy an island with a single blow. There are more than 20 Hades. No one dares to think about it. However, but Ghidorah is not here. If he were here and knew what Robin was thinking, he would probably be laughed at. Pluto does have the power to destroy islands. Even the most obvious example in the world today, Judicial Island, is the masterpiece left after Pluto's initial attack. However, the Pluto who can do this is not these so-called steel behemoths in front of us. These steel behemoths can only be regarded as parts of Pluto. Although each of them has terrifying attacks, it does not mean that they have the ability to destroy the island. But then again, even if the island cannot be destroyed, it would still be easy to destroy a country with each component. However, these steel behemoths that emerge from the bottom of the sea are just relics from ancient times and have been activated by the world government through special means. In fact, it cannot be considered a true awakening. Due to the lack of energy, they can only be considered to be in a semi-awake state. The battle below was still going on, and above the island a terrifying and surprising thing was approaching. Amidst the dark clouds, a silver pirate ship descended from the sky. Yes, from heaven and descend. Luffy, who was sitting on the elephant's head, noticed the spaceship that suddenly appeared at a glance. This looks so familiar. Looking at the silver airship with strange words engraved on the hull, Luffy was not excited, but fell into deep thought. When facing the spaceship, he always had a sense of déjà vu. Well, that is. Nami, who was behind him, saw the airship flying out of the clouds and immediately glared at him, a picture appearing in her mind. This boat. She is familiar. It's just that the colors of what we saw then were different from what we see now, and they both have the ability to fly. That is. Robin, who had just come up on the elephant's trunk, looked at the words engraved on the outside of the huge spaceship in the sky. His eyes widened, and he was obviously stunned. Bika, what is that place? Looking at the two giant ancient characters at the beginning of the text, Robin suddenly fell into confusion. In her memory, this term has never appeared before.